Welcome everybody back to another film club, and an hour later for all those Americans who haven't shifted to the correct time pattern yet. Oh, absolutely disgraceful. But apart from that, Sandy, Jay, how you been?
Doing really well. Glad there are signs of spring. Yeah, I don't agree with the time change, but you guys will catch up soon enough, in a few weeks at least. Jay, how are you?
I'm good. No complaint. Definitely getting some signs of spring here too, so couldn't be happier.
Yeah, there was a nice sunny. It was like that. Apparently, it's going to be probably horrible tomorrow. That's the problem. It's like, ooh, a little bit of sun. So yeah, my the first time I think my tortoise has been actually happy in the garden. Apart from that, so he's been a moany little git because coming out of hibernation.
Well, you woke him up.
Yeah, well, no, he wakes
true.
himself. He wakes himself up. So yeah, it's just like he literally a clock is literally. Don't you have to check him? He comes out around my birthday time, like a week before, a week after. So it's literally having a look and go, is he awake? No, he's okay. Keep him in the box. Keep him in the box. I love it. Like sleeping for since October, early October, in newspaper and some cardboard. You know,
that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like that. I have to get him on one time like that if he's ever a week later. Like, he's like that big. He's got to be like that big now. Like that.
No kidding.
Like that.
We need tortoise cam. We do.
Tortoise cam. I actually put him on. I think I've got some shorts of him.
You do.
I was going to say, I feel like I've seen him before somewhere. Like, yeah.
It's like one of my greatest shorts, I think. I just put on him just like trying to eat some lettuce or a dandelion. He's just like,
Well, your son is calling it, what is he calling it?
Poop,
flower,
right?
Flower poo.
Poop or something?
He's eating flower poo.
Flower poo.
That's it, it's flower poo.
Yeah, that was it, yeah. So, but yeah, my kid is, this year, his task is to spot dandelions, so I've given him that task. He said, anybody, that's it. So get them dandelions ready, because yeah, he's it's apparently the not this stem, but it's something in that they get addicted to. It's like a little bit of a I'm guessing like a catnip for cats. I'm guessing it's kind of like a drug, but they literally, you will not know. We've gone like, there's 50 or like a bag, like a massive bag, and then you just put them down. And then I used to put him like a trowel, so he'd have to walk around. It's just like, and he would eat them all. I'm like, I would love to know your body size inside of that shell. It can't be that big. It's amazing. So yeah, they're very lovely, strange creatures to watch. It's one of those ones. You ever get it when you just like, I've just zoned out watching something.
Oh yeah,
that's that. Those are those animals. They don't move. You can watch that thing for half an hour and go, huh? And it's like peaceful. It's very relaxing. And then you realise, shit, I'm supposed to be doing something.
Like that.
Yep. But yes. But on that, Jay, throughout this, can I just say, I might be tempting just to go now and again to go, woo! It might happen. It might happen.
You already do it a little bit better than the actor who plays Ric Flair in this. That's always been one of my gripes with the film, is that I don't love the Ric Flair actor, but we'll get to that.
I don't think they really bothered, because the ones that go into the WWF, I'm guessing they don't really care. They just like, this is a what's it called? Von Erichs. Von Erichs, that's it. Von Erichs story. Sandy, this is your first watch, isn't it?
It is my first watch, and yeah.
Woo! I'm guessing it was like woo, but a different reason.
But
woo.
I know, but I know those characters. Like, I did not know the Von Erichs, but I knew Ric Flair. I knew the reference to the Iron Sheik. I knew, and I knew a little bit about what became the WWF, how they bought up all the local, I guess, regional wrestling federations, because we had one in Baltimore. So we had a local one in Baltimore, and it was on the local television station, which eventually got eaten up by Fox. But we, as a little kid, so our local was Rocky Johnson, once in a while Rowdy Piper, and then 3 or 4 really local, like, college guys. But the only 2 like big names that we would get regularly in Baltimore early on was for some reason Rocky Johnson and Rowdy Piper, and I have no idea why. And then when it became part of the WWF, then we got, Hulk Hogan and, all that whole crew in the late, I guess, late 80s, early 90s. But I did not know the Von Erichs at all. I knew nothing about them. So it was good. And from a historical perspective, it was good to learn about the family and the history of wrestling in Texas.
Now, Sandy, and I'm guessing Jay, you probably already knew this. Did you then go and what everybody, I'm guessing, did after watching this movie? Let's look about their real life.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I think this is one of these movies, even though what the movie is, I think we've had a few that you've gone, it's good to learn about the real life situation. And then this one is like, wow, and we'll go on about this a little bit more. But Jay, this was out, I think this has to be now on the Film Club. Sandy will confirm this 100%. This is our latest movie.
Yeah, it has to be. I'm pretty
as long
sure.
as we don't count that we all saw Superman, and we did review that, and we do count Superman 25. But as far as
we don't.
As far as something that's not a new release,
right?
Let's see. I just want to do a sort.
So this is 2023. But while Sandy's looking, Jay, you were going to pick the possibly it was either you said this another one like and the K-pop one, didn't you? So
yes, I had. It was between this Godzilla -1 and K-pop Demon Hunters, and so honestly, I kind of just thought about all of them, and it was the rewatch of the trailers of all of them that really kind of helped me settle on this. And it's not to say the other 2 don't have great trailers. There was just something. This trailer really just hit me so hard the first time I watched it with the music. Like it just made it feel like it was going to be like, I don't know the way to say it, like a movie that would do justice in telling the story, but also have a little bit of, look at what the wrestling world is like outside of, not just focusing on how much tragedy the family had, but also just like what wrestling meant to them, to the culture of Texas wrestling and all these other territories at that time. So it just felt like a movie that would do justice to both the Von Erichs and also give a little bit of kind of the atmosphere of what wrestling was like back then. So I don't know. It just, as a wrestling fan, maybe is honestly a bit of bias as to why the trailer just jumped out to me a little bit more than the other 2. But then also I found other opportunities where I could kind of probably fit those other 2 into choices that we have for our special picks. Whereas this kind of felt like the moment to really choose this one and use it here. And on top of that, we are on the road to WrestleMania, like I said last week. So I just kind of all felt like it was, lining up for this one.
I must say, like Daryl just put the claw. I can't help but think of Toy Story when somebody says that.
Oh yeah,
fair enough.
Sorry, that's just my geekiness there. Now I love this because we get this inspired by a true story. Now, and we'll go into this because even though for YouTube, this is a suicide kind of movie in a way. It's a tragedy, a drama, hope, wrestling, sports, everything's thrown
brotherhood,
in.
family.
It's all there. But when you say inspired, it's not that far off the truth, except for they changed one major thing, and we'll talk about that after we've kind of done the clips. We'll see. Was it good for them to cut that out or not cut them out? Because there's a lot of tragedy. There's a lot of I think it's one of those ones when I first watched it, I was like, that's a bit unbelievable. Like that. And then you go, oh, and I'm going to say this quickly, it gets worse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, for as much as is portrayed in the film, when you read the real story, it's like, woo, and you kind of, and we'll talk more when we, I think when you say there's one thing left out, I think there are actually several things left out,
several,
but you have to compress the story, else it'll be a mini series of some sort, right? Which actually would not be a bad idea. Because when you do have such a rich story, unfortunately, around tragedy, I don't know. I wanted more. I actually did want more, but let me not go any further for right now.
Now, Jay, did you? I know you're the baby of the crew. Let's say that. But you are the wrestling fan. The Von Erichs. Do you know about them before this movie? Then.
So I've known of them and kind of knew the name. They were inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame back in like 2009 or 10-ish. So like they're a name I knew, and I knew that some of them, had passed away. Some of the family members, the brothers that we'll talk about here. But I didn't know the details of it. This movie is really what got me to find out more about them and look more into it.
Yeah, I must say, for me, the trailer, like you said, the trailer's great. The trailer, I think, when we showed before last week, it's a good trailer. It is, and I do like those. It kind of looks like you're going to get an inspirational sports one, and it gives you a different vibe. It goes like, but the reason I really enjoyed you. This is my pick. It's because it was one. I'm like, you know what? I really want to rewatch this. I really want to watch this. But it's in a way, it's an enjoyable hard watch, and that's what I'm going to say before we get into it. But let's go. So this is mostly based around, I think it's called Baton County and Dallas.
Baton.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say it's.
No, I believe it was County. Denton. Right.
Denton is it? Denton. There we go.
But you may have seen though that it was filmed in Baton Rouge.
Yeah. Okay,
so that may be where you got that from, which was very strange to film a Texas film in Louisiana, but for reasons, Yeah.
That's it. Where's it? Like, is it mostly like that? Like, where is the biggest wrestling thing? Because I, to be honest, except for when the WWE now comes into Europe, wrestling's not been a very big thing. Except for, I'm guessing, the Greeks when they did it naked. I'm guessing, apart from that, we've not really had much male-to-male body contact. So where is like was it? Because like before the WWF, when they brought up everything, where was that then? Was that the East Coast?
They were the North. WWF was the Northeast region. It was actually owned by Vince McMahon's father.
Yeah. And then they
passed
just
down on to him. And
everybody.
So,
then they went cable.
Well, so and forgive me if any true wrestling historians are in the chat or watch this at any point. My knowledge is, I have some knowledge of all the history. I watch a lot of the documentaries, but I probably don't have it as some of the historians do. But from what I recall, essentially you had all these different territories that had their wrestling promotions in them throughout the U.S. And it was basically a big kind of, unwritten rule, but like widely respected, that you don't, mess with other people's territories. You can collaborate, work with each other, send your champions over, that whole kind of thing. But you don't try to, gain ground in somebody else's territory. You have your region, you stay there, you run your promotion. That was kind of the thing. And that was well respected for a very long time until Vince's father not passed away, actually. Vince's father handed the company down to him while he was still alive. He was just getting older. And then he kind of became, Vince took the lead, and his father kind of took just a, senior advisory type of role alongside of Vince. And that's when Vince started to push the boundaries of, well, what if I do buy up this promotion? What if I do, engage in this territory and try to get some background? And when he, again, he did what he did. So then eventually he would just buy up all the smaller promotions that were struggling, things like that, to the point where he became such a force that he could then, essentially try to run other promotions out of business just through his product being that much better at the time. That's how he kind of handled, if I recall again, that's how he handled some of the bigger promotions to weaken them to a point where then they needed to sell to him. So eventually he would just kind of continue to go around buying them all up. And the irony of it all is in the 90s, when you had the Monday Night Wars, that's when I believe it was Ted Turner started the WCW wrestling promotion. And for a while, they were the kind of, the little brother to WWE, where they really weren't making an impact, on WWE's product. But there was a stretch where I can't remember. I want to say it's like 92 weeks or something. There was a long stretch where, maybe I got the number wrong, 52 weeks. I can't remember what it was, but for a long stretch of time, they were crushing the WWE in the Monday night ratings. And that's when Vince McMahon started to get all upset that, you can't infringe on our territory. So he kind of, when he was finally getting beat at his own game, he had a whole big stink about it. But of course, WCW would end up collapsing, and he bought it and kind of won that one too. So he started the whole buying up all these territories. But at this point in time, it was still very territorial, where everybody stays in their areas. It might have actually been like 18 weeks. I don't know why I had the number so high. It wasn't a very long stretch, but it was enough that WCW was really proud of it. The guy who was running it at the time, Eric Bischoff, I believe his podcast right now is called X amount of weeks. I just can't remember what the number was, because that was his big claim to fame, was that he stuck it to the WWE for a while.
Yeah, because this is, we get the first bit is the 70s, but the most of it is 80, got to be 84. Is that when you boycotted the Olympics? That is 84. So we've got 92.
Sandy, you probably know better than me. I forget exactly what happened.
It was the
Barcelona 92.
Yeah, it was the 1984 Summer Olympics that we boycotted, and then the communist aligned nations boycotted the Winter Olympics, the following Winter Olympics.
It was just tick for tack, and that's it. But we get kind of started off. I completely, when I did the clips, I thought something was broken because it was in black and white. I was like, oh no, what's going on?
I like this. I really like this opening with the little, just one more light going on. I really thought that was well done.
It's good, because I do like this, because you get it in some boxing ones as well, where the arena, I suppose you want to call it, is blacked out, so you don't know how big the crowd is. It makes it look bigger than it is. Than it probably is, but I do like
so
this. But then,
quick correction I wanted to make. I wasn't that far off. It was 83 consecutive weeks that WCW beat WWE in the Monday Night Wars. So I wasn't too far off. I think I said 93.
But yeah, we get now. This is Fitz van Erich, isn't it? Who is what we find out later is the father. But we get him from the start of it. This is him in his peak in the 70s. I'm guessing, if you, not the YouTuber, but we do know the YouTuber. He's a heel. He's not a baby face. It looks like he's like playing the heel.
Yes,
character.
he would have been a heel.
Yeah, but in this, I'm guessing it's not that structured. There's more of like where people say wrestling's fake. Well, the prediction is, but in this time, it's like there's not much to it. It seems, to the movie points. It's kind of like you just need to kind of show that you can wrestle in a way. Things like that. So I'd love to know the history of that. If there was a point when they went, and we know that wrestling, I tried to explain it to Jade, is the wrestling match is real. What the outcome is not. It's already been pre-predicted, accepted, unless there's an injury, or unless what happened in a Royal Rumble once, somebody gets accidentally knocked over.
And accidentally hits both feet. Yeah, right. Yeah. So the best way I can always explain wrestling to non-wrestling fans who can't get, and I get it. A lot of people have the concept like, oh, it's fake. Like, I don't understand how you like it. It's fake. Like, it's not a real sport. And I think one of the best things, or best terms to describe it, and I believe it actually came from Vince McMahon, regardless of what you think of the person, he obviously made contributions to the entertainment in the sport. But the term sports entertainment is the best way to put it, because it's essentially, the way I always say, it's like a play. It's like an athletic play. You don't go to a play and think, why is anybody watching this? This is just fake acting like humans living lives and dealing with drama. You go because it's a story. So it's all just about storytelling and how well you can tell the story. Of course, the feats in the ring, they're practiced and rehearsed and all that. You see some scenes in this, how the guys kind of talk about what they're going to do in the ring when they get there. But there's still a lot of physicality training. There's some stuff that, yeah, you can pull a punch, but when you jump off the top of a cage and land on somebody who's on a plywood table and you both go through it, there's a lot of physicality there that can't be faked. So I always say the best way to view it, to try to understand it, is forget about the idea of thinking you're watching a sport to know who the winner and outcome is based off of who plays best that day, because it's not necessarily that. I mean, it's not that at all. Look at it in the lens of you're watching a play. You're being told a story of two people who maybe don't like each other. Maybe they're friends who've betrayed each other. You're getting all those dramatic stories of classic human emotions and elements. But the way it's being told is through the idea of fighting about it, and in these crazy acts of athleticism and feats of strength and things like that. So when you get past the idea of thinking, well, how do you like this? It's a sport and you already know the winner. That's where I think the sports entertainment term really helps put it into, the right kind of perspective, where it's more about the entertainment. It's about the storytelling. And are you telling me a good story that, makes me want to root for the face, or the baby face, or the heel, or root against the heel rather? Are you giving me reasons that when this person comes out, the whole stadium wants to just erupt with cheers, or boo them from the top of the stadium down as loud as they can? That's the stuff that really matters about wrestling. The stuff in the ring is, again, the way they help tell the story, and it's the fun, the amazing, the fantastic side of it. But it's the storytelling that really, because you see it all the time, especially if you see wrestling fans online. The in-ring match could be great, but if the two wrestlers having it their characters aren't over, they're not good on the mic, they're not getting, they're not engaging you in the story, they're just fun to watch flipping around the ring, then those guys don't ever really usually make it to the top. Sometimes they can, there's exceptions and things like that. But for the most part, it's the guys who can really either do it all or get paired with people who can help them the right ways. We see it in this a little bit with one of the brothers does the mic work a little bit better than the other brother does. So sometimes you'll see pairings where it's people who are a tag team or whatever, and one's fantastic in the ring, so they pair him with somebody who's good in the ring but great on the mic. It's all about creating the package that gives you the best story. So long-winded way to say it, but I always feel like it's hard to explain it to people who don't quite understand why, because a lot of people say, oh, it's fake, or it's for kids, and like, how are you an adult that still likes it? It's like, well, again, movies, plays, all this stuff is fake. It's about, are you entertained by what the product is, type of thing.
Are you not entertained?
You need to clip that, Jay. That was really, really well said. And
thank you.
We'll have to figure out. There's a feature in YouTube called Collaborate, and we have to figure out how to do that. You could pull a clip and send it directly to your channel. We'll have to figure out how to do that. I'm trying to. But that was really well said.
Oh, thank you.
Really informative for the rest of us who kind of, I knew it was happening. I didn't really get it. But you're right. It's like what's different between this and a play? You're not,
right. Mm-hmm.
It's really not, it's really not Julius Caesar, being stabbed on stage every night. It's somebody pretending to be Julius Caesar. Right. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I must say, when I'm going to be a little bit silly and a little bit funny here, but it's actually true. When I heard Zac Efron was making a movie called The Iron Claw, I thought he was a German officer in a Second World War movie.
I could understand them. I could understand them.
And I was like, what's he playing
so
at?
When
he just came back from his accident. I was like, what is going on? And then he showed himself being bulked up. I was like, what is this about? Watched the trailer. Loved the trailer, and I was like,
right. Oh, made it all make sense.
I was like, but it could be the Iron Claw.
Yeah, I could see that mistake. When I first saw the image of him, probably the one you're talking about, when he's like coming out of one of his trailers, and it was like a behind the scenes image where he's got the haircut and he's all jacked up. I thought it was going to be a He-Man movie. I thought he was going to be starring as He-Man with the hair, and I'm like, wow, that's well. Obviously now we're getting a He-Man movie. But I thought that's what it was at first.
Cut. Yeah.
And then I found out it was Iron Claw. I was like, oh, Von Erichs. I'm like, I know of them, but I don't know the story. And that's when I started looking into it. And then I was like, oh my God, I have to see this movie.
Yeah. Did you see it at the cinema?
I did. Yep, I did. This was actually the third video I ever did, was a review for this movie. I went back to it yesterday, and I was like, oh my God, I forgot how robotic I sounded when I first started doing videos. I was so nervous. That's basically what it was. I'm like, wow, I was so nervous.
Sandy,
there was no fluidity to my speech.
Can you get that video and share the link in the chat? Because I think that would be
do the way back. Absolutely.
My old like title screen and stuff. Oh man.
Okay, you want to see bad videos? See my videos holding a 35mm camera while I'm driving. Okay, that's bad video.
See, I do like, because I had my first channel, what was a Star Wars, of course, channel, and then I realized my bad mistakes, and now they've gone. They are not there. Except for I have the videos, and I look at myself and go, oh, I didn't have a good setup. I had a bad mic, just like you're like, oh, what did I think?
I used to do mine with PowerPoints because I had no tech experience whatsoever. So I would just kind of screen record a PowerPoint. At one point, I could see the little like PowerPoint tools thing pop up on the screen. Brilliant. I'm like, oh my God, I've learned so much about editing that I didn't realize I knew so little.
That's how everybody does it, though. Everybody gets there. That's the thing.
Like, that's what I like going back and watching it. You really appreciate what you've learned.
It is, because you're like with the YouTube or creators world, you're like, oh, just when that was the week before I learned, there was a different tool for that.
Yeah.
Like that. And it made
and then you
life
see it
so
in the next
easier.
video, because you see the application of it, and you're like, yep, that's when I learned how to do that.
Everybody is there. Go. There we go. So there we go. And so the pre-review to the review. So that's it. But we get Fritz van Erich, whose name isn't that. What was his real name? It was Saint Silly.
It
Not
was
silly, but it was a normal name.
Jack was his real. Jack was his real first name.
Addison. I think the last.
I was gonna say the last name's Adkinson or Addis. Is it just Addison? I couldn't quite remember. And he goes by Fritz von Erich.
I'm guessing it was more of a hill name, like I'm guessing that's what he's thinking, but we get him.
It's
just
Germanic for sure.
Honestly, and just a bit of a stage name when it comes to. So this would have been the era. I can't remember. I couldn't speak to the very, very beginning of wrestling, but at this era here, you would have had your character creation. You're coming up with a character, your heels, your baby faces, or just faces. You'd have all that at this point. It might not be as elaborately done as it is, as time goes on, but this would be a basic setup of like, you got your good guy, your bad guy. These are your things. So, and you would have typically you're going to create essentially a stage name, not many wrestlers, John Cena, some will go with their real name, but most will go with, exactly. Adkison. Okay. I knew it was something.
Adkison.
But most will come up with a character and a name. And so that I think he just decided to go with his.
I wonder if it was back there
the name they used to have.
You stuck. If you pick the hill, you're the hill.
Yeah, I can't say how. Right, I can't speak to how much switching they would have done back then in terms of the storytelling. That might have been a little bit more straightforward.
There was some you got some weird switches when it became WWE, and then even when they went to ECW, and then they went back to WWE. They're some weird switches, weren't they? And I think Hulk Hogan and Hollywood.
Some would even, that was the first.
Weird.
So there was always a bit of some would stay in one just because it worked better. Like Hulk Hogan was just always a face because he was the kind of the main one they used to push the face of the company as well as being a baby face. So he was he almost
Stepped
always
into the Rocky films, by the way.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
There was going to be a switch there after Rocky 3.
What was his name? What's he called? The Thunder Lips.
Thunder Lips, yep. Oh. But there's always some who kind of assume that role and kind of stay in that one role. Like John Cena is another one who spent most of his career as a face. Obviously, not all of it.
Yeah.
The Rock has gone. The Rock's gone back and forth a bit, but he typically. Yep, he's been a bad guy and a good, especially back in the Attitude Era. Him and Stone Cold.
Here's a good one. What would you class the Undertaker as? Because he's really a heel, but he's not.
So you've got kind of sometimes what happens is you'll get these kind of anti-hero type. There's one now who
Sergeant Slaughter.
There's some who.
There's a name from the past.
Yeah. There's a lot who, not a lot, but there's some who are intended to be heels, but they just get liked by the crowd so much that Rhea Ripley is a version of that where about 2 years ago she was in a heel stable where it was just a bunch of essentially bad guys, but the crowd just liked her so much as a wrestler that she kind of became this anti-hero or anti-heel, so to speak, I guess, where even though she was supposed to be bad, the crowd just couldn't stop giving her a good pop. Pop is what they call just the eruption from the crowd when you come out. So they kind of then morphed her out of that and turned her into just a proper heel, proper face. So, it kind of depends the way the crowd responds to you too. But a lot of the time you can switch back and forth, but there are occasions where, your Hulk Hogan's, your John Cena's, even Stone Cold for the most part remained, he was kind of another one, which was like an anti-hero type of face, where his thing was, saying no to your corporate America and all that, and the big FUs to Vince McMahon. And so like the crowd kind of, and that's like the thing the crowd loved, because it's like, man, I'd love to go into work and tell my boss F you and give him 2 middle fingers and crack a beer. And so like that was kind of the allure of the Stone Cold character, even though he kind of, did things like spray people down with beer trucks and all that. He was still viewed as a good guy. So it's kind of just, again, it's all about the storytelling and what the character's doing. But so some will switch back and forth. Some primarily stay one way or the other. But even Hulk Hogan, did a heel run when he went to WCW. So, it depends.
There you go. So Fritz now. So he literally, he's kicking the guy, and like he's stomping on him. He's like going for it, and he does the iron claw on him, and he gets pulled off by the thing. And it's playing like the things, and then we get the first. I'm guessing this is David and Kevin, isn't it? Then, or is it Kerry? Kerry and Kevin.
I think this is Kevin and Jack Jr. I could be wrong, because he says, because I forget. No, because Jack Jr.
He was
Jack
6 when he died.
Okay, so right, so this has to be Kevin then. Okay, I was overthinking it, because then when I was watching it, I was wondering if it was Jack Jr. as the kid that was like kind of intently listening to the parents.
Or is it David?
This would have been David then.
David.
Kerry's third.
Let me just add fourth, something though. It may be Jack Jr. because when she says, "What is that thing attached to our car?" With there's a new car and a trailer attached or something. Jack Jr. dies because of that trailer hitch.
Oh, I didn't even know. I did not know that, actually. So that's we don't find out in the movie. That's part of the real.
You don't know it in the movie.
I did not know that.
But in real life, it's such a freak accident. He was climbing on the trailer hitch. It was electrified, I guess, like the tail light connection. You know how you hook your tail light from your car to your trailer? He got a shock. He was thrown, and he was thrown into a puddle of water face down. He technically drowned.
Snow and then
snow puddle.
Water,
He drowned in a puddle, not from the electric shock. So he was just climbing between a car and the trailer. So when I saw that, because I had already read the story, I was like, "Ooh, this is please don't let them show it," because that's where I thought this was going. Like, so it could be or not. But
what's the kid's name? Sorry, he is, because I always get mixed up names.
Which one?
The one who dies at 5.
Jack Jr.
Jack Jr.
Jack. So so this is we do get this slightly later. It's very with Lily James's character, like when Kevin are there having their first date. Sorry, jumping forward a little bit, but they do say this, so we're not skipping forward. But this is the only one that we get kind of off screen. He just says about he died. I think it was This is a very bizarre like drowned in kind of a puddle of water snow. It's like wow. It's like it's the curse of the Vons.
That would be a curse for sure. But when I saw this immediately, I was like, "Oh dear God, please don't show." And it wasn't. And if you didn't know the story, you wouldn't know that trailer hitch between the car and the trailer was what caused the shock. Yeah.
But this is the point in the thing where Fritz he thinks he's coming up in the world. Now I'm guessing like this would be thinking they're in the 20s in 84, they're probably 10. So this is like the late 60s, early 70s maximum. This has got to be. But they're struggling. So was there a financial crisis at that time in America? Maybe after Vietnam?
Oil crisis was the early 70s where the huge inflation. But I guess I wondered kind of throughout the film, wrestling maybe it wasn't as popular as I thought. Maybe it just wasn't as lucrative, but they always seemed to be struggling, even though you had world champions in the household. I didn't get that. I couldn't quite figure that out, but maybe just because wrestling wasn't, basketball, for example.
Well, I think this is like they say it later, like they're not just doing their Saturday shows, they're touring. Like they're doing matinee shows, evening shows, they're touring, then coming back and doing that. So it's like, and like I say, people say it's fake. The body, the blows they kind of get, even now, like, and I said this is very much, I'll say again, you got a suicide move, like kind of influence in this movie. Like just today, the impacts and like that, and the high stars that took that
the
way
CTE,
out.
the brain injuries. Yeah,
it's got to be like the body impact they do day to day, and then just that, and especially like here is, we've got a new drug, a new painkiller you can take to like help you over, but the inner injuries, they're just still there. They're just to get you to the next show. What they must have done just to get that. Literally, I've got to entertain to get that paycheck. And I bet the paychecks were terrible. So like, these guys are not going like big arenas that we know WWF or WWE. They're doing county by county, isn't it really? Mm-hmm. And these little arenas that are set up, like even the one they've got, what? Well, probably a sellout is 2,000, maybe.
And this is something that I think people don't necessarily totally realize about what it's like to try to pursue this profession. That's still very much the case for a lot of people trying to make it in wrestling. They're in these indie circuits, these indie wrestling promotions that sometimes you're in, a high school gym with, maybe 25 people watching, if that. Sometimes you're out in a parking lot, across from an amusement park or something, and it's maybe 50 people, maybe less. Like, so there's actually a really good docuseries on Netflix called Wrestlers that talks about OVW, which is actually has developed, not a development, it's an indie promotion, but a lot of, John Cena, Randy Orton, Brock Lesnar, a bunch of famous wrestlers have gone through that promotion on their way to the WWE. It's a tough life, man. And it's still like, you look at this, you think, oh, it's, 60s, 70s, it can't be that way now. Like, no, it's still very tough to make it in this profession. Yeah. And it's a lot of this kind of travel and small rooms and not many crowd members. It's a lot.
Yeah, but now, back this time, you can be a good wrestler and make some money. Like probably in the 90s when this started taking off, you had to be an actor, you had to be a wrestler, and you had to have the physique and actually be likable. So literally you had to have the face. So now you're fighting against, I just can't be a good wrestler.
You've got to have a whole package.
There were 100% of people who got wrestlers that didn't make it that were better than anything you ever see, just because they didn't have a look. And also now you have to have a gimmick. There's always, the gimmick. Does the gimmick work? There's so many of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the gimmicks. They were like, I think I had one, Stone Cold. He was like, yeah, my gimmick was this. We couldn't work it, and it was only till my wife. I think he was saying like
he used to be the ringmaster.
Yeah. And he was like, what a terrible. And he was like,
it just wasn't working.
Stone Cold. There you go, done it. There we go, and that was it.
And sometimes it's just by chance. He notoriously had a very famous promo after a wrestling match, where he was transitioning from the ringmaster character into the Stone Cold character. And I can't remember what it was. It wasn't money. I think it was King of the Ring. He had won a King of the Ring that actually Triple H was originally supposed to win, but drama happened and Vince McMahon picked Stone Cold instead. So he won it, and he cut the very infamous Austin 316 promo. And in that moment, he says all the time, he's like, that was off the top of my head. I was just kind of feeling myself after the match, went up to the mic, said some things, dropped that line, and boom, Stone Cold Mania was born. And he's one of the, he's looked at as somebody who helped save the WWE or WWF at that point in time. So it's just sometimes it's lightning in a ball.
Who was the one who was gold? What was his name?
Goldust. So,
oh my God. Like good wrestler, what a terrible.
So his
oh my God.
His father's Dusty Rhodes, who's actually mentioned in this movie at one point, because Dusty Rhodes is.
Oh, I remember that one too. I'm showing my age. Yeah, he was on the Baltimore circuit.
yeah, he used to go all over the place. Phenomenal wrestler, unbelievable on the mic. And he, in his later years, became a great development, for a great person who helped with the development of so many, wrestlers who are now great in their own right. So his two sons were Goldust. Oh God, I can't remember. God, what was his name? He might have been Dustin. I can't remember Goldust's real name at the moment. It's slipped my mind. But his other son, his youngest son, Cody Rhodes, is currently in the WWE. He's one of the champions right now. So again, that's another very famous wrestling family is the Rhodes. Yeah.
There you go. There we go. 42 minutes in, guys. 40 minutes. Sorry, 40 minutes.
Sorry, I'm nerding out on wrestling.
2 minutes into the minute. I knew it was going to happen. I love it. But yeah, so is it a Buick?
Cadillac.
Cadillac. It's Cadillac. Yeah,
that's
Cadillac.
A caddy. Yeah.
Is it a caddy?
The fins.
Oh, you can see. There we go. There's the fins. But she's,
it was Dustin Darrell, because I was getting confused. I'm like, was he also Dustin? Yes. Goldust's name was Dustin Rhodes.
Okay. No. Yeah, so he couldn't be called Dustin Rhodes Jr. Really.
Yeah, so he went
terrible.
I think the Goldust thing was a Vince McMahon idea.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that.
That's it. Yeah. But yeah. So what is his wife called? Oh, what's her wife? The wife in this?
Oh God. Why is it slipping my mind?
Oh, what was the mom? Yeah.
Yeah, the mum. Yeah. Well, what was her name?
Let's see.
Ooh,
Doris.
Doris, yes.
Doris. Okay, but she's annoyed. She's pregnant. That they're struggling, but he kind of sees it as an investment as well to get him to bring back the belt, to bring back the world championship. This will come back into our family. He's going to be the one to do it. And even at this point, it's quite hard to pinpoint their relationship because he's not nasty to her. He's not aggressive. She's a bit timid and just a bit reserved at this point. And he's a bit like, what I say goes, but what I say goes is all about how if you're the biggest and you're the strongest, you're going to survive in this world. Don't worry about anything else. And he kind of knocks it on to the boys of like, don't worry about it. I will prove, if you're the biggest, everything else will be okay. And then we kind of get their ranch, I'm guessing somewhere in Texas. And we get our first of our main character, one of them, because it switches between them. But this is Zac Efron's.
Yeah, a lot of men in tighty whities in this film. I gotta tell you.
I bet you loved it.
It was a little uncomfortable.
In fairness, though, you have to take into consideration they're wrestlers. They wear that as their ring outfit anyway. So they don't think anything. Where we're like, I probably wouldn't walk downstairs to breakfast like that. In their world, it's totally different.
I might get picked. Hey.
But in their world,
but you got even like we said, like The Rock still, that's his look. Stone Cold Austin, that was his look, wasn't it? It was.
A lot of wrestlers just do the trunks and the boots like that. Still to this day.
That's mad. It's like, why was that? That's the look.
If you got it on
it's just about showing off the physique. Show off as much as the physique as you can, basically.
But an easy question, because I want to ask another question in the poll later. Guys, did you know what TV drama did Kevin Van Eyck have in 1983 have a guest appearance in? And everybody's got it so far. It was, but does anybody know? Anybody heard of that? The Yellow Rose only lasted for.
I just guessed because that's the state flower of Texas. So Yellow Rose refers to Texas.
No, I've never heard that.
There we go. Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
No.
I'm guessing it was a one and done idea. And I must say I like how Zac Efron plays the character. I really enjoy. He's kind of. I think we said this. It's not a simpleton. It's just. That's who I am. Kind of like I just go, it's just relaxed.
He's just a very peaceful person. It's not that he's a simple person. It's that he's figured out how to just make life simple. Yeah. I just care about my family, my brothers, my career with the wrestling, and that's it. Like I don't need all the doesn't need all the excess stuff that comes with it. Like he's, as you find out as the movie goes on, he really he loves the the business, but the thing he loves the most is the time with his family and his brothers. He just has a way of making life more simple in ways that I think is incredibly, admirable.
James's character, I have to remember her name.
Pam
is like Pam. That's it, Pam. Yeah. He just says, "What do you want to do? I just want to have a ranch, and I just want to be with my brothers."
Yeah, that's it. Like that's again, it. And it's. I mean, you gotta admire.
I just want to be my family. You're like, I just want to be happy with my brothers and family, and we just live.
Well, and then when you see somebody like this, and ironically enough, we'll see it later on in the movie, compared to somebody like Ric Flair, it's just so different. This is so like Ric Flair is just if you watch any documentary about him, it's all about the partying, the women, the stuff that comes with it. Like just that's so much of what he did with his life. And I mean, whatever, your life, you're right to do whatever you want with it, especially if you're famous and rich. I mean, by all means, I don't know what that life's like, so I can't, tell you how I'd live it. But when you say, but when you see somebody like this, juxtaposed against that kind of individual, and even just their in-ring personas were very different. They kind of mimicked who they were as people. It's just something you can admire because, I mean, I don't know. It's again, when you hear some of the stories about Ric Flair and the life he lived, and you see somebody like this who just wanted to be with his brothers and his family. That's all he ever wanted. And, it just kind of breaks your heart a bit, but it does make you admire just the heart in Kevin. And again, it's not that he's some simple person. He's just found a way to make life simple, which I could admire a lot. I do admire a lot.
But would you admire if your brother woke you up, the alarm's going off, and he wakes you up by pinching your nose and going in his tighty whities to say, "We're going for a run," and it's like 5 o'clock in the morning? Would you have adored him then? That's the question.
It's not a good way to wake up.
Yeah, like let's go for that. But we kind of get the from that. We kind of get the scene very much quickly of the Christian household. Let's say that very much. We get the things. We get the mother. We get some church bits, but we also get
athletes.
The athlete kind of thing is like, and I love this because it sets you up as that typical American family. You like who are like everybody's. What I probably did a lot in the late 80s movies is every family member's good at something. You're the basketball player, you're the American footballer, you're the baseball player, like that. You don't have anybody who's the academic. Let's say that was always like on TV, like the American dream is to be an athlete, and this shows it, and they show it from that. And I did like, Zac Efron's running, whatever. But we get the gyms and all that, and we just get a little bit of pumping iron moment, and then we kind of get a little bit back and forth of the arena they are in. So there you go. So 1979. Now I'm gonna have to ask because they don't
Sportatorium. That can't be. I didn't look it up. That can't.
No, I believe that. I believe that was the name.
I guess it would be.
It's real building.
Wow.
Real everything. I think it got knocked down somewhere in the last 10 years.
Now,
but it was around for a while.
Is there any reason Kevin didn't wear boots or trainers?
There is. It's a personal choice. I don't know it. That's just
I've never ever seen anybody else like
off the top of my head. I can only think of like one that's done it recently. He was in the WWE. He was a barefoot wrestler. He kind of had like a surfer bro character.
Okay.
So
who was the Pacific Islander guy? The big.
There's a lot of Samoans in wrestling, so it's hard to. There's like generations worth of them.
It was something like the Wild Samoan. Yeah.
Yes.
Something
Sika?
like that. I think so. I think they were always barefoot. The big Samoan, the great
They may have been. I know.
I gotta look.
So this was that would have been some of the. So they're kind of like part of the head of the Samoan, what they call the bloodline in the WWE. The Rock, Roman Reigns, a lot of his cousins. They all kind of come from those two. Was it Sika and God?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I remember
Sika
these.
and why can't I remember the other ones? The other guy's name.
It says Sika, Penta, Ray. Afa. Afa and Sika.
Afa and Sika. Oh my God, I was going to
team.
say Haka. Yes,
The Wild Samoans. Oh
Sika.
my God, they were on the Baltimore circuit too. Good grief! I remember like going back
so
to my childhood.
They might have been barefoot. I think Yokozuna might have been barefoot. There was another one of the Samoan bloodline, Umaga. He used to be not technically barefoot because he'd have a foot wrap, but he was mostly barefoot. So yeah, there are actually, I forgot about the Samoans. They all really, they can tend to be barefoot, but not most.
All right. According to Google, Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Oh yeah, he would have been a barefoot wrestler.
Barefoot.
Isn't he the Rock's dad?
No, Rocky Johnson is
that's Rocky Johnson.
And I have his autograph.
Superfly.
Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Kevin Von Erich.
Actually had weird like
Matt
bad
Riddle?
drama. Matt Riddle is the surfer one that I was thinking of. That's
okay,
more recently done it. Jimmy Superfly Snuka actually had some really bad crime allegations against him.
Goodness.
Really, like about as bad as you could imagine. Ending something was the charge of the allegation. I can't remember. He died, I believe, before there was a result to it.
Jeez.
I think it was something that came up. I can't remember. I don't want to speak on it because I really don't remember. But there was some allegations against him or charge. I don't remember his charges, just allegations. But
probably didn't go well for the designer brand then called Superfly.
There was some guy. Not the Iron Sheik. Iron Mike. Not the Iron Sheik.
Iron Mike.
No. I'll think about it. I'll think of it. I'm sorry. It's all coming back to me now from when I was a little kid watching a good old WBFF television 45 in Baltimore.
That's showing your age. There we go.
I know.
But we get Kevin having his wrestling match against, I don't think they say it, but we get a bit of back and forth. I don't know who. Did we know who this guy is? Who's fighting? Don't think it does. But
in this part, no.
No. But he has it, and he kind of wins. Now, I do like, and we get a little scene later, and I'll talk about the hairstyle. But when they're around the table, doesn't it look like it's a mum haircut?
Oh yeah, mum with a bowl. Yeah, the bowl cut. You put a bowl on the head, and you cut the hair.
They are terrible haircuts, and I really appreciate they went, sod it, we're gonna have really bad cut, done. Go to school. But yeah, we get his first victory, and he's always kind of pushing himself, and then we kind of get David and all that. We get back to the home kind of thing, and we get this is David and Kevin.
Kevin? David and Michael's next to him sitting down, and then Kevin's.
Is it Michael? Is it Michael?
Yeah, that's Michael.
Kevin's coming in. That's Zac Efron's, isn't it? Yep. And then we get Michael, who is the youngest in this, and he is more of an artist. Let's say that he's more of a academic. He's more of a instrument. He likes his music. Let's say that as well. And then we get David, who's a bit of a aloof. He's getting into the game, I suppose, of wrestling. And then we get this scene of just a family thing. Everybody's just eating, and then what an arse of a dad to categorize them by rank.
Very openly too.
Yeah, and openly and then he goes, but that can change, just like wrestling. You will move up and down. It's like that. So yeah, he's he's your favorite. You're there. You're there. What a bastard. Just go like that. What a thing. I'm going to rank my kids by their athletic achievements. Really, that's what he's doing. Yeah. And at this point, you kind of, from what he's going back, you realize he's a dad that is living his dream through his sons. And what a nightmare it probably was. In the movie, but I'm gonna quickly go to have 6 kids, and they're all boys. Wow, that's 6. So we got even. I'm guessing 3 boys, and then we got Kerry's away, but even that bringing up. Wow, them is toddlers, and they're all the same. They're all they're all in their that same age kind of group. So she kind of like
they would have been going at each other. I mean, that would have been insane as toddlers.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely horrible. Like, it's in a athletic, dad's very competitive, really bad, and he's just go for it. Who wins takes it all. Like that.
And one thing I will say that I think is probably, this is as good a time as any to say it, is that when the movie was released, Kevin Von Erich did mention that a lot of it he did like, but one thing he didn't love was the portrayal of the father, because he says that it makes him seem way too harsh and way worse than like it was. He is on record saying, I believe on record at least, but I have seen many, instances or quotes of him saying, of people reporting his take was that they really leaned into the idea of what the father was on the boys a bit more than is actually real, that he was still a loving and caring father.
But that's
which I do think
he is. He actually is. He's loving and caring. Kevin appreciates that. He is, but he does it in such a dynamic, weird way. You're like, you actually love your family. You love it. You just do it in a.
And you want to see it succeed. And I think that's where he probably took some of the issue. Was like, especially as the movie goes on, he starts to do things that are kind of like, you as the audience member, be like, dude, now it's not the time to say that, or like, especially kind of at, one of the last things we'll see where he kind of puts some of the blame on Kevin instead, saying, the phone call went to him type of thing. I think that's probably some of the stuff where they maybe, I can't say for sure, but I would assume that's maybe some of the stuff where he's like, no, that comes off as he was way too harsh type of thing. So I think it's good perspective to put in now, because obviously if you watch the movie to follow along with this episode, and some of the stuff we'll talk about that, this character does, or this version of the father does throughout the movie, may not be, again, inspired by true events. Nothing's ever exactly 100% right.
Now I'm going to, Sandy, I hope you're going to not disbelieve my belief in American society here, that the mother, as you are a mother, lays the table like that for breakfast every morning.
Every day I do. I get up at the crack of dawn and I go right out to the chickens and I get fresh eggs and then I milk the cow and then I'm slaving over the stove every day. By the way, that breakfast muffins is nothing. Did you see the dinners? Oh my God. Like the big bowl of corn on the cob and the huge bowl of green
like
beans.
It is literally American. Hollywood is the American woman. Literally homemade muffins in the morning. She's been up since 4 o'clock. Just for the kids, everything's done. You've got a big bowl of scrambled egg, fresh made pancakes, maple syrup, probably been like taken from the tree that morning. It's literally what
the best.
I
will say, here's what's amazing.
No coffee. It's just fresh.
My mom was a full-time working mom. She was the first woman in, our family, either side, to work a full day, because her mom and my other grandmother, they were stay-home moms. My mom went to work every day. My mom gave us breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. We had a full breakfast, we had a packed lunch, and she came home from work and made us a dinner. And I admire that woman, because I too work a full day, but I can't do it. I don't know how she did it.
It's like having like the full every day, like in Hollywood. I'm saying it's literally the full work. So it's not like, do you want some cereal? Just take some cereal. Do you want some toast on butter? It's literally, you have a full meal in the morning. And they get it up. Like, it's easy to get your kids up. Like your dinners, like your breakfast is what you go to school. Let's say, like, just spit out a number here, like 9 o'clock. But you're like a dinner at 6 o'clock. You're ready to go, and you're perfectly. You're not pissed off that one of your parents woke you up. It's great. I love it. But it's like, yeah. Like streaky bacon. Oh, look at it. Look, what a delightful breakfast that been. But yeah, so we get now back. I'm guessing. No, I don't. They don't really dive into it too much. I'm guessing Fritz has got a farm. He's got a part of a farm, because they don't really. He's got a farmland. They don't say what he's doing, because he's got the kids working on the farm. Because he's even like, I'm guessing this is David. He's having a go at because he's not doing it right.
Michael. Michael's the one.
Keep getting wrong. Who's like, he's always having he's having a hard time with. He's always, he's in the best way to put it. He's picking on him, kind of in a way, isn't he? Like you're not things, but
right from like the idea of obviously the debate on right or wrong is one thing, but in his mind he's trying to make him stronger like his older brothers. Like that's where it's coming from. Are you going about it the right way is the other conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they don't really say what they're doing. We have a moment.
We probably shouldn't say what he's doing.
He's having a moment. He's having a man moment. A man moment. Whilst then, my God, I need a poo. And he's having a moment. And now if this is right, what, Sandy, you're gonna have to go for him. What a shitty mother. If any of your children, like me and Jay, have got young kids, young kids, and I'm hoping at one time ever, they will knock on my door and come in and go, can I speak to you about something? And then this moment from the mother, what do you want? Can I speak to you about something? What about? Like, no, speak to your brothers. That's what.
Deal with it with your brothers. Yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Then it could have been about anything. It could have been about like, you know what? I'm having a hard time at school. I'm having a hard time with a girl. Whatever it was, whatever. And then she just going, no, I'm doing something. That's what your brothers are for. It's not even going to speak to your dad. It's literally that's what you work it out with your brothers. And he's
I feel bad, but 2 days ago my daughter was stranded in Alabama because of the weather.
Be right back.
And they were performing at the NCAA conference tournament down there, and both of Temple's teams lost on day one. So the dance team had to come back, and they got stranded because of the weather. And she calls me in the middle of a work day because my youngest daughter, who hates anything to do with history outside, they're on a nature walk in a beautiful national park, and she wanted me to see it because I might not believe her. And she's FaceTiming me, and of course I'm in the middle of a meeting. And I felt so bad. I'm like, hi, hon, can't talk right now. That kills me when I absolutely can't connect with my kids, because it's one thing when they're young, they're always there. Well, mine now are not always here. I mean, they're here, but they're not always here. And you're right. And then right away, as soon as I was out of the meeting, I called her back. I chatted with her. She showed me where they were hiking. It was beautiful, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, interesting. I also read that, Kevin did not like the portrayal of his father, but I didn't see any commentary on the portrayal of his mother.
I noticed that as well. At least nothing that I saw from him commenting on it. I would argue she is made to look just as bad, and like this scene and some of the scenes
disconnected
as well. Yeah, like again, not like awful or anything, but just like she's not present with them often. It's just very like, whatever.
You got to think like, okay, you have in the movie, you still have your boys, but you've lost one at the moment, 5. Okay, that's going to change any dynamic of a relationship in a family. But come on, just to dismiss him like, I want to talk to my mum. No.
Well, and I could even like to an extent, I could buy the idea of like, okay, this woman's probably dealt with how many conversations of them complaining about each other over the years, to the point where maybe she assumes at first this is going to be something that's like, you guys got to work it out. Stop bothering me with these things. Okay. But then when he tells her what he's there for, which is that, Dad's really being hard on Mike. You got to tell him to ease off. She's still dismissive of just like, oh, well, that's for them to figure out. Like, that's when it really is like, okay, you're really disconnected from this moment.
Yeah. And it's not like they're like 15-year-olds running in there going, he's nicked my play toy, and then like that. She's just so dismissive straight away. Like, nope. And that's why I like that. She doesn't even want to hear what is going on in your life. Like, and he's coming and he's not like he's barged in. He's politely knocked on the door, and he's asked
and it's not full of emotion like mom, David. It's not like that kind of thing. It seems like it's something very serious. Like as much as you maybe give some benefit of the doubt of like, okay, maybe she's just not really thinking because she's dealt with kids barging into the room to complain a lot. But I mean, then the second part of it where he tells it just kind of really nails it home that like, oh no, she's disconnected. She's not interested in this topic or issue.
It's just we go.
Not a good look.
Characters, no, not at all. But she dismisses him, and then they have back to kind of they're playing very much into their religious moments, all of that. We have that, and then we kind of have where we get from Michael. He just wants to be in a band,
garage band,
yeah,
literally.
Literally, yeah. And then we just then the trio at the moment, just having brotherly fun, just having a laugh, and then we kind of then get whatever character this. I don't think they really announce what this character's name is, but he's
Bill.
One of those classics. Yeah, but he's one of those classic.
Oh yeah, just the
70s.
Very typical announcer.
He'd be the ringside announcer, plus do the interviews, all that stuff.
And they always look like they were wearing a wig and a suit that was $20.
that is called and it's also like, whether it's a wig or whether it's the stuff that the old men used to use was called Grecian formula. And it was that leave-in, it was a hair dye and like styling stuff.
Oh, there you go.
It always looked like it didn't match. Like it always looked like, we know you have gray hair, dude. Don't. Just don't, because it was always like too dark. And this is so early 80s. They got this guy right. They really did.
But yeah, and then we get kind of Kevin. He's the WCWC whatever champion.
WCCW Texas champion.
There we go. But his problem is, this is a pre-recorded, and he's not very good. He cannot talk for crap, and he keeps on getting it wrong. He's not very charismatic. Oh, what's he trying to say?
Charismatic.
There we go. Thank you. He's just a bit. Oh, you're a bit of a wet fart, like on screen, and he's like that. But he's against another tag team champion, and they've got a surprise because they've been touting him. And the thing is, it's this is where David is gonna come in, but he's there and he's just kind of giggling because we find out later David's the talker. He's
good.
Got the
he's a good speaker.
Yeah, he's good. But I do like this. But yeah,
fresh haircut, by the way. That's a fresh haircut.
Yeah, but you would think some of them would go, look, that's a really bad look. Literally.
I don't know. Okay,
it may have been of the times because their hair wasn't very far off from this when you see real pictures. So it just might have been.
Yeah, but that's
Texas, yeah, because they wore a cowboy hat. They didn't care what was under there.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Want the hair out of your eyes, and that does it for you.
Yep.
Oh, it's not a good look. But yeah, we get them having a laugh. He's having a laugh at him, and they go on, and then lucky enough, we get the match like that, and I like this because this is what is. We get some other back scenes, and Jade's probably watched some documentaries and things. He's like, let's go for this. They're friends. They've got a job.
It's all a show, and it's like any actors. Like if you have a scene together, you want to have that chemistry. You want to rehearse it. You want to know this is what we're gonna do. This is your mark. When I say this, this is when you do this. When I turn around, it's the same concept, just applied to a different medium. Yeah,
but I like it. Kevin's not very good at it. But they're doing it. Welcome to the show. Let's do this. You got everything. We're gonna do this. And Kevin's like, and he's like that. And you can just see he's good at the game. He just hasn't got the show, and that's it. He's and he is the best wrestler. He's got
he's the most athletic. Yeah.
But he's not. He's not a face you kind of want to support. He's like that. But David. He's tall and he's got the kind of the look. So they get into their first roundabout, and of course David wins it. But the Iron Claw, let's go for that. What a move! What a move!
Well, in fairness, if you've ever had somebody give you an Iron Claw and they really put the pressure. That hurts like hell. If you ever get the opportunity to somebody give you an Iron Claw, just so you can see, it legitimately hurts when somebody squeezes on those parts of your forehead and
push on your temples. Is it digging the fingers into your temples?
It's honestly just into your skull. If somebody's got a strong enough grip, that legitimately hurts. It's not fun. I mean, obviously you'd be able to fight them off. The succumbing to the Iron Claw is a bit dramatic. But just in theory, if you were to let somebody do it to you, you would be like, oh my God, this hurts if they're strong enough.
There you go. So we get the Iron Claw, they're victorious, and then we get Lily James's character, and I can't remember what her Pam. She's probably the unutilized worst character because she's kind of the British upcoming star, and I hate her accent as well. And she's got
I didn't mind it, honestly.
I do.
I will say though, my wife didn't care for her in this role either, which I didn't think she was spectacular, but I'm like, she served the purpose of the wife at least, or like some of the emotional support and backing the wife does. I would say that honestly, I would almost say the role was kind of underutilized, if anything, but not so much. I thought she had any bad acting.
No, it's just like, oh, you're in the movie, woohoo, and that's it. Yeah, and then. Of course, what are they called? Oh, what are they called in
autograph?
No. When the band the girls come out, what are they called?
Oh, groupies.
Groupie. She's a groupie. Kind of a groupie. She's kind of like she's a wrestling
I kind of look at her as because you see a lot of people kind of hanging out for the autographs afterwards that are probably the regulars. I kind of felt like she was maybe somebody who was brought there by friends who were more regulars and she just kind of took a liking to him. I got the idea that like she doesn't know all that much about wrestling or isn't all that into it by the way she talks to him in the next scene. But that could just be me.
Why would you ask for him for the autograph?
I think just thought he was handsome. Just
collector.
Why not?
Collector.
Maybe. I think the autograph was just the way into the conversation, just like the pickup line.
What a conversation!
I don't think she really cared about it.
She's got it all planned out in her head anyway. She's got their whole life planned out.
To me, she seems like somebody with a plan who kind of saw a guy she thought was handsome and said, you know what, I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, and he's. This is where this scene it goes against probably everything. They make him like a little bit simple in this bit, like he doesn't understand,
a little oblivious.
Like what's going on? Oh, you want and it's her to go. Do you want to go for a date, kind of like a meal or something, a drink, like that? It's her to kind of instigate that. It's just like,
And I'm fine with her instigating it and kind of initiating the asking out. It's more like, did he have to play it that oblivious? Like he's not dumb. He knows this girl's, trying to ask him out.
It's a bit, and like unbelievable because of just being honest, just because he win matches and he's got a bit of a look and he's got bodies, you're telling me no other girls ever tried it on with him? It's like that.
Yeah, so you would imagine he's used to girls, trying to ask him out.
But we get later on, but they don't really push onto this until later on. We get like Fritz doing the money thing, but they don't really pull onto. And I'm going to jump right forward here, or onto the end. Is he's been kind of $1 to you,
skimming
$2 for me.
Yeah, he's skimming.
Yeah. But I don't really pull onto that, so I don't know if that was a real Kevin going. That really didn't happen or whatever. But they really skated over that fact that the business, he's taking. Well, I've got my house and you've got your live, but you're living with me, so I'm taking more money like that. And he says it later, like I from the books, I should have been earning more money than is in the books, and he even says, doesn't he, later, like.
You think living here was free?
Ride? Yeah, everything like a free ride. Come on, yeah. So again, they're just not pulling the nice light on Fritz. He just seems to be like, we do it, but
Which, like, in fairness, that could have been something they genuinely agreed upon. Like he could, it could have been depicted as something that they agreed on as father and son. That hey, you're right. I live in your house. It's not free, so instead of me paying you rent, just take it out of the So, They make it seem, but again, I don't know the nature of its realities. I don't know if it was something that was a bit more, behind the scenes that Kevin didn't know, for something they talked about. I have no idea.
But yeah, for like the Suns, he's also, like, in fairness, he's also their promoter, their manager as well.
Yeah, like right.
And you're free rent as well. So maybe he thought, in fairness,
trainer, obviously as well. He trained them. You know what I mean? So I'm assuming, that I feel like, and that may be some of the stuff but again, I don't know. Maybe that's not. I don't know the full details of the story, but I kind of feel like that could have been something that was agreed upon between them. But later on,
but he's always
clearly it wasn't.
the next up. That's the thing. That's what things. But that's his things. Like to be the best, you need to be against the best. Now we get like a nice little diner. I do like those frosted glass panels, and it must be there.
Glass block. That's plastic
oh my God.
glass block from an architectural perspective.
There you go. Oh, they're so 70s. But yeah, now this is where we said before they have a conversation. Very not the greatest date. She's still but this is where he announces the curse. There is a curse. We do have another brother, and yeah, he died when I was 5. When he was 5, and he doesn't really remember him. And then she kind of like a little bit of smitten with the old like tragedy thing, and then yeah, she goes in with the kiss move. She's got her eye on. She knows where she's gonna like. She's staying. Let's say that. So yeah, they're good. Like a nice little scene. Nice. It's literally, it's a little breakfast dinner date. I suppose you want to call it. It's not. Yeah.
And one of the things I like about this scene is the way he plays telling the story of how his elder brother had died when they were younger. Is because it's just so matter of fact, and it's kind of a way that you show again, like, and you'll see it kind of as his character goes through more of what he goes through. Almost that little bit of numbness when tragedy happens, still kind of because it happened so young. He's almost still got a little bit of that numbness. Plus, again, like he says, he doesn't remember too much. But I think the line he says that always gets me is like one day, you just wake up and the kid you used to play with isn't there anymore, or something. It says along those lines. But it's so matter of fact, but it's also just so like simply poetic and just heartbreaking that it really just gets you like. That it gets across the idea of how, people tend to just kind of numb up to trauma a bit and just continue to find ways to move on. Even though it's brutally heartbreaking, because you can see the reaction to her just hearing it puts her in tears, and he's just kind of like, no, it's matter of fact.
It just,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right. And it just breaks your heart to see like people have to carry trauma in that way. And I think he does a good job throughout this movie of showing like how hard it is to just continue to carry things when they happen.
But yeah, so after a little hug, and then she gets in, and then we get back to the homestead of things, and then he's been given the heavyweight. Is it it's a non-title match?
So he gets heavyweight. Yeah, essentially he gets a non-title match against the NWA World Champion. Which at that point was
Harley Race. Harley Race. Yeah. I don't remember that name. Is that's a real character?
Yep, that's a real wrestler.
I don't remember that one.
That's it. So yeah, so they're all excited. We've got the chance now. So yeah, and then we get literally, I love that. What a literally early 80s, 70s wrestler. That is it.
Look at those collars, man. Those wide collars and those pork chop sideburns.
And it's just like, I'm going to hold it. I'm not going to move just because I might get out of focus. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm going to, they have no...
It can't be blurry. Like, people at home watching it. Yeah. Stand still.
It's brilliant. It's like, you're on a little square box. Remember that? And I love it because now we're all indoctrinated into the 90s, the 2000s WWF, or like when it was really Americanized, like let's go big, let's go bold.
Well, when the show, when the money was just there to make the show spectacular.
And then you got this guy, he's turned up in his own suit, and he just just make something up, like that. And now you have like script writers, you have even you
have a whole writer's room. It's a lot.
Like the whole, like, we're gonna do this arc. They do arcs. Like we're gonna have a 6-month arc with you now. And this guy just to look like this, it just goes, oh, you know the era you're in. We know what era you're in. So so he's cursing that, and
they do such a good job with the graphics. Yeah, like the old 70s wrestling. Yeah,
it's brilliant, isn't it? It's awesome. Literally the zoom, like the old. We can actually make a little box and zoom it in and fade it out. It's brilliant. And I bet everybody was like, that's great. And again, we get, the commentator, like, it's just so, corny, cheesy, but I love it kind of wrestling where it's just like, you know what, I didn't mind that. That was just like, and you like the boxing was like this at certain points. They just didn't have to like the music.
This was just the time. This is all they had.
It's brilliant. Yeah, it's brilliant. I do like it, but yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love these on-screen graphics. It's so 70s and 80s.
But I do like this. I can tell you one thing: Zac Efron is not 6'2".
Yeah, so that was actually one complaint. So a lot of people had, I think, that and Kerry. God, what's his name? Is it? It's something Allen White, Jeremy Allen White.
Jeremy Allen
Kerry.
White.
Yeah.
Kerry, I think, was the tallest of the brothers. Kerry was massive. He was a beast. Very tall, very big. And Jeremy Allen White got pretty big, muscular wise. Don't get me wrong, but he's not the tallest guy. So a lot of people were like, "Oh, they got Kerry Von Erich all wrong." And I think Jeremy Allen White does a good job at it, but I do always kind of get a little chuckle of like, yeah, he's nowhere near as tall as Kerry was.
Oh my god, I bet like Zac Efron, 5'6". He's short.
No, I gotta admit,
let's go.
I would have
go on.
said closer to 6. I would have said like 5'10".
Would you think
maybe?
I don't know.
Look it up.
Let's have a look.
How tall is
1.7 meters. So
give me that in real measurement.
Yeah, please. Can we have American?
5'8".
5'8", huh?
Oh my god.
Okay, shorter than I thought.
Yeah, so he's
so not 6'2". Well, and the other thing too is Kevin Von Erich was a little bit more slim. I don't think Zach needed to put this much muscle on for the role, but he did.
Oh yeah, he went down the gym big time.
That's it is amazing to see. This was the kid in High School Musical turning into this. That's just unreal.
He went like full on to the muscle side of wrestling. Kevin was in great shape. Don't get me wrong, but he was like a bit longer. Well, he was 6'2". He was a bit longer, a bit more thin. He didn't look this much like a muscle guy.
What's 222 in stone? Go on then. Real money.
I don't know how to convert it back. I don't know how to convert it back to fake weights. I just know how to keep it in real terms.
You're making me think of Project Hail Mary. Okay, I read the book. Project Hail Mary is the part of it is the struggle between real math, American math, and the metric system.
Pounds to stone. What's 222 then?
I honestly don't even.
We don't do stone.
I don't know
what is
how many
stone?
15.
Which
stone
stone?
is proper.
How much
15.8.
Like in pounds. How much
stone?
15.8. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 15.8 stone.
Oh, for 222 pounds.
Yeah, 222.
How many pounds is one stone?
I don't know. I'm like 11 stone. So
this sounds made up to me.
And then the problem is then pounds
like,
for you is money too. That's just like ridiculous. The whole it's all.
Don't go on the silver and dime thing as well for our currency. We'll all get confused, Sandy. But why metric? Imperial. But then we get highly raised 7. Like so, he's like what?
But you don't use kilometers. You still use miles, though, don't you?
Yeah.
See, so you didn't go full metric. You didn't go to the full metric.
No, because we wanted to piss off the Europeans.
Yeah, and that's a good reason. That's a fine reason.
So
if a Brit can piss off the French, we're happy by it.
It's a good day.
So one stone is about 14 pounds.
Yeah.
If my Google machine is correct here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, roughly. Yeah, but yeah. I love this. So I do like how some wrestlers they're just
just who they are. Yeah, look at
that. That's a physique, isn't it?
Dusty Rhodes, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, was not a muscle guy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put my pants on and I'm off I go. Literally. Oh, I do love this this era. It's like what did go like? Look at me. I'm a wrestler. What? Because look at my hands. Any other time, you're going to get arrested. But yeah, they get some of things. But this is where you got to do a good job. But now this is like they do portray that this is a real wrestling fight. It's not a wrestling match. I would say it's a fight because they do illegal moves. So like, he does like eye scratches. He gets him out.
So there's always like within these matches, there's like a level of that stuff the bad guy can get away with in order to continue to establish that they're the bad guys. So like you can do if you get an eye gouge in a wrestling match, like it's not always going to be an immediate disqualification or something. Typically they'll try to like hide the eye, like put their back to the ref, do the eye gouge, and all you'll see is the guy fake like he got eye gouged, or all the ref could see. So the idea is that, oh, he eye gouged him, and the guy could say, oh, you didn't see me do anything to the ref. So it's always that kind of play with the idea of pushing the boundaries and breaking the rules, even within a match that typically like, if you did the eye gouge, you'd get disqualified type of thing. So you'll see that this is probably a pretty standard match in terms of the rules of it. He's just doing the classic heel tactics of hide the cheating from the ref, but let the crowd see it type of thing.
But even like afterwards, like Kevin, he said like he didn't know I'm going to.
There was some improvisation.
Could he goes, you're going for a ride. Right. What they do, I know in wrestling, like I've seen some podcasts, and they have like not the words, but they have like kind of cool signs of like secret words that they say, and you know what they're gonna do next. Before, even though it wasn't pre-done, they're playing up to the crowd. But this is where
and they talk to each other like it's just like you see here when he says you're going for a ride. Like they talk to each other if they're gonna improvise things like that, so that the person knows to go with it, not try to fight against it type of thing.
Yeah, but this is the first time he gets thrown out on the concrete, and then he does was it suplex? Is it suplex?
Yep, suplex.
Yep. Yeah, on the concrete, and he didn't expect it. He doesn't know how to like. I suppose the best way to do it is how to react to the fall to make sure it doesn't.
Yeah, they'd say how to take the bump.
Yeah, he's proper winded. He's proper hurt, and he nearly gets counted out. He nearly gets in, and you can see like the dad's a bit pissed off because you should know better. So they get in, they do all the things, but then it's with I think it's another like illegal move, doesn't it? He gets disqualified, but it's not a non-title fight, so it doesn't matter. And then this is where then Kevin tries to like up the mic after David comes in and saves the day, I suppose, like gets him out, and then we kind of we realize David can control a crowd. That's it. He's got the voice that people want to listen to, whereas Kevin's a bit of a bumbler. He's just like
and he just got the wind knocked out of him too. So it's not helping the situation. That's why we'll see David say, "Oh, I thought I was helping."
Yeah, he's like, look at that haircut. That is good. That is. That's it. There we go. But yeah, so he bigs up the crowd for the brothers. But you can see like in this, like, I like this. He's got like ice pack at the back of his back. He's blatantly hurt, and his dad just really has a go at him like, "Why didn't you? What were you doing?" And he's like, "I'm sorry. I nearly got you need to take those hits. You need to get up." And he does it in a way. I get what he's trying to say, but he does it portrayed in the movie. He does it in you're not trying to support him. Well done. You did really well. Next time, just to let you know, if you arch your body this way, this is what you need to do. He does it in such a, you should know better. You know
he's
what
not
I've taught
coaching.
You.
He's bullying. Yeah.
It's like, everybody else knows how to do it. Just do it. And it's things. But now this is where, do you think you're going to get a rematch? And that's it. But like, of course, and I'm guessing again, they don't really explain a little bit of things is that, and I don't think they do really that well in this movie at all. I'm trying to think if they do, is the different divisions. They expect you to know that this is this is a part of Dallas. This is a part of such and such. They go around. They don't really tell you about the different. There are sectors. Jay, you said earlier, there are different. You don't cross boundaries unless you've got permission. And this is what the world champion, he's crossed over into the group. That's why he's doing them like a favor to like kind of up them. But I'm not going to lose my world title.
Mm-hmm. And that title can, switch into different at this point. Typically the titles now stay with the groups they're with. Actually, not always the case. Now WWE has some stuff that goes on with TNA at this point. So some of that still kind of happens. But they have a good working relationship. But generally speaking, at this point, you would see, the NWA champion from, a different promotion could lose that belt. And that's kind of one thing I think we've glossed over a little bit is the main drive of Fritz von Erich is the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. It's that belt because it's the belt he went for when he was a wrestler. and he never got his hands on it. And he feels like, the NWA screwed him out of it. So now he wants one of his kids to bring it home to their promotion so it can be in their family home. And that's ultimately the goal. Like, that's what these kids want. They don't just want to be wrestlers and do the career. The drive is to get that belt into their family. And that's something that can happen or could happen back in these days, typically.
Well, I think he says it in this point. He goes, I deserve a rematch. The man doesn't deserve, like, they will screw you over. And I'm guessing that's what he thinks he happened to him, isn't it? Like, he did well, he got up to the position of the contender, and they were like, no.
And they just didn't give it to him, and he feels slighted by it.
Yeah, and that's happened. Like, you do get, like, even probably today, you know what? You just don't have to look. The crowd aren't going to pull in. Then they don't want to see you versus that. They want to see something else. The flamboyant. And that's it. Like,
sometimes,
the Ric Flair. Woo!
And sometimes it's even the exact opposite. Like, there's a lot of wrestling fans now who feel like the WWE just pushes the guys they want to push, that they like, that they've seen over and over again be champions, versus there's guys who are getting, guys and gals who are getting great responses from the fans, and all the talk online is, why isn't so-and-so getting the title shot? Why isn't this one getting the title shot? Why are we seeing Cody and Roman and all these CM Punk? Why are we seeing all these guys again with the title shots instead of these guys? So sometimes it's just the company. The company just favors you because you've brought them in a lot of money over the years, so they want to continue to milk that cow.
Yeah, and I wonder, they get in their contract now, you have so many shots. You have.
It wouldn't surprise me. I can't speak to it, but it wouldn't shock me. Or you have to make this many to make extra money, like incentive type things. I mean, very well could.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, so we get that, and then we get after this, he kind of has a gun, like you should say, but he also then appreciates David here. You were good on the mic today. You were good on the mic. We're going to get you in, like that. And then we get the first Kerry. What's the actor's name? Who is in the
Jeremy Allen White?
Oh, what's the chef one he's in? The Bear.
The Bear. Yeah, Bear.
Yeah, and he did. What was the what's his name? Oh, musician.
Springsteen.
He just done
he just did Springsteen.
However,
God,
when I was watching this, when I was watching the film,
he didn't know.
Okay, from a distance, he has a slight John Lennon look to him. And I was, that's what I was like from his look. It was a little bit of a John Lennon look. And I thought, I know he did Springsteen, but he could do John Lennon.
I could see that.
Maybe, yeah. But in this, he's the number one is because he's an Olympian. So he's
going to be.
Going to be. So he's going to the Olympics, and they're all kind of. How shitty would this be? And
I think about that whenever I see the scene. Like, oh man, it's something I never thought of.
And I think it's about, and I like the political statements or whatever, like, and you got the Russians and all that right now, real time. Is like that, like as an athlete. Like, there's not many sports that are a group. You're an individual and you're representing your country, and then have that just torn away from you, like in this. And
so
like 4 years, like that, and it's
not like oh, next year it'll be somewhere else.
And I don't know, like what you got now, like for like most people, it's like World Championship and Olympics. You're probably going to have some like American like bits. Like, there's not much. Like, we have the Commonwealth Games in between as well, so you got like 3 shots. But this, like, what a, like, literally, you got like 4 years. Your life, your body changes.
You've aged.
So it's like that. You've got like 1 or 2 shots, and like if you're one of the elite athletes, you go on, and you're going to go into like ridiculous levels. But like, as a discus flow, that time change, it just like it ripped. I'm going to get it ripped away from you from a political moment of, and it does make me laugh. It's who was the president? Well, we get to see
poor Jimmy Carter. Oh my God,
Jimmy Carter, who died. Was it this year?
He just died 2 years
in the past couple years, I think.
It was 2 years ago. I went to the Capitol to see him lying in state. 2 years prior, I had gone to see George Bush Sr. lying in state. And both times I went, it was the coldest night of the year. It was super cold to be outside for 5 hours in line, but an amazing opportunity if you ever get to go to see a former president lying in state. But unfortunately, I mean, not the world's best president, really and truly from a competency perspective, but what a great guy. Like, just poor Jimmy Carter, just a nice guy who really didn't have it to be president. And it was also, world events were against him. We had the hostages. The hostages were in Iran. The gas prices were through the roof. And then boycotting the Olympics. It just it was a dour time. It was not a great time.
And it's one of those conflicts that, sorry for the Afghans, and if you're watching, is you've been attacked for millennia.
It will never end.
Everybody has gone for that. So, then the Americans go, to be short, because it was my time in the military, is like the Americans go, we're dead against it. And then, knowing that so many years later, we're going to go in as well and do what the Russians kind of did in a different kind of scenario. But then previously, you have the Turks, the British going in. Everybody's gone for that land. And it's because it's strategic. It's one of those prime real estates.
From the historic perspective, you can even go back to the very first full novel written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the very first Sherlock Holmes novel, A Study in Scarlet, where Sherlock Holmes meets Watson, and Watson has a limp, and he's using a cane, and he says, "Oh, I could tell you from the color of your tan and whatever, you served in Afghanistan." This is the 1800s Afghanistan, not the today Afghanistan. So when the new production of Sherlock, the one with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman, they could use exactly the same line. I could tell you were serving in Afghanistan, and it could apply to the 2000s instead of the 1800s. So anyway, I digress. But it is one of those hot spots, as Daryl says.
The Khyber Pass.
Yep.
Yes, that's what everybody wants, the Khyber Pass. That's it. And there's
Thank you. We've gone down a little history trail here.
A great Carry-On movie, but it's not the Carry-On movie that I've put on the world. Is the Carry On the Khyber.
Up the Khyber.
Is the Afghan war. It's like, how do you make a joke about that? Well, you can do.
The British can.
Yeah. But it's this is his dream being taken away, and it's we actually get the real I'm guessing the announcement of Carter on TV, and that's it. And then I get Kerry goes home, but he's at college. I don't get this. This is me being a bit confused, because I'm guessing he is an Olympian, but he's still at college.
He was probably at Olympic camp.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think he was in college. I think he was just away training.
They train at different locations around the country. So
most likely at colleges and like that, athletic fields.
I don't know but wouldn't the Americans have done something for the Olympians? We just
what do you mean?
Just fuck off. This is kind of just we
sadly no. It's they're, I hate to say it, but they're really on their own, other than they have to get sponsorships.
Yeah.
And
not on the world stage, you're not going to get it. F off.
Maybe send them some kind of apology letter, or our sympathies. We understand this is frustrating, but that's probably about it. If even that.
Yeah.
It's just today wouldn't be different circumstances because the TV rights and all that.
Well, it's different today because they're professionals.
Yeah.
So back then you could not be a professional and be in the Olympics. So, your NBA stars, your NHL stars, they were not competing in the Olympics. So the people who were competing, without a lot of state money, it relied on, corporate sponsorships, and it's a hard life. It really is a hard life. That the film, not Miracle, but there was one TV film made before Miracle about the Miracle on Ice team, And it really went into this is a really hard life, a very hard life, to get to chase your dreams. And then for those who didn't get to, it's really sad.
Yeah. Well, I say like I always think like athletes like that. It's not like a picture or something like that. You've got a little bit. You got 10 years maybe. Like a lot of football, like goalkeeper and like that. You got like 20 years. Like you've got a really like even like if you're a swimmer, what you got 6 years and then you're old and you had to start when you were like you have to be in your peak when you were 16. And then you got to see like that's it. You're like, wow, you've got that window. And like most of them just don't do it. It's like, oh, for an Olympian, or like if you want to do that athletic sports, kind of like, oh, you really got that short peak and you've got no money coming in like that. You look at the guys in like the Winter Olympics come past. They're like, except for the exports, can do it around like all over. Don't earn any money, and some of them are amazing athletes. And you're like, wow, you're just doing it for the sport you love. And it's just you got to put your hands like together and give them a little clap to like that. And because you got to think about like a swimmer. What is it? 8 lanes. There's like what. You go to the Olympics and you're the best in your world and you finish 24th, but you're bloody good still, and you earn no money doing it. The only person that ever earns any money is the person that finished first.
Guy on the Wheaties box, as they say.
Yeah. Everybody else.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like, what do you try to say this as respectfully as I can, because I don't mean it to be an insult, because I find a lot of these Olympic sports to be incredibly impressive when you watch them. It's just they don't have year-round watchability in a lot of cases, because I don't know that even networks are putting any of these sports on TV, year round. So again, I'm not trying to insult it. It's just the reality of the situation where your basketball, right? Like who's watching curling? Now that it's over, but people went right back to watching hockey. All those NHL players are getting watched every night. For the Summer Olympics, your basketball players are getting watched every single night outside of the Olympics. So it's tough, man. It's a tough life to be an Olympic athlete, I'd imagine.
That's it. That was it. Like it's so much, like you said, like ice hockey and all that, and all the other ones that we get on day to day. They just like you can give it some pizzazz. You can give it some enjoyment. Like, can you make a every Saturday like evening curling look that interesting as it does? Probably not. Even like darts. Like
your darts. I was just gonna say your darts. I could watch every day.
Darts but darts only comes in like probably every 3 months. There's a big tournament like that. It's like boom. Oh, there's a big tournament. If you had that like daily, I don't think it's going to be like you got like you do get the sports like American football, but baseball, like hockey. You do basketball, rugby. They're good on the day. Whatever's good on the day. Like, if you're going to watch somebody, and now they're coming in for the fourth quarter of the curling match, and they're going for the third. Oh, well done. They've got the third goal. You're like, it's not exciting. How can you make that match exciting? Like that. It's just like, because they're doing repetitive. But then every 4 years, everybody's like, woohoo! Right. What is this? Oh, my God. It's like shooting. They have the shooting. Like, it's so great. Like, oh my, how do they ski and shoot? Or whatever. Like, it's like that. Was it the Polish guy who just turned up in a t-shirt and was like with a little pistol in this?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. And everybody was like amazed by it. And it's like, but do you want to watch that daily? And that's the difference. Like these sports. Like,
I could have watched. I could have definitely watched that one woman breakdance. A little bit more. That was pretty special. God, that was pretty unbelievable.
It's just like, oh my, that is just a brain something. I don't know.
A lack of one, apparently.
Just like, what did you do? Yeah. But anyway, I feel sorry, and I felt sorry for Kerry, and that's it. Like, just because I'm guessing, like, if he is, he's 22, maybe 20. Like, he's got to be quite young.
Because David was 25. We'll hear later on, so he's got to be a little bit younger. I'd say 23. They're probably all about 2 to 3 years apart, if even.
And I say the actor, I like him, but he always plays this kind of tragedy at the moment. I like to see him do something.
I think it's his face, and I'm not trying to be mean or pick on him, but he's got a face that can convey like turmoil very well. So I think
that's
why
where I got the John Lennon thing.
That.
He's got that John. I always think John Lennon always looked like he was just contemplating, as he was. I mean, we know he was, but you know, he just has that look.
Yeah, I see it with him. It just, you can feel you can feel turmoil come out of his face when he's acting it. So I mean, it helps him in these roles for sure. But maybe Bruce Springsteen, maybe the Springsteen movie. I really don't know much about Springsteen's life story, so I don't know how tragic or not it is. I don't really like Springsteen, so I'll be passing on that one. I don't
not Springsteen at all.
Fan. Yep, never liked him, never will. But maybe that one he's more. Oh, you've seen it?
No, I said it's a weird movie to make.
I was going to say,
like,
so
why
maybe
would you make a
like while he's alive?
Yeah, like it's a very bizarre one.
Because he's
just so overrated.
He's all about himself. I know.
Springsteen sucks. I'm just going to say it.
I love you, Jay. Sucks. Jay, I love you.
Okay, I must say
he sucks, I can't
but I do like probably 2 or 3.
I might like a song. I'm not saying every song's god awful. Yeah. Like there's a couple I'm like, oh,
he's way
they all sound alike. But number one,
they're
over self-important. And it's a man talking about being a working man. He's a multi bajillionaire for no reason.
He's so full of it. He's so full of it.
Oh, I love you, Jay.
Likewise, we can always bond over our hatred
Most
of my Bruce Springsteen music.
Like David Springsteen. My husband will travel around the world to see Bruce Springsteen, and I just the one thing, like, we are.
You couldn't pay me to go for free if it was next door. No. I couldn't.
He dragged me to one concert when we were dating, and I'm like, ugh, I had to go. I got up and left after 3 songs. Now when I say I've
Did he follow you though? Did he follow you?
No, I told him. I said, "Please stay. You're enjoying yourself. You're with your other friends." But I've only ever left one movie, which was Hail Caesar. It was stupid. I wasn't going to waste my time on it. And I've only ever walked out of a concert. I would never even dream of it. It was by the 3rd song, they all sound alike, and it was horrendous. And I just had to go. I couldn't. I was in the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., and I was like, nope, I'm getting on the metro. I'll catch you later. See you next week. Bye.
Yeah, his stuff has just never worked for me. Him, and I would argue that Dave Matthews is just as bad for all the music sounding the same.
All sounds the same.
But I don't dislike him as much as I dislike Springsteen.
I'm with you.
I don't care for Dave Matthews' music, but it's like, whatever. He's fine. Do your thing. Enjoy your tours. Springsteen, I can't stand him. He's just so annoying to me, and I hate his music.
What's the USA one? That is like,
Born in the USA.
Born in the USA.
That's
I mean, I can enjoy that. I could enjoy that song if you catch me on,
back in the day,
4th of July or something, or it's a nice summer's day and that comes on in the car. I'm like, Born in the USA. I like that's. It's not bad. But again,
but it's only because it's like what it is. It's
right. It's pulling on the heartstrings of being from the country.
Yeah, USA.
You get a little bit of the patriotic feel there. Yeah, but is it a great song? No. And like, could I give you a lyric from any verse? No. All I could tell you is "Born in the USA." That's it, because I don't care for it.
Yeah, that's it. I can't give you a lyric because
I don't really care for it. I just like, okay, I can listen to that. It's not a bad song.
And the other, there's a couple of other songs that were a bit younger. Is a bit of a
Born to Run was the big one.
Yeah.
What's the one about the girl? And you're like, oh
God, there's one
dodgy one. You're like, you sound like a pedophile. What I'm saying, like, it's a bit. It's a bit odd.
Or are you thinking of?
I can't remember. It's one of the other.
Are you thinking of Sweet Caroline? Because that's the one.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
That's that's Neil Diamond, I believe.
Your lyrics, you're like, what now? She's like, how old? And you're like, what? Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, it's a bit.
I know Sweet Caroline. I thought that was Neil Diamond. I can't remember who sings.
That's Neil Diamond.
It's Neil, right? Yeah. I know that one gets a lot of flack for a similar critique, which I don't like that song either. And that happens to be
God help me,
a Red Sox thing.
I'm going to a Neil Diamond, whatever, impersonator. Yeah, he's dragging me to one of those too. It's been years.
Agree, Pete. I don't honestly know much of Neil Diamond's music. I just know the Sweet Caroline song, and I've heard people make that same
Caroline.
Right. And I guess I've never paid attention to the lyrics enough, to be honest, but people have had that same critique of that song, that it sounds very sketchy.
For some reason,
it's what the Red Sox always play.
Oh my God, It's awful. He's got into an English. He got into an English football matches, and I'm like,
oh yeah, that's.
Why?
Oh,
why?
It's not Liverpool, is it?
No, it's England.
I was going to say, it wouldn't
international.
Surprise me. It wouldn't.
And I'm
okay.
like, what? Why?
I was going to say, if it was like Liverpool, that came from Fenway, because that's the Red Sox thing. Because every seventh inning, they play that song, and only it's been like so cringe.
Years. And I think it's just because that that, and you can't sing any else of it.
Way to
just
put it.
Like, yeah. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know much from Neil Diamond, but I've never liked that song.
Has some. I'm going to do it in the past. Neil Diamond has some great, good shit and some creepy stuff.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, anyway, let's go back to the wrestling. So again, so we get Fritz,
Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah,
we've been talking for 2 hours, and we just met.
I think we're still in the. We're like just entering the second act of the movie.
Yeah.
But we get Fritz, the dad, and again, it's not like welcome home. I'm like, do you want to be a welcome? Like, I'm not novel. You just got the Olympic.
The handshake is like what?
Yeah, but do you want to be also welcome banner? I was like, I'm coming home and pissed off. Like, do you want a welcome banner?
Yeah, I would. I like a good welcome banner. Yeah.
Would you? I wouldn't. I'd be like, no, I'm just gonna come in. Like, I'm pissed. But yeah, the handshake is like, welcome back, son. We got to do this, like that. So, but then I like it. We get then back again, the brotherly love, they're just playing a bit of football in the backyard, and then really nice. And then, we get again, the dad just being a dick to Michael. Is like, Michael isn't the most talented athletic like that, but he doesn't want to be there, and he just kind of has to have a go at him, like, because all the brothers are very encouraging to each other of what you're doing, and he's like, well, I'm I've got this, I want to do this band thing, and they're like, whoa, like, how great is that? It's something different than what we do, and no. And then, like, the mum then goes, no, it's not happening. It's like, you got a paid gig, and then, like, saying no. And it's like, they do support him because he's got some good amps and all that, like, the equipment. But, yeah, it's just bizarre. But this is, like, when, Pam comes in, and, like, the dad also says, she's a winner, don't let her go, and like that. So he's like, yes, sir. Again, making him a little bit silly. But, yeah, this one is, again, it's the dad just bullying Michael. Like, you got a family meal. I'm going to pick on you because you're not a wrestler. You're not an athlete. You're not what I want you to be. It doesn't matter. He could be the greatest guitarist or like a mathematician. He would still pick on him because he's not what he wanted him to be. And that's why, like, it just comes across on, like, this movie quite a lot with Fritz. It's like, if you're not what I wanted to be, you're below me, and that's it. And he just picks on like Michael quite a lot.
Living vicariously through your children, like, because he's been, dealt a bad hand. He was looked over. He was passed over for a title, and you even find out from the wife that he was a musician, and he walked away from that. And he's. If even a little bit of that is true, again, in the Kevin Von Erich, real Kevin Von Erich, criticizes the film for it. But at some point, you've got 5, 6 kids. One of them should be able to stand up to him and say no, but they don't, because they know he is doing it for with their best interests at heart, and that's tough. That's really tough, and it's double tough because it's reinforced by the mother, who doesn't set him straight. She's the only one really who could, and she chooses not to.
This is why I do believe Kevin Von Erich when they say that the portrayal of the father wasn't quite right and it was a little too harsh, because you do see some, like, you even see some of the interactions he has with Doris, his wife, the mother. And, like, it seems like he's there, like, there's the little glimpses of, like, oh, there's a genuine caring person, and he actually seems nice and pleasant to be around. So it almost seems like there's a little bit of kind of just like a back and forth with his character a little bit that doesn't make a lot of sense. And it probably doesn't make a lot of sense because they probably did lean a little too far into him being a harsh, strict dad, more than was real.
Yeah, but because they didn't do the I can understand if you're like, oh, I'm beating the mum, beat the boys or whatever like that. But he's just like, this is what you need to do. Like they make him over aggressive, but not kind of like I'm going to reserve that. I'm just going to tell you what is. Like, but he's
stubborn.
Hasn't got any heart. Yeah, he's
like, unreasonable and stubborn.
So he just comes as an unlikable character, even though he's probably doing the right thing for his kids. Like, he's probably got it because I brought you up this way, and I'm like, whatever you think about him, he's brought these kids up in his way, and this is how I've developed you. But I'm like, unknown to him, I've made you this person. So I'm going to have to now push you into those roles. But how he does it, he's not caring, he's not nurturing, and he's not supportive. It's like, that's what you are. Go. If you don't do it, I'm going to be pissed off with you, and you're going to go down the ranking. You know, it's like he's very abrupt of what that structure is. We have a structure, and that's what it is. There's no coming off it. Even though you think it, you might. No, that's what your role is now in life. You know, you couldn't go. You like Kevin couldn't go, you know what? I want to be a carpenter. I'm really good at it. Nope. No, you can't. It's like, it's a bit, yeah.
And I think that's kind of what's off a little bit in the way they portray the dynamic, because it almost seems like, you know, within the realm of the movie that this version of his sons is seeing that, and his wife even are all seeing that more genuine, heartfelt side of him. We just aren't as an audience, because the way they treat him is still with respect and love.
Yeah.
And the way they, talk to him and treat him feels like kids who have a father that really loves them and cares about him. Is he a little strict? Is he a little hard on them to push them? Sure. But the way they kind of approach their relationship with him feels like they all know that it's coming from a good place. We just aren't seeing it as an audience. So again, it feels like that's probably where that over-leaning into the character comes from, and why I do believe Kevin on it, because it seems like the writers knew, well, the kids viewed him this way, and like the kids had a lot of love and respect for him, but we want to show him as a little bit more harsh. So like, how do we kind of get around that divide in the viewing, process? Because again, we're seeing a family that, by all accounts, like, and then like Sandy said, like you'd think somebody would stand up to him, but it's almost like the kids don't feel a need necessarily to stand up to him in this movie a lot, and that's probably because like maybe there wasn't really one in real life, so they don't have stories of some big dinner where David stood up to him and said, "This is enough. You're too hard." Like maybe that never happened because they never needed to, because that's not really how the father was. But in this movie, we feel a need for one of those moments because the way that portraying the father, if that makes sense. I kind of said that a little weird.
Oh, no, it's true. Because like in this part, you really want him to go, shut up. Michael can do what he wants. But it's like it's just right. Yeah. It's like, he's told him his dreams, and they're like, nope, dismissive. So we get that. But then again, it's like the mum kind of just falls into it. But then we get like, him going to the party. Now I'm gonna have to ask something there, and it's on screen now. Why in every American
a red movie, solo cup?
That's not
tradition.
That's not fake. That's legit. Every time
red solo cup. I have them right here.
So I'll tell you right now. Number one,
underage drinking. Why red?
Two main reasons. One, they're the perfect size for beer pong. Two. And that's just legit. Like they're almost like the standard. Like if there's professional beer pong, which there very well may be, if there is, like that's the standard size cup. It'd be like getting a basketball hoop that was too small.
Why red?
It's just the color of red. It's just the color the solo cups were. Well, and then they become
the traditional company color, like solo cup. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, headquartered in beautiful downtown Baltimore, Maryland, the Solo Cup Company. Yes.
In real life, you will go to some parties, or I guess no, I won't anymore. But I used to go to parties that
you will, Jay. You will.
You would have blue. Now I'm more of like a nice fancy dinner party kind of guy. That's more my flow now. I know that the beer pong days are behind me, but you'd see blue ones as well. So you will see blue solo cups, but typically red is the class. And it's just the two colors they make. So when you get disposable cups, you just grab the solo cups and you go. Because if you were to get like the clear water cooler cups, they're too small. You can't. One, they're too small for drinking purposes. I mean, everybody wants a bigger drink, not a smaller one. But number two, you can't play beer pong with those because they're too small.
Now, there's do you want to hear my only beer pong story? And this is
absolutely,
of course we do.
So I can't remember what it was. Like me and Jade was like 10, must be 10 years in our relationship, 8-10 years in our relationship, and we went to this it was a fashion party at somebody's do, and they really they're they're rich and all that, and she was like, whatever you do not drink too much. I want you do not drink, blah blah blah. I don't want you embarrassing me, just in case. I was like, well, I'm not gonna. It's your do. And it got to the one part of the evening where somebody got those out and beer pong and all that. But of course, what the Brits do is fill up with beer, the strongest beer you can get. Mm-hmm. So when the ball goes in, you had to do it. So somebody had a great idea: is boys versus girls. And Jade has a competitive nature. So what she did, as she did. So every time we went around, she just went, and she didn't tell me she was really good at it. And she was like, and it just ended up like me versus her. And she was like, donk, 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 donk. Every time she got it in, didn't miss one. And I'm like, you've told me not to drink, but you've made me now drink. I got absolutely smashed because of her. And she literally, awesome. I was like, at the point, I was like, dude, I had to go
well done,
I was trying to tell her. And the worst thing is, I was trying to tell her, please miss one. And she still wouldn't. It got to that point, I was like, I'm feeling my legs now. I shouldn't be feeling them. I'm like, I might have to rush. Oh my God, she must have done 12 of them in a row. And I was like, please. And the worst thing is, I was literally boing, boing, boing everywhere. I didn't get anything after a while. I was like that. And I was like, you get. And then she was, and then afterwards, I was like, you got me drunk. And she was like, yes, but I won. And she was more happy that she won. But yeah, it was.
That's awesome.
Like, doink, got ya. Doink. And it was like, when it's like, you I don't even have to look. Boom, ding ding. It's like that. Yep. Oh, it was unbelievable. Yep. It's like, you bitch. But it was very funny. And everybody was like, just thought it was funny. Like, you just got your boyfriend very, very drunk after you, and all her friends who were there, you've told your boyfriend not to have a drink, and then you just got him really, really drunk. So yeah, that was it. But the red one in everything, American Pie.
It's legit.
Animal, and every movie where underage drinking is there. Oh,
yep. No, not yet. My wife's got him. He's getting ready for bedtime. He's all set.
Oh, that was cute. Yeah, I get that in the morning. I got that this morning at 6:00 in the morning. Daddy! Oh, so yeah, that's it. But
no, my wife's taking care of it. They're doing bedtime now.
That's nice. But yeah, every movie we have somebody under the age of 21 house party is the red cups. That's what
I will say. It probably at somewhere along the line kind of became like a cultural icon, and you just don't even realize it. That when you see it, you go to the store, you see it, you just grab the red Solo cup. So and probably has some influence from movies and TV.
I don't like chat anywhere else in the world, because I know in Great Britain they do not do it. I don't know any in Ireland, Denmark, France, Germany, no. Austria, no. Italy, no. Spain, no. Portugal, no. I'm just trying to think of countries that might do this, and I think it's only yours.
But you guys don't have some kind of equivalent, like.
No.
I'm trying to think.
Well, you think about Europe but you think about Europe, age drinking. Some countries are 13, then 16. Ours is 18.
You don't have the same college culture that we do.
We don't have. You're in education. Yeah, we don't have. You're in education, and then you need to do a house party. No, you're going down the pub. You're going out.
And it's part of it is that you're kind of you grow up differently about alcohol, and here you grow up having this thing that you can't have, and it's illegal, and you can't have it, and you go to college and you're still underage, but you're going to get to I know what my first weekend at college was, and it's just a thing. It is.
Can I just go, woo?
It's just a thing, it is. It's like that. It's a ritual, and also.
I thought you were going to say it was a Rich Flair moment.
Live music, live music, beer, good friends. That's just a college. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it is a different. The thing is, our drinking culture, we have 18, but you're drinking by 16. I don't know anybody who wasn't before. And then of course in Europe, you're like, you can drink.
Here you're so deprived you go overboard.
I think, and if you do it, you can actually. I think in the UK, like I'm sure it's still in the UK and thing, you can still drink at any age if your parents give it at a meal. So if they want to give it to you when you're 11, you can. Yeah, I think it's some weird rule. But if you have a meal, don't worry about it.
Interesting.
Your parents are it. So, but your 21 law is.
It's the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah, it's like you can do everything else.
It should
21.
Be, right.
Yeah, like you can do everything else at 20.
It just creates more issues, honestly. It's like Sandy said, you become, as a kid, as a teenager, all you want to be is older. You just want to be old enough to do this and old enough to do that. So like that's already an inherent problem of being a teenager. So when you put this restriction on drinking, you just kind of create a bigger issue of these kids feel depraved from something they feel like they should be able to do or want to do because in Europe it's 18 and why can't I at 18? So then you have kids go overboard, being unwise to what drinking and all that really is. You have kids go overboard and worse. I was trying not to curse, but worse stuff happens because of that. And and it's almost like if you didn't make it such a taboo thing and and maybe followed a little bit more of like what the rest of the world does with 18. I mean, it should already be the fact that you can be drafted at 18 but can't drink a beer till you're 21.
Exactly.
That alone proves the argument is like this is wrong. That's stupid. But whatever.
It's an outdoor to today's society. Is out.
Well, one thing too is, which is something I didn't realize till you kind of just said it, is like you said, when you're 18, you guys just go to the pubs. You at that point you're drinking around adults, which is going to change the way you drink. When you're drinking around just a bunch of fellow 18-year-olds at a house party who don't know what the hell they're doing, you're going to act wild and you're going to act out of control. Versus if you go to a pub, that just general being out in society and being around adults, like. It might change the kind of way you get entered into the world of drinking and all that. So it's the way we have it here doesn't make much sense. And I think it just leads to more problems.
I always think it's funny because like your every military, Air Force, Navy or Army or whatever, Marines, they still get a warning note to when they go over abroad to not drink with certain people. And that one's the best. Like you do like as a...
don't drink with the Brits, the Scots, the Irish, or the Germans.
The Scots. Do not drink with the Scots.
Like
that. And it's just like they still get the warning letter. And I read one. I was like, oh my God, how funny is this? And it's just because, you're not used to going, what can you do? I can do we're like Motorhead drinking and you're like ABBA. It's like that when you're like that. And it's like that because, we joined the military, but we're still like, we've been drinking for 10 years and you just joined up. And it's like that. It's so funny. And like, that's the only bit, I think it's American Pie 2, that I really hate is she gets an Australian boyfriend and they go, oh, look at him, he can't drink or like that. Like we just drunk him under the table. I'm like, really? An Australian? Come on, they've got some real. They're up there with the drinkers. So we're like, it's there are moments of like that, but that's why we don't get a Coors Light, a Bud Light version in anywhere in Europe like that. So it does make me laugh. But the red. I just want to go on to the red. What do you call it? What was it called?
Solo Cup. Solo's just the brand. Yeah, Solo is the brand.
And that is a question that was asked by Jade. Is why because when she was in Nantucket, and she was 18, she got it everywhere, and she was like, "But why? Why not a different color?"
It's just I honestly think it's like they're iconic. It'd be like asking for a Coca-Cola in a blue can. It's just not what they do. It's not
she went every time, every weekend, went to somebody's house party, and it was and you don't know what was in it. You would hope it would be nice, and it was I just found it amusing. I was like little, and she went, it's the only place I've ever been where they're all underage, but they managed to get kegs.
Well, I was going to say the kegs is another big reason because it's not a lot of cans going around. Typically, somebody gets a keg and
a brother,
it depends, somebody or
older sister.
I mean, back in the day, back in this time, you could probably walk in there as a 18-year-old and just get one. They're not caught in, they don't care.
I mean, I'm sure the frat houses have standing deliveries each week. Not
Right.
anymore, though. I mean, that's
or
how
you
they crack down.
offer the guy who works there a couple extra bucks to not ID you. Like, I'm sure that stuff happened all the time with no problem.
Yeah. And we've just been raided. Hello, everybody, from Mr. Pork Chop. I saw he was gaming earlier on a Saturday.
Oh, hello.
God forbid. So, yeah, we just
Did you
been
see what he
raided
was
by
playing?
Mr. Pork Chop.
It was a
So,
shopping
hello,
cart crash.
What
Shopping
is
cart
that?
races, and you crash, and it was bloody. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
I'll have to go back and check that out.
Hello, Daniel. How are you today? I like to mose him. So, yeah. I got to send it. Dan, I will send you the picture later. If he's listening, he'll know what it is. But everybody, welcome on. We're doing a bit of the Iron Claw. There we go. Oh, we ditched the game and
played Repo. Oh, okay.
What's Repo?
I don't know.
Oh, it's one of those, like, isn't it a team game? You got to repossess stuff and turn it in or something.
Okay.
They've got so many of those these days.
Not a recommended game then. So there we go. James is going to show me
what you two get up to on your own time is none of our business here.
He loves it. He does. He loves it. He likes putting little party hats on it. There we go.
There we go.
God almighty.
All
right, so the Red
Dan,
Solo Cups.
That too.
I still love how Dan is a member of my channel. So well done, Daniel. Anyway, bless everybody. Welcome in. We're talking about Iron Claw. So we're wrestling, and we're literally probably 30 minutes in the movie, and we're 2 hours into the chat. So that's the thing. But we've been talking about cups.
You need to pick it up because you'll be changing your time in 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah,
so
by the
we
time
need
we
to get a move on.
There we go. 30 mums, Sandy.
I know.
30 mums. Oh,
that's crazy.
Make me feel old.
That's almost 3 years.
Oh my God.
Wow.
There we go. But we get so we got Michael here. He's a musician. He's quite good. They're all enjoying it. They're all a little bit drunk. So they were having a little bit of fun at like the house party, like that, and and then we get kind of like everybody's getting a bit drunk. Oh, there we go. Oh,
look at me. Oh, look at you.
There you go. Well, apparently you want to look at me later, so that's fine. But there we go, Dan. There we go. A little bit of a man flesh and everything. But Kerry, he does a bit of a handstand drinking.
That would be called a keg stand. That is also something you would see quite a bit. Oh,
yes, you did.
I've crushed a few keg stands in my day.
Oh my God!
Awesome.
Yeah.
There we go. So
I've seen people eat the keg doing that too. It's a dangerous game.
Not fun.
There we go. Is that to Jay after he said that? So there you go. Oh, it's
no, we know he's saying that
way
too.
past his bedtime, past 10:15 on a Saturday night. Cool. That is way past Dan's bedtime. Have a great night's sleep. Hope you dream of something weird because you normally do, and then tell me in the morning. We have a TikTok thing going on, guys. We have a TikTok thing.
Take care, Mr. P.
Oh my God, I don't know what it is.
P.
This is the thing is, I did say the other day, and I'll ask you, guys, are you dating somebody? If let's have a look, how many days is it? If you've spoken continuously every day for 413 days, would you say you're dating somebody?
You guys might be having an affair at that point.
That's a full-blown monogamous relationship.
A full-blown relationship. I keep on telling him. That's it. So, yeah, me and Dan are BF and BS, apparently.
I know I haven't talked to my husband every day for that long. I mean, I travel, I go on vacation.
13 days. There we go. I don't tell Jay. Don't worry, I don't tell Jay. She sometimes goes, who are you texting? No, you don't. You just don't want to know. Also,
why are you smiling at your phone
very,
over there?
very bizarre messages. I'm like, I have to reply to this, and then Dan's probably like, I have to reply to that. So, yeah.
Jay just rolling her eyes. Oh, it's him again. It's him again.
But we also got a very geeky new achievement. We also got outfits on our little avatar.
We did so. Are they matching?
So well. No, I've just put a cowboy hat on him. No, I can't say his name because we double-barreled it to our surnames. Yes, It does sound a bit odd, doesn't it, when I carry
but
on?
posh.
Yeah,
this
isn't getting any better for you guys. It's not getting any better for either one of you now.
It's just like, please, just James, just please stop.
Just both wearing cowboy hats. I don't know.
Slacks and it's getting a bit weird.
If I notice guy liner on either one of you, that's it. It's over.
No, there is a picture. Dan used to wear guy liner. But
that was in his acting days. In his acting days, I did see his makeup.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
See, like I could do like what? Maybe rock days, maybe. Yeah, probably had a little bit on stage. Gives a shimmer. Really good.
Hey, Crimson Shadow.
Fair enough.
I know.
I wouldn't know.
Hey,
hey, Crimson. I was going to say Shadow. Hey, Crimson.
Hey, later, tuners. There we go. But yeah, so we get everybody's loving a little bit of life. They're kind of just enjoying themselves, aren't they? Again, and this is where Pam instigates the moment of love. Let's say that. But then Kevin, like this thing, like Kevin's in his like mid-20s.
Mid-20s.
Yeah, and then stop. Why? I've never done this before. And she's like, she finds it hot. Let's say that. So we have a little bit of a silhouette scene. Let's say that of him losing his cherry is the best way to put it. And then we get again. It's back to the dad kind of.
Look at that television. Oh my gosh.
If you see some of my more recent shorts, you'll see a little version of that television.
I know.
Playing some games from this era.
I love that.
Yep.
I love that. By Mr. P. I love that. And I remember like the top dial was your major stations, right? Like two through whatever, like 13 was our highest in Baltimore. And then there was a little indicator for UHF, and you put it on UHF, and then the bottom dial had all the big numbers on it, like channel 22, channel 67. Anyway, all of them fuzzy, all of them impossible to see on a little TV like that. But oh my god!
Something now. How did you change this channel? You had to stand up, walk to the TV, and then do
Kids
this.
Don't understand. You actually had
and then adjust the antenna to make sure the picture comes in right.
Yeah.
Like, you remember the ones you had like we used to have like the dial, and then you had the preset main ones.
Yeah.
Conk, like that. You press one, you have one conk out.
Yep.
And
we had that too. My grandparents had that one, and then they had the aerial on the roof, and you had the clicker that would move the aerial on the roof, and we would always
we used to have to go like
run outside to run across the street. I know, a busy street with a bus service down the street, but my grandmother would go to click the aerial and we'd run down the steps, run across the street just to watch the thing spin. I mean, it was just so amazing as a kid to see something spinning around on the roof. It was amazing. And now look, I mean, it's just magic now. Everything's just magic.
That's innovation.
Used to bring change channel. That's the way to do it, sorry.
Yeah, but I wonder how many people actually invented things like I don't want it's like because the volume button was on it as well. That's what people forget. So I'd be like, no, here we're gonna go. There we go. I've got it. Damn it! I've changed the channel by accident, like that, and then run up, and then like people forget. They're like, I love this because like trying to explain like to like girlfriend's niece. It's like there was no rewind. There was no pause.
Oh,
it was
God,
literally,
no.
if you missed it, you missed it. If you flicked over, you missed that 20 seconds. And the worst thing is that sometimes you would flick over to a channel and it would be perfect, like in tune or whatever. And then you turn back and then it wouldn't be. You're like, oh my God, bug around with the aerial. Oh,
and when it would, when the little line would go, there would be this horizontal line and it would just be fizzing up to the top of the TV. And when it got to the top, it would start at the bottom again.
Oh my God. It would be that thing like,
and
then you get it, and you're like, damn it, it's just out. And then you'd be like, but the thing is, it got to the point where you had that little buzz, and then you would be like, yes, but this is the perfect. This is the perfect picture at the moment. This is the best all day.
I'll take it.
So you wouldn't move it. You're like, just in case I lose that channel, because it's taken me like 10 minutes. I've missed the first 10 minutes of this program. Oh, it used to be great. Oh, Terrible. That was, I think, the first one. Like, you had 2 aerials.
Well, that's wood paneling on the walls too. We've been talking about the wood paneling.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I got some wood paneling too.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey, Darth.
Maybe. But yeah, back on that. But we get like back to the Kerry's back, and then this is very weird. It's like a very not a moment. It's like you. We know your Olympics is done. You got to join the brothers. You got to be a wrestler. And he's just like, thank you for the opportunity. And he's just like, no. And again, it's
destroy my body. Yeah,
it's so robotic. It's like, again, it's weird, but he's probably done it in a very caring way, and it just doesn't come across that, unfortunately. It's so it's like, yeah, well done. And again, it's the brothers getting excited over it, and then again, what I said like about the Michael situation, he's got
goes to 11, dude. It goes to 11.
But this is where he also is like a new song, and they're like, oh. And they realize this could be our walking music. So then
the music is so good in this movie.
Yeah,
it is.
Oh, it does,
so I have a little quiz for you guys here.
Oh, dum dum dum.
So this group they're fighting in the ring is the Fabulous Freebirds. That's a group from this era of wrestling. What other movie? So we've seen. So this is obviously a fake version of the Fabulous Freebirds. We've seen the real Fabulous Freebirds appear in another movie. Which movie was it?
Oh.
I recognized them in the first movie, the real versions of them when we saw it, because I recognized Michael Hayes' hair. Michael Hayes was one of the Freebirds. I recognized his hair immediately. I'm like, that has to be him. So I looked it up, and it was in fact them. I don't believe they called them that in the movie. Nope.
Highlander.
Yep, that's it. The beginning of Highlander.
Yep. Oh yeah,
that wrestling match. It's the actual Fabulous Freebirds. The real wrestlers were.
Oh, good catch.
Yep. So there you go. Little somewhat of a tie-in. Obviously, this is the fake version, but this is the second movie that's featured a version of the Fabulous Freebirds.
Wrestling, and I was like, there's not many.
Yep, that was it. It was the beginning of Highlander.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There we go. That is a good fact. That is a good fun fact. I like that. No,
I thought you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, there we go. But we get them. Now I must say this is like 3 versus 3. You don't get 3 versus 3 anymore, do you? Really?
No, you do. You do occasionally. Yeah, it's not as common. Typically, your tag teams are just 2v2. But actually, recently there's been a few. I think just like maybe within the past month, there was a 6-man or 6-woman tag team on a random SmackDown I was watching. So it does still happen, but yeah, typically you're going to see just a 2-man tag team.
I liked the ones who wear spikes. What are they called?
Hawk and Animal.
Yeah,
the Ultimate Warrior. No, not Ultimate Warriors. They were Ultimate Warrior was the Ultimate Warrior. God, why can't I remember their name right now? Hawk and Animal.
Like always padded and like that with spikes.
Oh my God, my brain is just mush today. Let me just look it up. What was Hawk and Animal's name?
Go on. It's going to bug me before we move
on. What was Hawk and Animal called? They were... Oh, hold on. Sorry.
That's okay.
That is so cute.
We are a dada.
He actually is saying dada too. That's
that is so cute.
Sorry,
WWE. Boston accent as well.
Because now I'm googling the Road Warriors. God,
that's it.
That's what I was getting Warrior from. The Road Warriors. I don't know why my brain couldn't come up with that. But yes, Hawk and Animal with the Road Warriors.
Really bad, but really good. And like that. So, is he going to go, Dada, Yankees? And you'd be like,
no. No. The Red Sox is already in his blood, for better or worse.
Have you got him a onesie? One of your teams?
Actually, none yet. No, none yet.
Oh.
I've got to.
Is it going to be Celtics or is it going to be a Red Sox first? Though?
Celtics first. Honestly, my order always goes Celtics, Patriots, Red Sox, Bruins. So, but he'll get one. He'll get one of each.
You will support these teams.
Oh yeah, you're born into it here. You don't really have a choice.
Oh, no. I feel sad for my kid because I'm like, by the way, they're bad. All the teams I support are bad. I'm so sorry. Just live the life of the misery of never winning anything and just hoping. There we go. But yeah. But back to the Von Erich. Sorry. So they're all back into the thing, and this is just kind of like their training. They're back in wrestling things, and they're getting now into the 80s lifestyle. That is the best thing of like that, not being drug tested a lot. So we get a little bit of what we know from last film club. Sandy is the Bolivian queen. And yeah, so we get a lot of that. We get over drinking. We get a little bit of we get kind of, I'm guessing, like it's steroids they're supposed to be, or painkillers, injections.
I was thinking they were painkillers, but I don't know. Is this before steroid era, or is this?
I don't know.
Not necessarily, honestly. There was kind of a much more obvious kind of peak of the steroid era, but I'm sure it was being introduced early on at this point.
But they show David and Kerry going heavily either way, except for Kevin, who seems to be I'm just going to work hard for my thing. When he gets they get their new apartment, they're going in. We get Kerry going, they're all doing their things, and the dad is trying to push them as hard as they want as the trio, and then David is now is the front man, I suppose, of the trio, because he can talk. He's got the thing. I do laugh. I'm hoping these are the real outfits they used to use, because they do look like that kind of time period. Just like there's no theme between them. It's just like a little bit of it's over.
Yeah, like what do I think looks cool for my character? Yeah. We don't need the whole theme between the three of us.
Yeah, it is great. But I mean, the wrestling magazines, Wrestling Illustrated. I'm guessing that was a thing. I'm guessing there was we have wrestling magazines now, so that's it. But we get again. Kevin's doing better because he's got the thing, even though they're a trio, they're all doing it. But sorry, not Kevin. David is doing it better than everyone. They're taking the thing, but again, it's all about in this bit, the dad taking the win for the team that is assembled. They're getting Michael more involved. But we get the I'm guessing the drug use. So I was thinking, because like with David, what we find out, that's what I was saying. Is it painkillers? I would have thought it would be Kerry doing the steroids and Kevin doing the painkillers, because he's in pain. That's it. But then we get you're gonna get your shot, and we all think it's gonna be Kevin because he's the eldest, but they pick David, and it is Ric Flair. He's gonna fight, isn't it? That's the.
He's going to go on a 6-month program with Ric Flair. And can I just point out a couple things they do in this movie? And I was really able to appreciate it this time through versus the first time, and I was just enthralled by the story. Or even just engaged. I don't know if enthralled's I hate to use like exciting words like that when it's such a tragic story, but engaged in the story. The cinematography in this movie is so well done. They come with such interesting, this is such an interesting camera angle. To come through the opening above the wall, through the ceiling for this shot is just, how do you even think of that? Phenomenal. And just the scene before this, when they're zooming down into Fritz von Erich in the ring, that they do such a good job at balancing like modern day camera work with like also trying to recreate some of that 70s wrestling, program camera stuff. Like that zoom in is so out of the 70s as well. Oh, I think that time's getting a little rowdy. So they balance those 70s, like recreating 70s shots with doing this stuff so well. It's such a well shot movie.
I think so too. And I like how when they're on the farm, the lighting is that real beautiful, natural golden hour sun. It's very, very warm, very family, except on certain occasions. We've already said what's going to happen, but the weather's always bad on those occasions. It's dark, it's not warm, the house isn't lit up. I agree with you as well. I like the cinematography from that opening shot of the ring. I was like, oh, this is going to be a really good visual film, like right away. And it did. It carried it through the entire film.
And even the way they then I like how they do things like, again, that Fritz when Fritz is in the ring doing the whole manager thing, doing the speaking, they do a classic 70s angle. But when you see the shots of them actually wrestling in the ring, they go for these kind of down looking upwards angles that just kind of really plays in the idea of just like the larger than life aspect of the whole the wrestling and the like. They really just the way they use the camera in this to help tell the story is phenomenal.
There's one later with him bouncing off the ropes, Kevin.
Yep. That's a great shot as well.
And you're getting their view, like the bird's eye view to the first person view. I really like that too.
Yep.
Yeah, it is very, very. I don't even. Yeah, I wonder if he did any more. But like that, yeah. But in this, we get the three, and it's kind of he's David now number one. Kerry was Kevin. Now it's all switched. You know, the rankings now changed, so we've got to do it. But then we get then Kevin is married, married, go straight into the with Pam. The 80s weddings. Oh, we do miss them. Like that. So but we get into there's little things except for when Kevin goes to the toilet and then he finds his brother not being sick, he's retching up blood.
Yeah, it's really not good. That's an injury of some massive proportions going on there.
And he says like I got hit. I think he said like, but I've been working, and then this is where the betrayal of sometimes of Kevin. Is it true that he wasn't assertive and he was like, you've got to like these are like look, go literally what it is, because like is your career more than your life?
Yeah,
you know, there's certain opportunities he had, like he tells like doesn't like kind of pull him over like we're effing going, we're doing it. It's just a bit weak sometimes of Kevin's character, and like Zach Efron plays it well. It's just like, oh, would you do that? But that's mindset of my mind, because I'm like, no, I wouldn't do that. But would they? You don't know. But it's like
it's almost like the dad doesn't let him be the older brother. You know what I mean? The dad is so domineering and controls, as portrayed in the film, controls all of their lives. You know, every moment of all of their lives, that Kevin doesn't get to be the older brother, which is, is not fair. It's like their family roles are all dominated or overtaken by the dad. Unfortunate if that's, again, if that's not a true portrayal, and it sounds like it's not, that's really unfortunate.
And there's also they touch on it a little bit in this scene, because he kind of, I think Kevin says, I don't think you should go to Japan next week, and they both laugh. So there's also the part of it that's like, no matter what I tell him to go get help, he's gonna continue on with this and go to Japan, because I know I would in the same spot. Because that's part of the thing too, with on top of not wanting to let down your father, it's a business where like your opportunity knocks, and if you don't answer, you might not get another knock ever. Never mind just for a while. And I think that's something Kevin probably feels like he's already experienced at this point with how the Harley Race fight went and how he never got a rematch for it. So I think there's some part of that too that probably goes into why these guys don't follow up on some of the issues they're having. But I do agree that you do wish the movie just had Kevin be a little bit more assertive of like, no, man, like you got to get help. You're puking up blood. Like that's not normal. Like if you were just puking, that's one thing. Like this is bad. You got to get help. Yeah. Even if he's not going to take it and it's going to go where it's going to go regardless, I guess, I think it would have helped the character, but just to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Again, I hate to say character because it's based on a person, but the version of telling this guy's story.
That's why it's inspired. Like, I just can't say like he's caring, but like, it's kind of instilled in them, like by their dad. Is like, if you don't take it, you're never gonna get it back, because that's what happened to me. And they got it kind of like, whatever the pain, whatever it is, you carry on.
Because remember, his whole thing is you got to be the strongest, the toughest, whatever it is, and you'll be successful. So again, it's not showing weakness type of thing.
Now, so they get off. So we have the talk. They're just being brothers. They get back. It's all that. And this is where this bit I really like it, because you see the man and wife, the boyfriend and girlfriend moment of this too. The what is missing a lot in this movie is their love, and you can see that because he's like, well, do you want to? They're having fun. Do you want to leave early? They get a bit back of their youth of they're not coming home, tonight. And she's like, well, that's lucky because you can't get me pregnant. And she kind of likes the flirtation like that. It just, I really love this bit between them. It's really short. Just having them little moments without in the movie, like while she's cooking, him just kiss on her neck, just showing that moment. They love it because again, it's a very much a character switch with Fritz of him going, ooh, come on, like that, and because you don't get that kind of flirtation love between them, you kind of get them. They married, they knocked out some kids. This is what it is. But this bit, I really enjoyed it. Like just this little scene because it gives them a bit of they really do love each other.
And it's good for both of their characters because they seem a little bit cold up to this point. So this is kind of that balancing out to show you that no, it wasn't this cold family. Like they were a loving family. Like obviously that suffered a bunch of tragedy, and maybe some of it has to do with the way the upbringing and all that. But again, even those things that went wrong, from what I can gather from hearing some of Kevin's displeasures with the portrayal of his father in this, even if some of the methods were wrong, they came from a place that was good, and the kids seemingly knew that it was coming from a place that was caring and wanted success for them. Again, were the methods right or wrong? That's for debate, but I think scenes like this show that side of them, that they were that they're obviously, that they are caring parents who both love each other, love their kids and all that. I wish there was more of it. I do, just to kind of balance out those characters, to make you, because by the end, Fritz almost feels like a villain in the story. And, I could understand why Kevin wouldn't have been happy with that if that was not the case.
Yeah. But so we get that, and then, we get a lot of things, but then we get just very blunt. And I like it. It's blunt, and I don't like it. It's blunt. Where we get Kevin coming into the house. Of course, Fritz is angry. Now, would I have liked to seen some of the wrestling or something in Japan? I would do, because I think Sandy said earlier, I wanted to see more. I wanted more. That's me being greedy. Is it needed in the movie because of editing? Probably not. But then just to have the abrupt moment of Kevin coming in and going, "What's wrong?" And just blatantly, and I would say as much as Kevin's dead. He died in his hotel room. He had David dead. In his hotel room in Japan. Burst appendix, or what? Burst in
intestines.
Upper intestines, wasn't it? And he's like, "That's it, boom, nothing else needed." Would I have liked to have seen a little bit of even? Well, you had the scene when they were training; they had flashbacks in the ring, because it could have just been any ring. They didn't have to travel to Japan. They could have just made it out that it was, and then just having him one day, bit of pain, walk into a hotel room, and then this scene. That, I think that would have been better, them to just walk in after the wedding, because it doesn't give a nuance of time. It looks like it's right the day after. Mm-hmm. So that, I'm just a little bit disappointed. I get why the editors do it, because one, it's quite a longish movie, but it's just missed out. You just needed him having a moment in the ring, and then just showing a couple of times him coming out the ring just being in absolute pain, probably taking some drugs to get over it, and then that night him just being in so much pain, laying down. Then this scene, I think that would have been better.
Mm-hmm. So I actually kind of like the way they went about it. That's actually interesting to bring up those points, because I don't disagree that I think that's another way they could have gone. But I actually like the way they go about it in this, because minus the idea of just the passage of time, because I do agree the audience has no idea how much time has exactly passed at this point. So that's one thing that I think you wish there was some way to do it. But the reason I like the way they did it like this is that the last scene you see is, David having fun, smiling with everybody, and, and life goes, it's the wedding, they're all having a good time. And then the next scene is just him driving up to the house like a normal day, and he walks in and finds out this news. And I actually kind of like it because unfortunately in life, that is, the audience kind of finds out the way he does, where you think you're just going, you're with Kevin on this journey of like, you're just going to your parents' house, not thinking anything of it. And like, when we get bad news in life, unfortunately, it's often like that, where, it's otherwise a totally normal day until the rock just smashes into your life. And that's kind of what I feel like this tries to do is, yeah, we had that nice day. Everything was fine. He's in Japan. I'm not thinking anything of it. He'll be back soon. And I'm just going to visit mom and dad and see what's up. And you walk in and you get hit with this. And it's that earth shattering, like, oh my God, what? Like, how is that even possible? How did that happen? That kind of just disbelief of the news. But again, it just comes for people, when you get the news, when you're the person receiving the news, it just gets to you. I think if they do a little bit more of showing David like declining in health and having issues over in Japan, it maybe takes away a little bit of that, because I would imagine this is fairly an unexpected scene for the person. And maybe Sandy, you can speak to it because you hadn't seen the movie. Well, you said you had done some of the research beforehand, actually, so maybe not. But I would imagine to the person who doesn't know the story, this scene catches you off guard because you're not expecting David to die, right after that wedding scene. So I think the idea was trying to take the audience through, that revealing of news to somebody the same way it unfortunately happens in real life, which is usually, which would just be shock of just like, whoa, what? Like, I was just coming here to see how you guys were doing. I wasn't expecting this.
Sorry, guys.
So I actually like the way they approach it, but I do understand, now that we all know the story, I do understand the kind of curiosity to know more. Like, I wish we could have seen more. So I think that's kind of one of the things I think that's tough about doing movies like this in any capacity that are based on real events, is that some of your audience is going to know it and some of your audience isn't. So how do we kind of keep the, suspense and or just the unknowing nature still there in the film for those who don't know it, but also, appease those who know it and came because they want to see the details or, certain parts of it portrayed on screen. It's a tough balance, I think.
It is.
You can never get it 100% right. And again, I do agree with your perspective on it. I just actually found that this kind of works for me.
I think because I did read up about it before I watched the film, knowing that even today there is still some question about how he died.
Yeah, there's that too.
That they probably handled it the best way they could this way. I think if they did show more, stomach scenes or whatever, there was question as to whether he really did die of that or whether he had a cardiac arrest due to a drug overdose.
Right.
And some contemporary wrestlers in their autobiographies, some of them commented on this event because they were traveling with him. And one wrestler has accused another wrestler of, in a sense, disposing of some paraphernalia before the police arrive, so there is some question around that. It is stark to lose one of the main characters this way, even though what's in store for all of them. But the film, again, how much longer do you want? I still think this should be a miniseries. For what I said earlier about what was left out, there's just so much. It's just an interesting story that there is more, and in a longer format, you could have explored it a little more. I think they did the best with what they could in the time that they needed for this scene.
So David has passed, and okay, it's go by shock. Everybody's shocked, and again, I'm guessing a very old school of thinking. I'm guessing it is take glasses off because men don't cry. You got to be strong. Everybody's watching you. Things like now. She goes and everybody gets ready. And whilst they're doing that, he gets a postcard from Japan from David. I'm guessing this was real. I'm guessing he would have elaborated to Kevin in real life. This actually was real.
Could be,
saying, that he's just saying, I miss you here. I know when I come back, I'm going to be back anyway before the postcard. But you've got to be. And he's like, he's positive and all that. This bit, I would have loved to know if this was real. There's a lot
That's
of
a lot of people. Yeah.
a lot of people. Would he have been maybe that famous, that state famous, to receive that? Like, there's thousands of people like just in that area. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I can't speak to it because I don't know. Yeah. I find it to be believable given how big the wrestling scene or their specific company was in the Texas wrestling scene, and the fact that he was starting to go worldwide at that point. Because once you go to Japan, you're really starting to make it. Plus the magazines and all that. So maybe I'd like to think it's believable. I just don't know for sure, so I can't really speak to that.
I would very be surprised if the production. Well, like, no, we just make it up that actually happened.
Yeah, it's though, and that's kind of part of it too. Is it seems like it would be a silly thing to make up. So I don't know why you would.
Especially he did have a way with the crowd, so you would think he would have. I'm gonna have more pull. And it's like, but we get the funeral, and then we get now we get kind of what Kevin goes back to a lot is like this comfort room. I'm gonna guess it.
This is their bedroom. That was David's bed.
And so we get these things, and and again, and this is why I Pam's character annoys me because you needed more from her, and I mean this, and I'm gonna jump forward a little bit through the movie.
It's like you want to like her, like I want to like her, but I don't know enough to like her. You know what I mean?
If you go by the dad being strict, being by the point, this is what men do, and all the sons are brought up that way, I can understand that. Okay, you could get that. The loof in the movie is the mum gets pushed up. She's really whatever reason, she still doesn't get that emotion. But why don't you get the emotion from Pam? She knows you've lost a brother, you lost another brother. You've in this now instilled loving family relationship, and you still do not give me a breakdown. Nobody gives me a tear. There's no tear jerker. There's no moment that I want to cry as an audience. Like, it's very emotional and tragic, but I just need that from the character, and it could have come from Pam, like instilling that emotion into Kevin. Like, we go through the tragedies later, but she could have been that instigator, and that's why she's misplaced. If you're not going to do it with the mum or the dad, you've got to do it with the relationships with the other characters, like without it, who are now within the family. It could have happened with Pam, and she's there to really to understand that Kevin's got a wife. That is really it. Otherwise, she doesn't really give much to the story, because she comes in, she's not a little bit supportive. I mean, but nothing driven by her dialogue. So it's just like, it's just a missed opportunity. That's, I think, a little bit. And so, but onto that. So we get that, and then again, like, what a time to bring up the World Championship. I'm guessing this is the evening of the week.
Yeah, they're all still in their clothes.
Yeah,
exactly. So we've by the way, we've got somebody's got to step up. Somebody's got, and it's not like, look, this is what's happening, we've got a contract to abide. It's literally somebody's got to step into his shoes. That's it.
More family honor. Yeah.
It's very weird, and so he gives it in again that kind of tone. Kevin, I'm ready, and he is, and then calls Kerry, then says, no, I'm also ready, and then Kevin, no, you don't have to do this, and then we'll flip a coin, and that's it. So it's so the flip a coin to fight Ric Flair in the next one, and do you have a yellow canary vest string top, Jay?
A mesh tank top? No, I think I misplaced it recently.
I think we need to get one. I think next one that's the face reveal. That's
I definitely won't look like Zac Efron in it.
If you do some spray tan, I think we can do it.
Haircut. Don't forget the haircut.
I don't think my wife will let me do that.
He draws the line at the haircut. I would too. Good Lord.
Haircut, clean shaven, Jay. Me and you do it. Let's do it. Shall I put a goal up? If we can get $1,000 in the next 20 minutes, we might think about it.
Might think about it.
I'm sure.
I like your choice of wording.
No, we're not. She would still say to cut your hair and shave. That is more than $1,000. I remember one time I accidentally, I was shaving and trimming, and the clipper come off. And I was like, oh God. So I was like, I've got to do it a whole lot now.
You start all over.
God, did she cry? She cried. And I was like, it'll be back in like 3 days. Don't worry about it. Oh my God, yeah, I got told off. But the clipper came off. That was it. So
yeah, I've been there before.
So we get Kerry on, and this is a bit of a weird scene. So you get the mum watching the TV, and you get Michael then watching it on the stairs. And I didn't get this because then Michael.
That's not Michael.
Watch it.
That I believe is a ghost of David. It's not Michael. So I thought the same thing, Stasis, when I first watched it. But then in this time specifically, I thought it again. But I rewound it to see, because I'm like, no, because nobody can disappear like that. So when she looks the first time, and then I went back and paused it. It's a very light, like ghost-like version of David.
Okay, that might.
So it's the idea of David's watching the match with her, because she's a deeply religious woman, as we've seen throughout the movie as well. So the first scene, we see him looking over her shoulder. Then she looks back and no one's there, and that's to show that no, it wasn't. Nobody was really there. It was the idea that David's ghost is still with them, watching Kerry have this match.
Jay, I hate to worry you. It's now 999.
Oh, no.
Sandy wants to see it.
I signed off on nothing.
I want to see it. I want it recorded. I want it distributed.
Yes. I don't know. Can I cover my nipples at least?
I'll have to come up with one of those VTuber things.
My God. My God. No. Chat, I think.
See, this is the perfect image. You see how it's like a ghostly version of David? That's the idea they're going for.
Yeah.
Because you can see it's transparent. I mean, almost transparent. You can see right through
Michael. Yeah. Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah, just a bit because he's got the longer hair.
Yeah. No, it's definitely definitely what they're going for there.
I think so.
Okay.
And it's just it's like the idea that it's still hanging over. It's still haunting her a bit. That whole
because she looks up.
Second kid she's lost.
I thought it was Michael, and then going back up the stairs, I'm like, they don't want to be together. I was like,
and then it's totally gone.
That's it. But he's he beat Ric Flair for the title. Woo! And the back and it's all about. I can't believe this is not about his achievement. It's in our family now.
No, he leaves the belt there. Yeah, he leaves the belt on the table.
Well, I think, I love this scene because they do a lot of telling what the actors are thinking without, at least what I interpret them to be thinking, without them saying it. And I think it's just sitting there drinking, realizing like all of it for this. David's gone for this stupid. I think that's the turmoil he's having, is David's gone for this stupid belt. And like now we finally have it in the house, and it's great. We should all be happy, but I would rather have my brother back instead of this stupid thing in the house.
Yeah.
There's a look, Jay. There's a look.
Yeah. I wish you and Jade the best with that one. Sorry, Jade.
There we go. Do it. We can do it. There we go. But yeah, he's drinking now. Again, I'm guessing it's supposed to be the 80s. He's like, I'm still on my high. I'm going to go for a bike ride. He's just been drinking.
Yeah, Jesus,
and then Kevin's
I know.
like, just take care of yourself. He's off he goes. And of course, he's on
to be honest, I'm not even sure that what we see here has to do with the drinking as much as the inner turmoil and just the speeding. You know what I mean? Yep. So I think it alludes to the idea that maybe it's drunk driving. And obviously the drinking didn't help his driving. Let's be realistic. But I think it's more about just, this was probably a cry for help where he was just pushing the boundaries. And I think that's what they do with the engine revving, is that like, this is just about like, you just accomplished what you're supposed to be happy for, and it means nothing because your brother's gone. What am I? It's that existential kind of moment of what the hell is this even about? So you just start testing the limits.
What Kevin did to David, now he's doing to Kerry, is I don't I can say it, and like, yeah, okay, do what you want, just not pushing those boundaries again. Come with me, we sit down. And is that issue what they're trying to portray? I just don't think they did it that well of like that, because sometimes you get annoyed with Kevin. You're like, oh, especially the second time viewing, you're like, oh, please just say something, like that, because to stop it. And then we know, of course, we know it's a true story. It's just something. But I do like how they do this scene. I think it's
I do too.
Where we say it's really shot really well, because he's got up.
You see the red rash.
We see
the rash down his back first. Then you see the crutches. Yeah.
Yeah, we see. Okay, he's bugging himself up. He's. Is this a thing? Sniffing painkillers? I don't know. But yeah, it's when we get into this bit when he just walks in, and then we just see that. You're like, oh shit! All right, it's first time I saw it, I was like, oh. It's like, he actually had a accident, because they don't say anything. I think
you just assume he broke his leg or something.
Yeah.
He's on,
and you think like, right, when you won the title, like that's gonna set your career back. That sucks. And then you see, whoa,
he lost the foot.
So in the real,
it's not like they went all in and went, we need to make it a bit more graphic. It's up to the knee. It's probably what I'm guessing, because he's he carried on wrestling.
In the real story,
it
was not amputated because of the accident. It was amputated because he started training too early, and he damaged his nerves and his vascular system. And they kept telling him to wait until his leg healed before he would train, and he wouldn't. And it had to be amputated because he trained so hard that he just damaged it, and there was no circulation in his foot. So that, that's even more gruesome, right? You're and it's probably your dad is pushing you, or some, whatever it is, your inner drive to get back. You've now trained yourself into losing a foot. That's just such a sad story, and that's the real life story that happened.
That's bad, but yeah, I think it's good. I think I think this is more of a shock than David's death, because it's leading up. It's like, he's gonna have what? You just see, he's not.
There's
dead.
more visuals
I expected,
added to it,
because when the David does die, and you get Kerry, then I expected a bike crash. I was like, he's gonna die now. Oh, that's playing into that. And then you go, oh no, he's okay. He's just broken his leg, or he's really badly injured. And then you see him lose his foot. You're like, whoa, okay. What is this going on? It's good. But then we get this is the time jump. What we don't really get is Pam and Kevin's got a baby. They're registering the name, and of course, they register it under the Van Eyck's, like Van Erich's. But he goes, no, I want it under my birth name. And then she goes, what is it? And like, what was his birth name?
Atkinson.
And she goes, no, I want it under that, because he's already said it's like it's from the grandmother, wasn't it, or something?
I forget exactly when they changed it.
But yeah, he's like, no, I don't want him to suffer the curse. And I always want this, because I guess it was it a thing? Like, because now you can name your kid whatever you want. Your surname doesn't have to be your surname. But they actually ask, can I see your ID, to make sure it's kosher. So I was like, but then they put it on the birth certificate anyway.
Well, here you can't name a kid anything you want. It has to be one of the parents' surnames or a hyphenation of both. So yeah, you do have to show massive paper. As you know, most recently, Jay, you have to show massive paperwork to take your child home.
We didn't have to do anything. We could name him whatever we wanted. No paperwork. You just name them. Yeah, whatever. Except for certain names, of course. I got couldn't. Luke Skywalker was not allowed.
Darth Vader, not an option.
And we all had matching bracelets, so everyone in the family had to have the same barcoded bracelet as the kid's bracelet. So not just the name on the bracelet, but the barcode.
They're super strict with newborns in the hospital there. Even just the the verifying anything, the leaving, even like leaving or entering that ward was just like, and for good reason. When you're in there as a new parent, I mean, as even if you're a veteran parent, when it's your second or third kid, I'm sure it's comforting. But as a new parent, when I had no idea what the process was like, it was super comforting to be like, okay, no babies are getting switched. We're not going to walk out with the wrong baby because somebody made a mistake. And also, somebody's not going to steal our baby and try to get out the doors. Like
the security,
the worries that it's super locked down and super like the verification steps are like super comforting. Like I said, to any parent, but especially a new parent like I was recently, it was like, whew, that's a load of worry off my plate.
But yeah, so he's done it for the curse. He doesn't want to bestow the curse on his kid. So yeah, so they won't be named that. But again, I always thought that because it's a made up name. Like his dad just took it from his grandma.
No, it has Atkinson familial
is
ties.
Their real name. Atkinson is the real family name. He took von Erich from his mother's side. The father took von Erich. So the father kind of created the.
But it's not his real name.
No, it is a real name in the family. It shouldn't have been the name applied. Name. Yeah, right. It shouldn't have been applied to the family because it should have become Atkinson. And it was Atkinson.
It's like a stage name. It's like
exactly right.
Name.
Essentially, but it's a stage name that came from a real familial name. That name it wasn't one he just made up out of thin air.
That's the same. For this part, was it true that they went to call it?
Well, no, because there was. I don't believe it was. Well, now I'm confused because they talk about other tragedies, other stuff that led to the curse of the name before his father had taken it, if I recall. I have to look up on it. Yeah, because there was some tragedies and that of them as well. And then
in future, the kids ended up using the von Erich name anyway.
Oh,
because name wrestlers, including the daughter.
his two sons, and the daughter. The daughter did, I believe, a small. No, God, I can't. Was it his daughter? Or is it
Lacey? I think it's his daughter.
That was his daughter, right? Not one of the brothers. And I think David had a daughter who also would unfortunately pass away.
You bring up a good point. The other brothers were married at various times too and had children before they passed away. It makes it seem like
that's why I couldn't remember if the girl who had wrestled was actually his daughter or one of his brothers. I got a little confused, but I know his two sons that we see in this movie, they do end up. They are, I believe, currently wrestling.
About that. Hold to that because I think that's a great. When we get to the end, there's a lot about what actually real happened. It's like but we get and this is Michael's been put in the ring.
No, don't.
And every he can't do it, and he's like they're trying it, and it's just they're wrestling, and it's a freak accident. He's like.
Oh my God! And I have
dislocated his shoulder or something.
Most likely broken collarbone, something lands right on the shoulder.
Something. It's like that, and they're just waiting for a normal, standard surgery. And this is and it happens, and I know people who have passed, and everybody knows. Just one of those ones. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's like, what's the odds? It's 1%. And this is the 1%. And
people always forget the 1% made up by somebody, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this is he's gone in and his blood sugar or blood whatever fever went up to 107 for hours, and then he fell into a coma, and his brain's been damaged, isn't it? So they were told that it's again. Going back, and Kevin's depressed, and I get this. Like, he's lost his brothers. One brother lost his foot. And then Michael, he's now training. Has done that. He's a bit too wooden. If that's Kevin's personality, get that. But you needed it from the wife. You needed that from the wife. You get a little bit, you just don't get enough. Would you want to give your kid over? She needs help to the person who's depressed? Probably not.
No.
It's like that. But then you get the actor who plays Michael. This is a good, great acting. Is like, if this happened, what asked, like put him in front of the cameras and like that, like the press is like, yeah, he'll be back in the camera. He's okay. He's trying to give the family a bit of everything's okay, but he's what I don't know what you like.
He's close to a vegetable.
Yeah,
I mean,
he doesn't know where he really is. He's literally all over the place. He can't really put words together. It's just it's a heart-wrenching scene because one, he's injured because of wrestling and he never wanted to be a wrestler. He wanted to do a career in music or whatever, for the arts. He never wanted this. He got pushed in and it's like, yeah, he'll be okay. He'll be back in the ring soon. And it's just, it's a bumbling. And this bit, wow. Could you cut like the atmosphere with a knife? This is like the whole scene. Like everybody's not talking.
They're staring at him, trying to eat. Oh God.
Yeah. Good spread.
It's tough.
It is a good spread. That's a good. That's a good Sunday spread.
It's one of those moments, like most people. Your kid's crying. Oh my God! When the kids cry, I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm taking it. I'm gonna go outside just to get out the bloody room." Like, that kid's crying. Yeah.
Take it out of here.
Yeah, like that. Oh my God! But everybody's like, "Oh, nobody." This is the thing. Is like, even though they go back now, we've said they've got like a family relationship. We know where they can't talk when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
There's no talking in this whole family dynamic. There's nothing.
I think something they're trying to portray is the numbness of it all. Like at some point, life is just beating you to a pulp where it's like, I have nothing left to give emotionally. Like you've taken everything. I've nothing. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of what the direction is with Zac Efron playing Kevin, is that idea of just like the only bit you see of him is in terms of kind of his reaction is the small little breakdowns you get of him. And we'll see him like when he sleeps in the office and all that, like a few tears will roll down, things like that. And I think it's just the idea of one, trying to keep it together, but two, just the overall numbness that you would have to like experience it, that at some point you have to just feel like, is this even real? Like, is this life even real? Is this all seriously happening?
I must say,
and I think they do a good job with it.
I do. I don't like, I must say in this movie, like I'm not highly religious, but how they shit on religion a little bit is because a lot of the time they perceive the aspect of what's going on in the family dynamic is the mother really comes across like, yes, but Jesus loves you. It's what God wanted. It's such and such. Oh, it's the way of, the world because of God. And I'm like, you're just making them kind of a bit scripture-like, but you've not introduced that into the movie. We've had a couple of a couple of church scenes. I don't get that. Like, if you're gonna play the mother as a Bible basher, let's go for that. Then do it. She just diluted, and then she comes out with a statement. You're like, oh, well, then do that. Make her like her personality. That's why. Like of her first child's death, then she turned to religion. She newborn, whatever.
Born again, yeah,
born again to Christian. It's just like we're not in the Bible Belt. We're in Texas. Like it's what it is there. But like, go for it. Go for that then. Put that instigate it into me. Not just give me the odd phrase that goes, Jesus is like because of that. Because it makes you look like an arsehole. It's just like, we don't know that aspect of the family. It's not there. You've not had like on the dinner scenes, everybody hold hands. We're going to have a prayer. That would have been, there's your point every time. Then to have these moments, because that could have been it, who's going to say grace? And then everything goes quiet. Like that. So having those parts, again, it's just missing. It's missing. It's like, but that's it. But again, Pam, this is probably best point. It's just like, this is concerning. What we see in front of us is concerning. But then she doesn't do anything about it. So it's.
Well, it's almost like you talk about this curse and you change your name because of the curse. You're creating the curse.
Yeah.
The parents are creating the curse. Now, again, not true to real life story, but yeah, that's what the film is going for, but it's inconsistent in in these moments for sure.
Yeah. But then we get, so Kevin's the only one, and I'm guessing this maybe did happen. He's like, his career went a bit sideways.
So there was actually a point where I believe the gentleman in the ring we see here, who won't tag him in the corner, is playing a Von Erich cousin. And I could be incorrect, but if I recall, they had one of the cousins come in to try to be a tag team partner with Kevin, and it just didn't quite work out. I could be wrong on that, but I'm almost positive that it was a cousin.
Oh. But yeah, he won't. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, well done. Yeah, we won. But yeah, and this is where he's starting. To the moments of depression, how he's dealing with it is just, I'm going to sleep in the office. He's like, I'm going to get away from everything.
Right, because it's not just the idea of depression. It's more so the idea of, I'm carrying this curse. I don't want it on my family. Meaning his wife and his son. He wants to keep it away, and he feels like, again, I think it's an interesting exploration into where the mind goes after you suffer tragedy. Obviously, you're not physically carrying a curse on you, but when you've experienced thing after thing after thing of traumatic event, at some point your mind's it's like anxiety. It's those irrational thoughts that, like, I know that it's not real, but my mind can't stop thinking this, so I have to just stay away from them. I think it's a pretty interesting kind of way to think, like, somebody, this big strong guy who's a wrestler is falling victim to the same kind of trauma, side effects that we all do.
And then we get back to Kerry, who's got his boot, I suppose, like that, to go. And again, he's trying to, what if the true, I'm guessing they tried to give the true life story into this point. He's pushing himself too far, too quickly.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna go out for a run. Like, no, you need to learn how to walk first. And of course, every time he's dropping down in absolute pain. And then we get back to Michael he's getting worse. Let's say that he's not making sense of it, and then the mother kind of says, like, really, what we get a little bit later, but not much. Is a painting that's on a wall that we haven't seen is her old house, and they're like, they have a little conversation. But again, she's so
distant.
Distant of, like, her boys, and I say, like, they needed to show a PTSD, like, from her a little bit, if this is where they're going to betray her, because. Yeah, it's just a bit odd. Like, every person
comes off a little distant.
A bit of help. Yeah.
And you don't know why. Yeah, you don't know why.
No, but all you can instigate is, like, oh, it must be from her first child. But when I only thought that from the second viewing, because, of course, Kevin, when he says it, it's very quick. That whole scene is very quick. It never gets brought up again until later. But this scene is, for us, the viewer, it's so frustrating because, of course, he's been pushed to wrestling. He wanted to be a musician, and he can't play the chords. He's struggling as hard as he can. And then, of course, we get the inevitable is, I guess, a pill painkiller overdose that he does. Writes a letter, whilst we get then Kerry and Kevin trying to train. Kevin again trying to go, look, you need to rest. This again, he even says it in this. It might be God telling you to slow yourself down.
Yeah, he does.
But again, it's like he ends up like kicking him to the floor. If you want to wrestle, get back up. But what they miss is, in the background is Michael going off into the woods. To have his last moments, I suppose you want to politely say it. We have a little bit of the scene of the finding of the body, I suppose you want to call it, and then of course we go straight to the next funeral. I like this scene, and I wanted it to be more. I think this is a very good scene for the mother. Is her moment of, I've got to wear this dress again. Right. It's not about, like, it is about the loss and it's like, but the subject is her
vanity
sorrow,
a little bit.
is gone into this dress that people have already, like, it's nothing about the dress.
Right. It's about that. Why am I here needing to put it on again? Like, why does this keep happening? Why do I have to keep putting this dress on for my sons?
This could have been like her and Pam. This could have been really like when Pam comes. Oh, this could have been Oscar. This could have been literally one of the moments you sat back and gone, I don't need to talk about this scene. It's epic. It's just one of those ones between two women like that, and you have like the young, I suppose, mum Pam coming in to the woman who's lost the kids. Like now it's free, of just that understanding, just that emotional driven, because the scene is set well, it looks nice. It's just that delivery. I wanted this the second time because I knew what was happening. It's just I wanted to be a tearjerker. I wanted to go, when you bite your lip because you don't want to cry. I wanted this moment to be that because I wanted that emotional lift.
It feels like it brings you get there. It feels like it brings you to the doorstep of that too, and just kind of leaves you with the door closed.
Yeah, it's just it just needed to be that to go to show me. I want to see the mother in that real life. I just want to see how she felt, and it just missed the mark. It did, and it delivered what it was supposed to deliver with the dress being there as a statement piece of like her loss. It just missed the mark when Pam came in, and it's just it's a shame because it could have been so much.
I don't think it's a bad scene.
No, it's not a bad scene.
I do like it. It's just I agree. You could have given me more there. I agree.
I'm just greedy. I wanted to go. I wanted to sob.
You want to drop a few tears off. Yeah, for sure. I get it.
I wanted to sob, and that is it. And that is the thing, because you feel because Michael is such the innocent. If you go by that, he's the aloof. He's the innocent. He didn't want to be. He's in the family, but he didn't want to go for the family, and he got there, and that's what injured him. Oh, I just wanted that because he's the unlikable, lovable goof, I suppose you want to call it. And then just like when he just like you get the kind of like him how he does it, and you're just like, I just want a feeling. I just want a feeling because I feel it, and that's probably that's what they want to do to get you annoyed, like that maybe. But
maybe even show the difference between like us, again, a little bit of that numbness of the people going through it and have gone through it repeatedly versus us experiencing being like, why aren't these people breaking down entirely? I would break down entirely, but then you got to realize again, like they've gone through this repeatedly. At some point, things hurt so much that like you almost have no more hurt left to give because it's like it just doesn't feel real. It becomes surreal at that point. So I wonder if that's what they were kind of going for with some of the family. Because I don't disagree. Even with the David death, I almost first watch, I almost wanted like more breakdown reaction from people because I was shocked. But even though I knew, I was still, heartbroken with the characters that's going on because they tell a good story of it. But you don't see much, and you don't expect it from Fritz, but from Kevin in that scene, you expected a little bit more tears, a little bit more like
you do
just that pain and anguish, and it's just not quite there. And I wonder if they're going for that numb to it thing, and maybe could have leaned a little bit more into the raw emotion side of it.
But so we get the funeral. And then, of course, we get this scene. This is the one I love this scene. It's just,
and I believe the trailer opens with this too, which was a great opening to the trailer.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a back and forth on that, and it's just dum. But what a great scene! Whoever did that, it was like, this is simple, and it's just like we're gonna focus on the rope.
The ropes,
and just like that's it, and it's a great. It's great cinematography. That's it. There's nothing
100%.
to it. I actually love it. The lighting's great. It's dim.
Yep.
You don't see Zac Efron.
It's got like a golden hue over it whenever they're inside the ring.
And there he is. Dum. You see his feet. Oh, it's brilliant. I love that. Just like clever art. When art and movies does well and you go, that scene could have been. It doesn't need to be in the movie to drive the story forward. But what a scene to put in the movie, because it makes it understand that he's got a drive for what he's going to achieve. He's going to try and achieve it, and that's it. So,
and just that wrestling's an outlet for him.
Yeah.
With all this stuff going on, like his wrestling's his outlet. I'm going to go in the ring and I'm going to train. I'm going to beat the crap out of myself physically, because that's how I need to just get this. I need to get this feeling out of me.
Angry, don't they? They shout into pillows or like punch something.
Yeah, punch a wall or whatever. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly the same. But yeah, he's going for it, and then he's what was it? So we get more of things, but this is where he gets his this is his title chance, isn't it? So this is against Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Jay, do you want to
this
tell
is my
me what's
biggest
completely wrong with this guy? He doesn't look
it's
like
just
Ric Flair.
I mean, it's not so much wrong in the sense of what he's trying to do a Ric Flair impersonation.
It's terrible.
It's just it's not a good Ric Flair impersonation at all. Like, it's just not. If you just, for anybody who, maybe forgot what Ric Flair was like or never was a big wrestling fan, just look up any one of these, 80s or 70s promos for Ric Flair when he's talking about his expensive suits and his watch and his limousine and how many women are waiting outside in it. And how he's just, there's so much over the top energy out of him. Yeah, he's got these moves. He's got he knew how to make his character, and he sold it and got it over with the crowd so well. And Ric Flair, just whatever you think of the guy, oozes charisma. I mean, he was born to do this job, and he's so good at it. And his promos are some of the best of all time. And this guy just feels like he's doing a really cheap impersonation of it. It doesn't even sound like him at all either. Like, he's saying the right things, but it just doesn't sound like him. It doesn't have the energy. It doesn't have the charisma.
Well, he's not tall.
I don't know for sure. I don't believe him to be particularly tall, but he might be around. I don't know. I'd actually have to look it up.
Yeah, but it goes on for too long to be a bit too cheesy to
not be that be that good of one. It's just not. By one, I mean good at that good of an impression. Oh, he's actually 6'1", so he's fairly tall.
6'1", okay.
But to not be that good of an impression of Ric Flair, it goes on too long. If you had given me a stellar Ric Flair impression here, I would say perfect. Fits fine.
But it goes on. But his next match is against Kevin. So he's the whole promo things like that. Like, what you gotta have a little bit of a pink. What do you call it?
Goodness gracious!
Yeah, his robe and all that, the boas and all that. It's accurate. It's accurate in costume. But again, even just looking at him, like, he doesn't look enough like Ric Flair. Like, again, none of these guys look exactly like they're supposed to. But something about the Ric Flair one is just didn't work for me.
Slight mannerisms Ric Flair gives that makes him Ric Flair. The guy just doesn't give any. He doesn't even try the mannerism. He's just like, well, I'm in this. No, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm in the robe and I got the white hair. That's enough, right? And it's like, no, it's not quite. He just doesn't give it. Like it look there's certain WF, and WE calls they've got a swagger, and Ric Flair's one of them. It's iconic. You can give it like swagger, and this guy, the actor doesn't put it off at all. What's a shame, because if he did, it'd be great. Like it's just
not it. It's just not it.
Looks, He looks older than Ric Flair did in the late 90s.
He does kind of, honestly. Yeah, the whole Rick, this version of Rick did not work for me, unfortunately.
No, I'm guessing.
I think the Harley Race guy doing Harley Race pretty well. This guy just didn't quite get it.
The hair's a little too platinum blonde too. Ric Flair was like a blondie blonde.
Yeah, you'd see some more yellow in the hair.
Yeah.
There.
Now I'm guessing this fight is real. This documentary, I'm guessing it's documented, because why would you make up a fight? I don't remember,
honestly. I would imagine it was, because I believe all the matches they've done were real matches. Are the marquee ones that
championship match. So this must have been, like that.
I'm gonna venture to guess it is, but I can't say for sure. I forget when I looked into this.
But it's what is it? It's again. It looks like it's a stage, because then it's Ric Flair, then Kevin, then back to Rick, and then back to Kevin. But yeah, it's then he kind of has a moment in the ring where he goes a bit bizarre, and he does the iron claw on his head, gets disqualified after in movie time. It's only a couple of minutes, and then of course, yeah, it's Kerry and his dad are like, what happened? I just lost control. And I do like then Ric Flair. This is the best bit, I think, of the Ric Flair character.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
I could see him doing this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I thought you was a fairy. I think he calls him like that. He's, that was good. I'm 100% giving you a rematch. That was great. He's got blood. And like that. So yeah, it's like that. But then of course it goes to his character that you would only know if you know Ric Flair's character. It's like where can we get women and I think he calls it language
messed up.
We got to get fucked up and get some women in it. It's like that. And he's like,
which would check out for Ric Flair.
Yeah, and it's like that. But you would only know that from being any watching wrestling.
Well,
but then,
and what I love about how that scene ends is that little subtle laughing to himself, the little chuckling, because and the way I interpret that scene and the one before it is he wants out. He wants done with all of it. He not so much wrestling as a whole, but he wants to break the curse, and he feels the curse is tied to this stupid belt and this stupid dream and this stupid thing they're going for. So he just wants to be done with it. So he does what is going to almost assure that he doesn't get a rematch. Is regardless if Ric Flair wants to give it to him or not. It comes down to the promotion and the booking. And if they feel like that was a lame match and it was stupid because it was a disqualification, again, he's not going to get a rematch. Same way he didn't get a rematch versus Harley Race. And in his mind, that's his way of kind of giving his dad a little bit of an FU to the whole dream and the whole belt and all of it, where it's just, I don't care. I'm done. I'm over it. And I want out of this whole race for this stupid belt. And that's why I think after the father and the brother leave, that's when he can finally really smile about like, okay, it's over. Like the curse is over for me in his mind. So he thinks. Is my interpretation of it, at least. I could be entirely wrong.
But yeah, from that, and I don't get this bit. Like, I'm guessing they're trying to portray that he's been on the road for a while because she's a bit shocked.
No, he's just been staying. He hasn't been coming home.
He's
been staying. Yeah, he's been sleeping in the office of the sportatorium.
For how long? Because his kids. Then there's a time.
So jump? I think a time jump happens here. Yeah, between when he comes in through the door, that's the okay. I think I finally have backing out of getting away from that stuff and disqualifying myself.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready to come back and be a dad now. Like I'm done with the wrestling stuff. I'm ready to just be a dad. And then you immediately get this time jump to now he's been that dad for X amount of years where his kids are old enough to be on the school bus.
And you'll have to go back, chat to another film club, talk about the yellow buses, because we did that in Dirty Harry.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We talked about those. And we don't get them in the UK. But yeah, it's like, and then he kind of is the stay-at-home dad for a while, isn't it?
I think they seemingly portray it as that in this.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was the case, because it shows that he's been running the wrestling company.
He's been running the WCCW
home dad
during the day. Yeah, I think that's more
the day job.
Right.
He's doing the night job.
Right, and I think that's more what it is. But at first, it comes off as like, oh, is he just a stay-at-home dad now?
Yeah.
But I do think it's exactly that. I think she's works during the day. Yeah. He does his stuff at night with the.
Don't say what she does.
Veterinarian.
Veterinarian. She's training to be a veterinarian.
Oh,
yeah. Or she is one by now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and 80s hair go to the boys. The really surfer 80s. Is that Texas surf 80s? I can't really say it, but yeah. No, but yeah, it's then this is where the point where he's going for the books, and what we said earlier is the numbers don't make sense. But this, it's again they're going on, and this is where. So this would be what? This has got to be 90. So we don't 84. The kids are what 8 must be. So this is like 92. So this is the peak of Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan. This is like prime time. You're gonna get like this is 92 is probably like the peak, isn't it? Like you're gonna get like you've got some you got the older ones that were coming from the pockets, I suppose you want to call it, like getting
The
faded out,
regions,
and then
yeah.
the regions, and then you're getting the characters now, like going, and like this is like, So I guess this has got to be like 92.
So this would have been. Sorry, I'm just looking here real quick to see when he won the Survivor Series. I want to say this would have been around like probably 1990 when he first got into the WWE. What does it say? Is that, I'm trying to read on the side of the ring. I want to say this would have been Survivor Series.
They sold in 1989. So the WCCW was sold in 89. So it would have to be before that.
It was sold in 89, but Kerry jumped over to WWE in 1990. So he went to some other promotions until then. So he didn't get to the WWF, I guess it was at the time, until 1990. And he's only there for about 2 years. And I'm just kind of looking at some of his pay-per-views he did.
Rumble 88? I think it's 88. And then
the first Royal Rumble would have been...
And it was then 91, 92 was when Hulk Hogan done it back-to-back.
91, I think.
Was it?
Sorry, is that right? The main event was the...
That's when they introduced the Royal Rumble. That's when everybody was like, "Ooh!"
Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at specifically the 1991 Royal Rumble. I actually don't know the year the Royal Rumble started.
But that's when, when they introduced that, that's when it went doom. And then 94 is when I think 94 has got to be when Undertaker came in, and then
That's when they kind of got into the middle goofy era where Bret Hart was really kind of carrying it for them. You were having a lot of goofy characters. Undertaker was there, but there were a lot of goofy characters surrounding him. So it wasn't that. That was kind of when like the WWE was kind of in a bad spot. Was that early to mid 90s? They wouldn't kind of pick up pace again until the Attitude Era with Stone Cold and The Rock. That's why a lot of people look at Stone Cold as the wrestler that kind of saved the WWF at the time, because he kicked off the Attitude Era, which brought just a whole new, because essentially from the 80s, like the Hulk Hogan era, leaving that and going into the 90s, things just kind of calmed down for wrestling in terms of, and Vince McMahon was writing some goofy characters and some goofy stuff that wasn't really working. That's when like characters didn't really have stories. They were just things like, this one's a clown, this one's an evil dentist, this one's, like it was just like goofy characters. It wouldn't be till you got the better story writing and characters of the Attitude Era that it picked back up again, which would have been 97 to 2000-ish.
Yeah, it must have been, yeah.
So this would have been right in that era where WWE was actually kind of struggling a little bit to come out of the Hulk Hogan era and go into the next one.
But having this, I love this, like the kids, whatever their background is. Oh my God, wrestling this era was great. Literally, as a kid, what an era of wrestling. You don't care. You didn't know what fake meant. It was just like, whoa, it's just absolutely brilliant. I loved it.
And speaking of pointing out great televisions, I loved those floor standing TV
my
models.
grandma had that one.
So
everybody had
my
one.
grandparents,
TV.
My grandparents had one as well. And it's actually, they've both passed. And when we were going through a house and, getting ready to sell their house and all that, I was able to take their downstairs one that I watched when I was a kid, when I used to go over there all the time. And that was my TV that my grandfather would say, leave him alone. He's watching his cartoons. You guys go, my brother, my sister, my cousins, you guys go do something else, because leave him alone. He's watching his TV. So that was when I got the chance to bring that home. That was a nice sentimental one.
Did you have to warm it up? Did it take a minute?
You press it on. Yeah, you press it on. You hear that like electrical sound, and then eventually the picture comes through. Yep, the buttons are all on the right side there, hidden under a little panel that flopped open.
Oh my God! Yeah,
the little it was a little mesh, little fine mesh panel.
Yep.
And
I miss I guess I don't have to say I miss it, because it's currently down in my basement. But those memories, whenever I was like, "Is anybody want the TV?" And everybody's like, "Where am I going to put that?" I'm like, "Oh, I got a spot perfect."
Oh, that's awesome.
So I got to take that one home. That one means a lot to me. But I do always just love to see those TVs, because it always reminds me of that.
Good fire hazards now.
I'm sure. I actually got to plug it in to see if it still works. I don't know it's proper condition.
Oh my God, you got to see if you can do some gaming on it.
Well, I kept it because eventually when I finish the basement and I make it a kind of a gaming, my little nerd room, I do want to set it up somewhere because I collect all the old consoles too. So I have my old Nintendo NES, SNES,
that would be amazing.
N64, PlayStation 1. So like for my kids, I want to set up the old original consoles on these old original CRT TVs.
The thing is, you probably could take out the electrics and replace it with something modern, but have the exterior looking.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Honestly, if you were handy enough, I'm sure you could.
And make it look really like vintage, but not vintage, and actually have it capable to do, but like a PlayStation 5 or something.
I'm sure you could.
That'd be awesome. That'd be great.
I can't wait for the day I get to do that.
15 by 15. But we got an 80-inch TV upstairs. Nope, this is 15. like that. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my god, I love them. But yeah, this is where. So they're watching it. They're getting into it. The grandpa, come on, kids, yeah, you go for it. And this is where Kevin's saying he's got an offer from I can't remember the guy's name.
Jerry something. I can't remember his name. His last
name. Is going to buy out. And again, it's the dad just going. He's like, "Look, we got a losing business. I got to think about my family. We're hemorrhaging money. I got to look to the future." And he's like, and if you sell, you're not allowed in that. You're not allowed through that door ever again. It's like the ultimatum is like you're disowned, literally straight away. So is that the part where Kevin in real life was like, "No, that never happened." Yeah, it's a bit bad.
Yeah, that never happened because Fritz actually sold the company.
Oh, did he?
It was the father who sold the company, not Kevin.
Oh, yeah. But then, so we get now Kerry coming back from being on tour with the WWF, and he is now the Intercontinental Champion of the world.
So this would have been 1990 because I'm looking at it here. Yeah. He won the Intercontinental. So this is actually right after that match they're watching, because that was the SummerSlam match. Because I thought I saw SummerSlam when I was watching it last night, but I couldn't see it on the still shot there. So that would have been SummerSlam 1990, and he beat Brutus Beefcake. He substituted for Brutus Beefcake to beat Mr. Perfect for the Intercontinental Championship.
Mr. Perfect, that's a name for the class. There you go. That's it, yeah. So so he's back for the holidays. So they're all proud because he's won the second most title in the world, and he wants to give his dad a present. Now we get a little bit like a scene earlier, like of a cabinet with loads of pistols in it. But yeah, he gives him a collector's pistol like that, and their ruling is they need to shoot it on the same day. Very weird present to give a family that are high in suicide and death rates. But yeah,
fair enough.
He puts it away and he kicks off, and like even at this, like as a dad, something's wrong. Come with me, son. Like that. He's like. He's not himself. Let's say that he's over the top. So, yeah, But then, Kevin just again what we had earlier. Kevin just wants to be with his brothers. He just wants to be like, I just want to be with you like that. But then we get a bit dark phone call. Of Kerry has called Kevin highly depressed. Let's say that in the middle of the night. I don't know where. I can't remember where he is.
I was assuming he was at the home, but I guess he's not.
Yeah, he's at a hotel, not far.
He's in Texas. He's at a hotel.
Yeah, he's in Texas, I believe. I just can't remember where. Maybe Dallas.
Yeah, and he's like, and then he's just going, that he's lost his contract. The lucrative contract with the WWF.
Yeah, they're not planning on re-signing.
Yeah, and they're gonna only give him like area contracts, jobs, and he kind of wants to top himself, let's say. And then, of course, Kevin's like, how dare you say that to me, you know? Of course, whatever happened to Michael, and it's just like, you need to come over, like, let's get mum to make us some pancakes, you know, we're going to sort this out. And he's talking, but he's not really resolving it to to Kerry. It's a thing. So yeah, we go back and then we get back to the homestead, where he turns up. Kerry's car's there, but nobody's in there. Goes into the home, and then bang! All you hear is a bang. That's it. And then from the tree, he tries to. He doesn't even try to revive him. He's just, we as an audience,
he can tell the type of wound that has been inflicted. Yeah.
Yeah. He goes in there and he just knows there's no hope. I can't do anything. That's it. But of course, he did at this point. I just skipped over. He does tell his dad to look after him, and he's like, he's come over, and you didn't do anything. He just, so he nearly strangles his dad to death.
And his father says to him, he called you. So basically blaming him.
Yeah. Yeah. That again, it's putting again what we've had throughout it. You boys got to deal with it yourself.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what he says over the phone or something like that. When he calls his dad to say, hey, Carrie's in trouble. I think his dad says something like, you guys figure it out, or something like that.
But and I do like this, and that is it's a good emotional scene. It's literally I'm taking my brother. I'm going to take my brother away.
I'm not just going to leave him out here. In the dirt.
Just, he's got to come back in the house, and he's like that. And I do like this. I think Zach, Efron plays it well. He's just like, no, and I just like that. He just walks in, and he just puts him down. And this is the most, and you get to now where I always said the other characters, because the Kevin character doesn't have that. I've got that emotional block, but what he does now, it's great. I think it's really kind of unemotional, but being emotional, if you get what I mean, because he doesn't have to cry. He's all he's going to do is go, I miss you, I love you, and he just goes, that's all he needs to say, and that's it. And then you get like this the moment. What's a bit odd, I'm guessing what they did is they tried to connect, like there's a heaven and hell and all that, and then the ferryman and all that with like the coins and with this, and then he goes, meets up with his brothers, and then of course he's like, where's Jack Jr.? And then he's everybody that's dead, and that's it. But of course I'm guessing it's supposed to show there's only one left, and that's it. But again, he sells the ring, and of course it's Sandy's already debuffed it. This wasn't true, that his dad bullied the guy not to sell it, so like that. And then we get to the mum and the dad is like, what's for dinner? Nothing for dinner, is because she's gone back to her painting. So it's things. But now we get back to.
It's like the final. It's like finally a crack in this stupid weird routine where we do everything a certain way. We don't show any emotion. We don't react to change. We don't try to prevent bad things from happening. We just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And she's far too late. She's like, nope, not doing it. I'm doing my thing.
And then we get Pam pregnant again, and then we kind of get just the life of them. Oh, this scene is great.
Oh, yeah, this one gets
I
me.
do like this scene. This is the one. This is the tearjerker.
The ending scene of like the boys just literally fooling around, doing what boys do, and like if it's like your brothers, your best mate, just having the things, and this is great. I love Zac Efron for this bit because this is a bit where I wanted everybody else to do it.
Yep.
And this
you
is
finally got it right. And that's why I think it was intentionally done throughout the movie to show the numbness that everybody's going through from all of it, because
literally look
they
at that
finally
face.
give it to you here.
Look at that face.
And I feel
we showed the emotion of the whole scene, and it's just you just feel for him. And that moment, this is the bit where I wanted tears. You don't get a tear, you well up. You well up on this bit because you want to feel, and you're like, oh, and it's just like that. And then you get what a nice kids would do is when he comes over and he goes, I used to be a brother. Oh, and he's just like,
that line, it gets me every time. And now I'm not a brother anymore.
Oh, I'm not a brother. And they're like, don't worry, Dad.
Well, simple solution.
Brother. Oh, yeah.
We're brothers. We'll be your brother.
Yeah, and he's just
it gets me every time.
Kind kids, and he's just like, yes, and then he's just like, oh, he's got this new family unit, and he doesn't like, and he's got the loss. Oh, it's brilliant. I love this, and it's brilliant. It's sad. It's heart. It's welling up moment. Oh, I love it, and it's like really short, and it just explains Kevin in a nutshell. And he's like that. And it's like that. And it's great because he's just I just miss my brothers. I just miss what you know. I love you too, but I used to be a brother, and it's brilliant. I love that. So yeah. So yeah,
it's a great way to close it, and I think
it is great.
I think part of the reason they make the choice to show everybody is a bit more numb throughout the movie is to really drive it home with this scene, and I do think they hit it with this one. It's just so well done. The line, the tears he's finally showing, the line that he gives with "I used to be a brother, now I'm not a brother," and then just his two sons, just the innocence of kids. With, like Cindy said, like there's simple solutions to things. Like, well, no big deal, we'll be your brothers. All of it just gets you right in the feels, right in the heart.
Yeah, it's good. And then we get the ending of like that. So we get more of like the epilogues. I think hopefully I'll get all of them. That I think Jay said they were introduced to the Hall of Fame.
Yep, 2009 they were inducted in the Hall of Fame.
And that's
so that's Kevin staring at the camera there. I believe that's David hugging Fritz, and that would be Kerry on the left. I can't tell if the one on the right is Michael or Chris, who's a brother we haven't met in this. I would assume it's Michael, given that he was actually mentioned in the movie.
Yeah, and then of course we get like they were married. Yeah, like and they had 13 like grandkids or something like that, and like they all moved to the ranch.
Yeah, this is an awesome picture.
What a photo to end it on like that. And I guaranteed the mum absolutely bollocked the dad for doing that.
Oh, of course.
Yep. That kid is way too high in the air.
Boy, that kid's having a blast, though. That kid is having a blast.
And I bet you he like, do it again.
I'm sure. But this is a really nice way to end such a tough movie because you just feel for Kevin so much.
But it's also supposed to show the curse ended.
Right, the curse was broken.
Because that's what the movie kind of portrays. But yeah, what a nice little and then into a tragical movie. But Sandy, I'm sure we have some numbers. As it's 2023, we definitely will have some numbers from you.
Ooh, we do. But first, a few notes.
That was on the button.
A few notes and another family picture. This is a picture of the real family, absent Jack Jr. We didn't mention that there is another son, Christopher.
Well, we will do.
You're gonna do that. Okay.
We're gonna
go. This was not based on a book. Sean Durkin wrote the original screenplay based on the real lives to most extent of the members of the Von Erich family. And we know who starred in the film. We talked about several of them. Oddly, the film was made in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, although the setting was Texas. So that was, I don't know why for there. Let's go to the numbers. By the way, this is our 76th
Wow.
Film Club film. Good grief. We're in the first of the last quartile toward 100. Now I didn't put the adjusted for inflation because it's only 3 years ago. But it was made for a budget of 15 million. It did more than double and brought in 45.2 million. So it was a box office success. It was not nominated for any major awards. The Critics Circle, I'm sorry, Critics Desk Award, which I have heard of that. It received for Best Ensemble Cast, but no other major awards. But it's considered overall to be a really solid film. It's got a high Rotten Tomatoes score. It's got a high IMDb score. And as we've talked about, Kevin Von Erich, he generally liked the film, and he really did like Zac Efron's portrayal of him, but he criticizes the depiction of the father and the omission of one brother. And the filmmakers, they did give a reason for that as to why, they omitted one brother. But James, if you want to go into that,
Yeah, I actually forget what that reason was. I know I looked it up, but I forget now.
Because it would have been too unbelievable.
Too many deaths.
Too many tragedies. So we have, in the movie, of course, we have 5 brothers, and there are 6 brothers. So the Chris, that is the youngest brother of them, also committed suicide. And they believed it was going to be unbelievable that
and I believe it was similar to the way that Carrie did as well.
They said it would have been too tragical story that people who wouldn't go and then look it up like we do wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't have believed this actual, how you got the 5-year-old, of course, and then everybody else, and then you got the youngest, and then there's one living at the end of it. To me, I will always knock that point off. That's I'm gonna knock the movie a point off just because of that, because it's a bit of a disrespect for Chris.
I agree.
It
should have been in there. I don't think one more person would have changed the believability of it all. I mean,
exactly. It doesn't change it. Does it need it? No, because the movie's tragic already. Does it? So it's there. It's just
honestly, I'd almost argue it does need it out of respect to the family and Chris. To be honest with you, I know what you mean. Out of the story, I get what you mean. Right, that would just be my counterpoint to the filmmakers. I can understand
what they're doing, but come on, if that was there, I would have gone, whoa. And I'm hoping people. The only thing I can think of, they were hoping, like, I always hate using this word, but I'm using it. The normie wouldn't go, I believed it until this point. Well,
I don't see that as logical.
Tragedy. Unfortunately, this is what's happened. Like, that is really putting onto it. Like, there's a 6th, and that is it. So it's a disrespect. I think Sandy's right. This was like a 10-episode miniseries. Would that do the justice? If they were like hour episodes, maybe. Like, there's so much more to this story. I'm probably going to go into my review afterwards.
Please go ahead.
There's probably so much to this story that once you watch it, and first time I watched it, I was like, oh, what? Okay. And I went straight to my tablet phone, and then Jade was watching it as well, and then we just go, oh my God, did you know this happened? Did you know this happened? Did you know that happened? Did you know this happened? Oh my God, this was signed, blah, blah. And it was just that conversation. Oh, I wish we saw that. I wish we saw this. I wish we saw that. And it just interested me more. And I think this is what we've had in many the movies, is the story on the screen is great. The real life, it was epic. And epic in a way that is so tragic. It could have been great. This movie, I can't, when I first watched it and what was out in the year, I couldn't believe this didn't win anything. I unbelievable. I was like, Zac Efron is great in it because he plays the part and he plays it really well. Though you could say he's a bit bland, but that's his character, and he does it absolutely to the point. I think he's great in this. I think he portrays Kevin really well. The other characters, they are the supporting cast to his story, but they're the arc to the story. So it all works well. The lighting, the camera angles, as we said, the cinematography. Some of the dialogue from the mother and the father lets it down really par, especially with Pam. I think they're the weak characters. The brotherhood, I suppose you want to call it. Is great, is absolutely loving. It's one of those movies that is really hard to watch, and I mean that in a great way. And I always, when you put it, I was like, oh my God, thank you did put it, because it was a movie I wanted to watch. And I, in the back of my head, I was like, oh, that's a hard story to watch. I really enjoy it. I will watch it again. I think it's one of those ones. I don't know anything about the family, but for a movie stance, oh, what a great movie. It's one of those ones. Is it a blockbuster? No, but there are moments of genius within this movie. There are shots like how this didn't work, like Zac Efron. Okay, how we didn't get nominated for a Best Actor on this, I don't know things, because it was such a weak year. I don't know why. Cinematography, it should have won. It's such a beautifully shot and such different aspect of camera angles that you get some dragging in, panning out, panning in, especially with the wrestling scenes. It's great because they make wrestling look big when it's blatantly small production wise. I really like it. I think the women is the lack in this movie. I think it's well written, well told, but I just lack it down because I'm greedy. I'm greedy because as soon as you know about the story, it goes, oh, I want to see that movie. I want to see what that is. So for me, and it's the strongest score. I'm going to go for, it's the strongest. I would give it an 8. I'm knocking it down because of the Chris story. I'm going to give it the strongest 7. I mean, it's like 7.999999999 all the way there. It's the strongest 7 you could actually give it there. I'm greedy, and I just was like, you know what? I want to cry. I want to come out of that and go, whoo, 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 every time I want to watch that. And so go, whoo, that's it. And the thing is, you got we know the era that's coming up. Definitely me and Jay does. And Sandy knows her Baltimore wrestling. But you know what is coming up, and you've got some big stars that have either transitioned into different names, but you don't get to see them. They just needed like a little bit more Ric Flair, I suppose you want to call it, like that kind of moments when they're actually fighting, to give you that kind of like to play on those characters, that what was coming. So the old to the new transition of wrestling, that's it. And then the dad, I just don't like his character, and I get like it's just a mismatch of what he's saying in one scene to the next scene, and then he switches to the next scene. It's just a bit odd. The mum, it just just a bland character. She should have had like some emphasis of like what, after we get the story from Kevin to Pam about the first death, they should have done something with her character around that. That's why she's a bit of aloof. You know, she's always doing that about the character. Pam, it pisses me off, Pam, every time I see it, because Lily James.
Lily James, not Lily Allen. I almost did it too.
Yeah, Lily James is good at what she does. They just don't give it to her to give it, because they must have just want to because it's quite a long movie for what it is, things, but there's so much onto it. The brothers, you can't fault any of them. They do they do what their job. They do it really, really well. Even the little Jack Jr. at the end, he does what he does. Yeah. But Zac Efron, this is great. Like when people go, "Oh, it's a Zac Efron movie," he acts bloody well in this. Like whether you think about the singing movies, I can't remember what they're called, like the High School Musicals or whatever he's done in the past. That don't care about it. He's great in this. Absolutely great.
That's one of the reasons I'm surprised he didn't get a nom for Best Actor, because usually when you make a huge departure from what you typically do for a role like this, you're almost always thrust to the top of the list for Best Actors that year. So I was shocked as well.
I just think it's like, so I will watch it again. I highly highly recommend this movie. And it's not just because you like wrestling or whatever. It's a great tragical drama, interesting take on like tragedy. I just really I have it up there. This is like when we go on like after 2020. Yeah, this would have been it would be on there because it was one of those ones when it was. Jade's still pissed off with you about Princess Bride, and I said,
"Did this help at all?" Picking this one,
yeah, she was like, "What was the film then?" I went, "Oh, Jay's got his pick of after 2020." Oh, what is he gonna pick? Like, cause she was one of those, and then I was like, "Oh, he picked Iron Claw." She was like, "Oh, I really want to see that again." Well, okay, I like him now.
All right, we're rebuilding the bridge here.
Yeah, and I can just imagine her saying, I can just see her, right? I can see her mannerisms.
Yeah, and it was like, okay. I got a bit of respect. A little bit of respect. So you got to know she was
all
like,
right,
because I
that's
like
progress.
That.
We're getting
what
back.
I did. She was like, I really wanted to watch this again, but it's like, ooh, it tears you, like because it is quite a thing. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy it. I very when you said it, I was like, oh yes, that is a good movie. So things, but as somebody who didn't see it, Sandy.
I had never seen it, and I had only heard about it because I think Jay had mentioned it when we had previously chatted really briefly about sports films, right? And so, and again, only being peripherally exposed to wrestling back in the day, I didn't know much, and this would not have been a film that I would have chosen to watch. I am so glad you recommended it.
Oh, good.
Number one, I really enjoyed learning the real story. I was impressed by Zac Efron's performance as well, and most of the other performances. I do agree that Maura Tierney, who plays the mom, now you may know her from if you ever watched News Radio, which was a sitcom in the 90s.
Oh yeah,
I loved that show. That was such a dry humor.
Was that
show.
The one that had Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I remember
that. Yeah, I mean, and some other stand-up common actors.
David Spade wasn't on that too, was he?
Yep, David Spade, Stephen Root.
Ages.
And there's one more. There were like 5 that have gone on to be. Oh, what's his name? Help me out. The one that goes off that has gone so off the rails. So Stephen Root, who's been in a couple of the Owen Wilson movies. Andy Dick.
Oh, yes. Andy Dick wasn't. He was like the receptionist or something.
Yeah, but it was just really dry humor, just really good. And she was the station manager, like the most straight-laced of all the lunatics in the asylum. But I thought her performance was really flat. I think I see what they were trying to do. They were trying to do something with that very wooden expression on her face, probably was supposed to be to hide whatever is buried deep down in her. I don't think in reality that would be the case. And you're right, and the character of Pam could have played that role too, James. I agree. But overall, I thought the performances were great. And for what I kept thinking through the entire 2 hours and whatever film, that this is speeding again because of looking into the story and knowing everything that happened. I did feel like this is a fantastic story that could have been told in a miniseries or more episodes. I'm not being dramatic when I say this is like a core Shakespearean tragedy. This is King Lear. This is the real life King Lear. Fritz is King Lear, right? And he's driving his children, except in King Lear, 1 or 2 of them were kind of evil. But he's driving his children to tragic ends. And that's what happens in these, that's why Shakespeare is so amazing, because he captured the human condition so well in such a small grouping of amazing plays that we can see them reflected both in fiction and in nonfiction, in real life stories today. And that's just what I felt. And there's so many layers to the real story. I am sad that, the survivor doesn't think it was a fair portrayal. So we have to take his word because he lived it. And so for me, that's definitely what knocks off a point, not just because a son is missing, but because the story wasn't as faithful as it could have been. I kept reflecting on the character of the father, and I wanted him to be either more, if he wasn't going to be feeling and emotional and a good guy, then I wanted him to be actually, you know, more abusive and violent, because he was kind of in the middle, and that dissonance, that's hard to watch. It's kind of makes stories not resonate when a character doesn't fit neatly in a box, and his character didn't fit neatly in the box, but even though it was off from what happened in real life, that doesn't happen in real life anyway. No one fits neatly in their little square. I give it a 6.75. I was at a 6.5, but reflecting after, on the cinematography, the use of music, I gave it that extra 0.25. You had the Blue Oyster Cult in there. We had Rush. We got Tom Sawyer from Rush. And we had a song that we rarely ever hear. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons singing Beggin'. That is one of my all-time most underrated tunes ever. I love that song. It is so uncharacteristic for Frankie Valli, right? It's an uncharacteristic 1960s song. And coincidentally, I go to my daughter's first competition last year for her hip hop team, and they come out and they're doing their routine to that song, and it was so on point. It was such a great song, and so I give an extra 0.25 for the music and the cinematography. So 6.75 for me, and yes, James and Jay, a definite recommend.
Oh, good. Well said. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Go on in, Jay. Your pick.
So honestly, I agree with a lot of everything you guys said. I really love this movie. Obviously, I'm a big wrestling fan, but you don't need to be a wrestling fan whatsoever to take this movie for what it is and understand it for what it is. And it's a lot of things. It's a story of tragedy. It's a story of family and the difficulties of family dynamics. It's a story of being a child, to a parent who, has some kind of overbearing ways of trying to live out their life vicariously through you, which I think is something a lot of people can relate to. And the immense pressure that can put on a kid. It's a story of brotherhood, and just the pure love of your siblings, of your brothers. It's a story of human perseverance, how somebody could possibly deal with all this trauma and continue on, but not only continue on, be successful, have his own family, and then them start to have their own families. I mean, when you see that last picture, I think it's of Kevin Von Erich and his family. I think it's a picture of human perseverance, because that's not there if he makes the same choice some of his brothers did. So to make it out of all that trauma alive, and to be able to create this big branching family of your own, I think is something that's truly amazing and admirable. So because of all those reasons of the story, I think I'm surprised it wasn't made into some kind of movie or something earlier, because it is an amazing story. Both amazing in tragedy and amazing in perseverance. I know amazing feels like a weird word to attach to this story, but I don't know what other word to use, because you really are just in shock when you find out that not only is it all real, it was even worse, and stuff's left out. Stuff's left out about some of the fates. David, I believe one of David's young daughters did not make it, also passed away. I want to say she was very young, because I think it was Sid's.
That's right.
Search,
yeah, it was.
So it's not even just the omission of Chris. I mean, there's even more tragedy in there of just the kids. It's just such a heartbreaking story, and it leaves you amazed that much tragedy can unfortunately be put upon one family. But I think like I said, for all the reasons of the story itself, I'm surprised it wasn't made into a movie or a show earlier. But I'm glad this was the first time it was done, because I think it was just handled so well. I think it was handled, very real. I think a lot of it feels very real and very raw. And a lot of it also is, handles pretty tough stuff with as much gentle nature as you can without watering it down. I think they really get a lot of the emotional impact across to the audience. Editing wise, I think it's edited well. But I think the other fundamentals are where the movie really, really shines, which is actually, no, I should say it's edited really well, because there's a lot of stuff they do in there that's nice. But I think the other fundamentals is where it shines even more, which would be things like the cinematography, like we talked about. I think it helps tell the story in some pretty awesome and creative ways, or just gives you interesting looks that you don't typically see. Like, again, I go back to that locker room talk when they're over the wall through the ceiling. It's just such an interesting camera choice, and it doesn't necessarily help tell the story. It's just, wow, when you see it, like, that's an interesting, I would have never thought to put a camera up there to film this scene. So even if it's not as a narrative tool, it's just creative and well done and makes you appreciate what they thought of doing. The filters, things like that gold filter they have over the wrestling matches. It just, again, in those camera angles that, kind of look up at the wrestlers through the ropes, just gives you that larger than life feeling of what these guys were doing in Texas wrestling at that time. So the cinematography is amazing. The soundtrack's phenomenal. The acting, again, I think is pretty much great across the board. I think I agree with you guys on all the brothers were phenomenal. I agree with the kind of, the Pam character or the Pam the role and the role of the mother, Doris. I think we could have got more out of, to just kind of bring in a little bit more emotion, like the softer side of the guys who are all kind of been raised to hide emotion and not show tears. I think they could have been a little bit more the softer side of the family, just to show some more emotion. The father becomes interesting to me because I agree, obviously, with Sandy that I think we have to take Kevin's word for it that the portrayal is not, correct, which is a shame. But I think in terms of what, the movie and the directors wanted to do with the role, I do think the actor played it well. I just think, again, directionally, he was a little bit back and forth with some of the stuff they were showing with him. Like, it wasn't all adding up to kind of create a full picture of someone. Felt like we were just getting some, like, all the harsh and then just little random bits and pieces of, oh, this guy does have a good heart. So I wish that was balanced better, and it probably would have helped the opinion from Kevin of the role of the father, or the depiction of the father in this. But I do think I believe the actor's name is Holt. I can't remember his last name, McCanley or something like that.
McElhaney. I think it would be like McElhaney. Yeah.
I forget, but I know his first name's Holt because he was actually in Mindhunters, which is a good show on Netflix.
He was, yeah.
Yep. He was the other agent there. He was good. He was good in that as well. But I think he was good in it and good at what they asked him to do. Like, I think he conveyed the pressure that a father living out his dreams through his son's vicariously. I think he conveyed what that's like, and I think he conveyed it well. And I think he got the strict side of it done pretty well. I think it was more a direction of the character that was kind of my issue with it. But yeah, I mean, all those reasons, I really enjoy this movie. It's definitely a recommend. I think, I also think it's important too, just to kind of, I wish the movie leaned into it a little bit more. It definitely does, at points and quite a bit, and I guess the main point is the tragedy. So I get why they didn't, but I do think they do a decent job at kind of showing their contributions to the world of wrestling, the family, the Von Erichs themselves. But I do wish they kind of talked a little bit more about, the Sportatorium and the WCCW and the other wrestlers that came through there, just to give a little bit more background of, like, because the contribution wasn't necessarily just from them wrestling. It was the business the father started, the promotion he started and ran. So I do wish they leaned a little bit more into that, just to give a fuller picture of how important, their contributions to wrestling are. But again, obviously the movie is focused on the drama. It's not a movie about the WCCW. It's a movie about the Von Erich family. So it's about the tragedy. It's about the drama. So I understand why they didn't. That's probably just the wrestling fan in me wanting a little bit more of that. But yeah, I think it's an important story. Like I said, for all the reasons of all the things that are in it, it's just it's an unbelievable story. But I think it's important to see you know, how people persevere through that, because it just kind of reminds you, you know, everybody feels like things for them couldn't be worse, and how is this happening to me? Like, I must have the worst luck in the world, and somewhere out there, somebody has it worse than you every single time, no matter what it is. And if somebody can persevere through everything Kevin Von Erich persevered through, you know, it gives you perspective that you can too. So I do think it's an important story to tell, and I'm glad they finally got a chance to, you know, tell it on such a big stage. I just wish the movie got more recognition from the Academy. I really do. I think it deserved it, and it feels like it just kind of went by them with nothing. And if this was,
I think it's Zac Efron. I think they were like, "Ooh, it's him."
But that's even odder. Even odder. Yeah. That's not a word. Well, it is, but not the way I wanted to use it.
It's a good word.
Technically, it's an animal. But I think it's even more odd that they didn't. If it is because of him, because it's the perfect example of somebody breaking out of the kind of typecast stuff they've usually done to do something pretty remarkable. I mean, I think he's phenomenal in this. The brothers are all great, but I think Zac Efron is phenomenal in this, and it's such a departure from what he usually does. And it shows off so much of his acting range that I didn't know existed, to be honest with you, which is why I thought for sure he was going to get a nomination, at least for Best Actor. So I wish he got more recognition, but it
was Oppenheimer year. Oppenheimer got everything.
Yeah, it was the Barbie and Oppenheimer year.
Yep, and
that's all people were talking about.
Yeah,
and this movie slid under the radar.
And never watch Oppenheimer again.
I liked it.
Didn't see it.
I liked it. I don't think it was a bad movie.
Liked it,
I have no interest in watching it. Yeah, I feel the same. I have no need to watch that movie again. And this one, I will watch again and again. I mean, not in that way, because, like you said, Stacey, it's a tough watch, and it's an emotional ride that's tough to go on repeatedly. But I will watch this. I've already watched it more times than Oppenheimer, and I'll watch it going forward more times than I ever will Oppenheimer.
It's a better movie. It is
a better movie. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, so just so many things. Like I said, Efron's performance, but all the brothers' performances, all the fundamental stuff's done unbelievable. And I just think, as much as I also do minus points for, you know, not including the brother Chris, and you know, not going as far into some of the tearjerker stuff that I think we all kind of wanted to really leave it, like, you know, to kind of leave the movie blubbering a little bit, just because it took you on that much of an emotional ride. I do wish there was a little bit more of that. And one critique I will give also is, and this is part of why I kind of was a little hesitant to call the editing as great as the rest of the fundamentals, was the time jumps. I think could have been handled a little bit better. Sometimes they kind of happen quickly that, like, you got to be paying close attention to realize it just jumped as much time as it did.
There's 4 more kids sitting around.
And sometimes to even understand where the jump was. Like, I think, Stasis, you pointed out a perfect spot was when he comes home. Was that the jump, or was it the jump right after he comes home? And I believe it to be right after he comes home. But I also understand not knowing at first, you know, wait, when did the jump just happen? Was he gone sleeping at the office for 5 years and now these kids are older? Or did he come home, say he's ready to be home, and now the jump, you know, took place to show that he's been in the house? But some of those jumps I don't think are as clear as they could have been. Even the jump with Kerry from being home at Christmas to when he makes that phone call, you don't know exactly how much time it is. The only real indication it gives you is Kevin asks about, hey, where's Tanya, the girl that he had brought home for Christmas? And Kerry's like, who? Like, to the point where, like, he's already almost forgotten her. That kind of lets you know, like, oh, this must be months. That was a fling, and it's been over for so long at this point that he barely even remembers what her name was. Like, those are the only kind of subtle ways that let you know of the time jump. So that was one thing where I'd say that's where the editing kind of comes in. And I'm like, maybe you guys could have done that in a way that kind of told people what the time jump was a little bit better without, you know, putting 5 years later on the screen. But all in all, again, tragic story, but also in a bit of a haunting way, kind of unbelievable story of human perseverance for Kevin, and you know, just well made, well handled for such a hard topic of heartbreak and pain and loss and grieving and just numbness, depression, all of that stuff that they handle for all the brothers, because obviously, you know, Michael and Kerry go through their own sets of depression. We don't see it as much as we see Kevin's, but they go through even worse bouts with depression and bad thoughts and all that kind of stuff. That, again, it's so much difficult and heavy topics and material to try to form into a movie and make it a movie people can watch without, you know, just feeling like they're in a black pit of despair emotionally. So to handle it the way they did, I think was well done. Yeah, so for all those reasons, again, I love this movie. I know that it always feels weird to say when movies have this tragic nature to them, but I love it for what it is. I think it's such a beautiful way to tell a tragic story so that you can try to get the good lessons from it, which is really in those last closing scenes, that the scene with him and his sons, and then the kind of afterwards of telling you where the family is now. That's kind of the lesson you learn from the movie is, you can persevere through all this. It just takes an entire emotional and tragic ride to get there. So I do think it's a great movie. I think it's worth watching. 100%. I recommend it. I come in at about an 8. I probably would have gone higher if not for those, things we cited that I think we all kind of took a point off for. But yeah, I really like this one a lot. Couldn't recommend it more. It's just, again, it's a truly unbelievable story. That's just unfortunately true, but does have something of a happy ending for at least Kevin and the family he creates.
Well, we're so glad you recommended it.
I'm glad.
I would have never turned this on. I'm so glad you did.
I'm glad. Oh, and for anybody who's wondering, yes, Kevin's 2 sons that we see in the movie are wrestlers right now. They wrestle, I believe, last I checked, they were with AEW. Okay. So I'm not sure where they are right now, but they were, I believe it's Marsh. Oh God, I should probably fact check that just to be sure. But I do believe it's his 2 sons, not like cousins or anything like that.
Yeah, I think they are.
All right, guys, I have 3 questions for you. Question number 1 is probably going to be easy for Jay, maybe not for Sandy. What was your favorite wrestler of all time?
Eddie Guerrero.
Ooh.
Eddie Guerrero is my favorite.
Sandy?
I always had to say Rocky Johnson because he gave me his autograph. That,
hey,
when you're a little kid, and this guy gives you an autograph.
And Jay, have I only got one answer? Because I'm British.
Oh, I know what yours is. Davey Boy Smith.
It's the Bulldog. The British
Bulldog. Yeah, British Bulldog.
Now, here's a hard, without looking, because we've gone over 4 hours. What was the last film club that went over 4 hours?
Oh my gosh. I'm not looking.
It was nearly a year ago.
It wasn't Lord of the Rings.
Except for, I'm going to discount Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, we have to discount Lord of the Rings.
Hours. That went over 7 hours. One movie. What was the last movie?
Oh, God.
Nearly a year ago.
True Romance?
No, it was one of my picks.
What are your picks?
It was a history movie.
4 hours a year
had
ago.
Dumbledore in it.
Oh, I can't think of the name of it, but now I know the movie you're talking about. I just can't remember the name of it now.
Is that the Duelist
it was a Civil
or Cromwell?
War movie?
No,
Cromwell.
it was Cromwell. That's
Cromwell.
what it was. Okay, I couldn't think of the guy's name because I'm awful with history.
Literally, last April was the last.
Oh my gosh!
One.
No kidding.
There we go.
I blame the time change and myself.
It was Platoon.
No, it was a really good film.
There we go. Okay, the next question is, who? Now, this is actually quite a very important question. This is the who question. Who has? But this is important for next week. Who's bought their ticket for Project Hail Mary? Are we doing
me? First showing.
I have not yet, but I will be this week.
You're gonna? Okay.
Yep.
There we go. That answers my question. Is what we are watching next week.
So Jay, will you be able to watch it Friday or early Saturday?
Yeah, I'll be able to get it watched in time.
Do you know when I'm watching it?
We'll have to discuss
tomorrow.
I'm seeing it Thursday.
Nice.
Tomorrow.
I'll probably end up going Thursday or Friday, one of the two.
So yours comes out next. I don't get that because ours has been out since.
I know.
Thursday, I think it said.
I know, and
some weird times.
And
literally,
a lot of folks are already posting reviews and things. Like folks in our circle, like Critical Drinker, already put his review out there.
I don't get why
really?
the Europeans have got it early. Don't. So yeah, I've
black it out.
Now, yeah. So on that note, we have a trailer. I'm guessing I'm going to be
which trailer?
The
first, second, or third?
I just did the official one.
Okay, so I just want to say that a lot of people think that the trailer has a massive spoiler in it, and I guess it kind of does, but trust me,
it does, but it doesn't.
But there's a lot more that goes on in the book, so that you're not getting a big spoiler. You're not getting.
This is where Rocky. Is it the Rocky one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the third one actually goes into a lot more stuff. Like you get to see plan
I
it.
just did the official trailer. So this is the latest official
I'm so
trailer.
excited. I swear I'm gonna explode. I gotta make it 5 more days. I'm just gonna die. I can't wait to see this.
Sandy, who's wrote this? What the book? Tell me more about this. Tell me more.
Let me tell you all about Mr. Andy Weir, Weir, and he has written The Martian, which should be a pre-read as well and a pre-watch.
Yes, Jay.
He wrote.
I will attempt it.
Hold on, sorry, Sandy. Sorry, stop. Jay, are you going to watch The Martian before you watch this again?
I have every intention to. I'm assuming the week is going to allow me to. So if anything would deter me to, that'd be the only reason I wouldn't.
There we go.
And I would class the books as science realism rather than science fiction. And the reason is, I mean, even though there are some elements of Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who that have, become real over the course of time, these books are so rooted in good science, like good stretchy science, and it is plausible. The stories that he writes are plausible, and for me that just keeps me completely hooked. Also, he's again a concise writer, even though he's conveying really complex scientific stuff. He's telling you through in The Martian, he's telling you through the experience of, and heck, I forget his name, the botanist who's stuck on Mars. And in this film, it's
Matt
through
Damon.
the Ryan Gosling character. You're watching them, as they said in The Martian, science it out. I'm going to science the heck out of this. That's what you're watching. And it makes it so much more real when you're in their thinking process. And I won't say anymore because I have very high hopes because it's such a good book. The trailers give me optimism, but there's always the chance that they're going to screw something up. So I'm just going to keep my hopes
Jay,
up.
did you just enjoy Sandy kind of geeking out there?
Yes, it felt like being able to see myself with the wrestling stuff earlier, just from another perspective.
I'm looking at my first edition book right here on the corner of the desk, which I reread. My kids gave me the first edition for Christmas. So yeah, it's awesome.
So I haven't even seen a trailer for this yet. I've actually just been staying completely in the dark on it. Yep.
Okay,
so this is my first time.
It's okay. Again, you might be shocked like that they're showing so much. Trust me, they're not even showing. They're not. So
should we
let her rip.
Just do it? Should we just do
it?
Do it.
Let it go.
Do it. I'm doing it.
Please state your name.
Ryland Grace. I just woke up from a coma. I'm several light years from my apartment. And I'm not an astronaut. I'm not an astronaut. I'm not an astronaut.
If you don't go, you die. With the rest of us.
The sun is dying.
You are the only scientist who might know what this says.
I'm just a teacher at Grover Cleveland Middle.
You have a doctorate in molecular biology. I need you to come with us. This is Project Hail Mary. The sun is not the only star dying. Every star was infected by its neighbor, except one.
Why?
We don't know.
Which is why we built a ship to go there and find out.
It's 11.9 light years away. The astronauts die in space.
It's what you Americans would call a long shot.
Hail Mary. I get it. Who on earth is going to sign up for this?
If we do nothing, everything on this planet will go extinct.
You'll find a solution.
You are my solution.
I put the not in astronaut. I've never done anything. I've never done a space. I can't even moonwalk. I understand the stakes. I do. But my place is in the classroom.
The world is counting on you.
This might be very hard for you to understand. But some people are not good at things.
You know who you are. You're gonna do great.
I conquered Zero G in 5 hours.
Object approaching.
Oh my God. So I met an alien. He's kind of growing on me. At least he's not growing in me, you know, which was a concern for a little while. I'm Grace. I'm gonna call you Rocky. Thumbs up. No, that's thumbs down. You would do the thumbs up. It's close enough.
That looks really good. I'm really interested in that.
It looks so good. It looks so good.
Wow.
Oh my
Okay. I'm even more on board than I already was.
There you go. So yeah, it does look good. It does actually look good. I like The Martian, so I'm hoping. Oh, Ryan Gosling, please don't fuck
So
it
I
up,
like
'cause
Ryan
there's
Gosling.
moments.
I think he's pretty good at acting, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes
I don't
it's
really
just-
have any qualms with him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So the
lucky for
first
you.
time I read the book, I imagined, so I hadn't even read The Martian yet. So the first time I read the book, I imagined like a total dweeb kind of character, right? With the glasses, by the way, that he's pulling off, but like just a real nerdy, I don't know, maybe someone I met in my, in my career who was a high school science teacher or whatever. But Ryan Gosling like could not be further from what I imagined, but he fits like the same way that I did not imagine Matt Damon. Like I imagined more of a Tony Stark for Matt Damon. I don't know why. Maybe because I had just seen Iron Man, maybe when I had read The Martian. But I also think Matt Damon fits. But so my hopes are very high. My hopes are very high. And I can tell in the trailer that they did make at least one or two big changes from the book. But as I was rereading the book, so for the third time, and the audiobook's awesome too. The guy who reads the audiobook is fantastic. In my head, I thought, okay, what do they have to cut out? Because the book is substantial. There's no way they can do everything. So in my head, I thought they can cut this thing out. And I think that's what they cut out because the trailer reflects a change. So we'll see. We'll have to see. But I'm good with what I think they cut out. If they cut it out, all will be fine. All will be good. So can't wait. What is it? One?
I'm actually looking. You know what? I'm looking forward to going to the cinema.
Yeah, there's that too because we don't get to do it very often because there's garbage out there.
So So the worst thing is I've got to keep quiet for like 5 days.
I'm tuning you out. I'm just tuning you out. I'm tuning I'm like going into
I can't believe I get to see it tomorrow. You're like, what, you think of Friday?
I feel like it's usually opposite too. Doesn't
Thursday.
the US usually get movies first and then the rest of the world gets it kind of like coming weeks after?
Yeah.
Like Napoleon. You saw it 3-4 days before?
4 days before you. I saw Napoleon.
So it's gonna be like, oh my, it's gonna be like me going, I want to tell you everything. Or like,
I'm gonna have to go radio silent. I can't, like even last night I turned on FNT for 5 minutes. They're talking about it. At the very end of FNT, and they're talking about, like, again, not giving spoilers, but they just were talking enough about like just stuff, and I just had to turn it off like right away. Like 1 minute, boom, done. Right away.
If you are going to the cinema, I'm interested in anything. I'm like, no, off, like that. So, it's good.
So I just have to make I even like, so what you showed was the quote first trailer. The third one shows more of Rocky and more of stuff. And so You check it out because you read the book. Jay, don't watch any more trailers, Jay. Don't watch any more trailers.
Fair enough. I won't.
But I also, if they do this right, if I can't see anyone not liking this story, right? Mm-hmm. And there's nothing else out there. So if they do this
Except
right,
for Rocky's out there somewhere.
Well, there's a merch. I was just gonna say there's a merch opportunity here. Screw Grogu. I want a Rocky. You know what I'm saying? I want him right here. I know exactly.
Dun, dun, dun,
he's going right next to the Battlestar Galactica. My Galactica is right here, and I have space for my Rocky next to my Galactica. Yeah, and of course,
Oh my God! Is Rocky played by Sylvester Stallone? If he is,
imagine.
That's it. I've won. That movie's a winner.
Well, don't spoil anything else. Don't say anything else. But yeah, the Rocky references are, of course, kind of personal to me. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I like a good Rocky reference. But yeah, just yes, radio silence for the next 4.5 days. I'm going right from work.
God, do you know how hard that's going to be? Because I'm literally like a mouth diarrhea sometimes.
Yes.
So yeah, literally,
yes,
I've got
you get excited and you talk. Yes.
No.
I'm just not going to read anything from you.
I'm just like with the shittest movie ever, even if it's good. Even if it's bad, I'm just going to be like the worst movie, whatever. Sandy, what were you thinking about? I've just wasted like $40 of my life.
Yeah, well, that's what it's gonna
3
be.
hours.
It's
what is it? 2.5 hours, just over.
It's 2 and 38 minutes. 2 hours 38 minutes, which tells me
we got the late screening, so
they didn't cut too much out. But I'm going right from work to that cinema diner that I went to see Downton at. My husband's coming with me, and the tickets alone were $46. And hopefully they'll have a special menu like they did for Downton. So I will take a picture of them. Downton had the fancy gin and whatever, and the fancy dessert. So hopefully
it could be something like really bad, like from 2000 AD.
It'll be space food. Yeah. Freeze dried space food. That would be, that would be disappointing. But yeah, oh my God. And then I'm already planning to go back on Sunday to take my dad. Okay. So, yeah, I feel like this is going to be, hopefully it'll be like a Dunkirk thing for me. Because I saw Dunkirk 4 times in IMAX because I went by myself. Then I went and took my kids. Then I went and took my dad. Then I went back with my kid. It's like we saw it over and over again. So I'm already planning to see this multiple times.
So, Jay, I just want to say this seems to be your Princess Bride moment with Sandy. Just going to say that. I'm just putting it out there.
Just based on the trailer alone, I feel like this one's going to fare much better for me than Princess Bride
All
did.
Opinions are welcome, though, as long as they're the right ones. All opinions are welcome.
But if I randomly cancel on the stream next week, I didn't like the movie.
So we know we've got after that, unless something dramatically changes, we've got Remember the Titans, and nobody remembers who remembered putting it on there.
I know it wasn't me because, believe it or not, even though that was kind of like a movie you would think would be right at my demographic, it was when I was a kid, all my fellow friends and students at school, I remember loving that movie. It never clicked with me. I never cared for it much. I actually preferred Radio, which was a different football movie that came out in this maybe a couple years later. It's Ed Harris, Cuba Gooding Jr. It's a really interesting story, but I just always preferred that movie. And they're not to have nothing to do with one another, other than the fact that they're both football movies. But yeah, I never cared much for Remember the Titans, at least as a kid, and I haven't watched it since then. So I'm actually interested in giving it another watch.
I didn't like it either. In fact, on the tracker, I put I dislike in the little, where we put theme, not theme. I put I dislike. So I don't know who it wouldn't have been me, but always happy to give it another watch.
I'm definitely interested in giving it another watch because and that's a Ryan Gosling movie.
Exactly. We got Ryan Gosling 2 in a row.
So there you go.
And our first Denzel.
And we're going to have several.
And I put a bunch of Denzel on the movie. And when I finally remember to sit down and make a list of some more of the 2000s movies to add, there'll be plenty more Denzel because he's one of my favorite actors of all time. I love his movies.
We
So
got
yes,
Glory,
again,
we
surprising
got
it wasn't me.
Philadelphia.
I know I put American Gangster on there. I John Q. I put a few of his movies on there, so I know we'll have more Denzel in the future.
But on that, we're gonna jump then. We're gonna catch up with what we actually need to watch. And now Daryl, I don't think Daryl's in the chat anymore. I think he's jumped out.
He's given up on us.
This is gonna be the Western one. This is gonna be the Western.
It's gonna be the one.
But let's go that as we're late in the day. We're coming up to nearly 5 hours. Come on, jeez. There we go. All right,
so this time, so we'll be 3 weeks ahead then, instead of just 2. Okay.
Yes. So
that's good. Watch it be a book.
Yeah. Well, we can't. A big book. Go on then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I believe this was one of mine. Yeah, that's one of mine.
It's one I've always wanted to watch again, and I never did.
I haven't watched it in a while myself, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
One.
That is the sleight of hand magician thing, isn't it?
Yeah, Hugh Jackman, Christian Bale, Christopher Nolan movie.
It's a Christopher Nolan. I was just gonna say, and it's a Christopher Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get the trailer as we always like to. Here we go. Yeah, I've probably seen this a few times, but I've not seen it for a while. Over 2,000, another 2,000s. So we're doing that. Jay, you're on a streak at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm catching up here.
2006. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Shoot me.
Come on.
No, I can't
Do it! How'd you like that?
How do you do it?
Magic.
I'll perform this feat in a manner never before seen by yourselves or any other audience anywhere in the world.
The audience loved it.
This trick is top-notch.
You need to celebrate.
A real magician tries to invent something new. It's something that other magicians will scratch their heads over.
I suppose you have such a trick.
That's what I do. It's the one they're gonna remember me for.
What happened?
It was the greatest magic trick I've ever seen.
I need to know how he does it. He has no trick. It's real. Every great magic trick consists of 3 acts. The first act is called the pledge. The magician shows you something ordinary, but of course, it probably isn't. The second act is called the turn.
He's obsessed with discovering your method.
The magician makes this ordinary something do something extraordinary. Now you're looking for the secret, but you won't find it. That's why there's a third act called the prestige. This is the part with the twists and turns, where lives hang in the balance.
Julie, come on!
And you see something shocking you've never seen before. This was built by a man who can actually do what magicians pretend to do.
Real magic.
I know what you really are.
How does he do it?
You want the truth? Nothing is impossible. Abracadabra.
No more secrets.
Secrets of my life.
Looking forward to that.
Now, the only
same.
challenge with watching that film is the Christian Bale and Michael Caine situation.
Yeah.
You've got the Batman
Alfred.
situation.
Yeah.
Mr. Master Bruce, you know,
Mhm.
I can't do Michael Caine. I can't do that's
He's out of
terrible.
space, but he'd blow doors off.
Yeah, you can do the Michael Caine. I can't do the Michael Caine. You know, Master Bruce.
Michael Caine.
Can't do that. But yeah, that's good. That's gonna be a good one.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. It's been ages since my last rewatch of that, so that'll be fun. And I don't know if my wife's ever seen it, so she might want to sit down and watch that one with me.
I don't think Jade's ever seen it as well. Oh, no, I don't think she has.
It's a good one. It kind of blows your mind the first time you watch it. When you get all the twists on it, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot. It's David Bowie. I forgot.
Yeah, he plays
Bowie
Tesla.
is Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, yeah.
Gosh, yeah.
2006 when he died. What?
There's that guy again. Wait, didn't you?
10 years?
What did you tell me about Ricky Jay? What did you tell me about him? Was he in another one of our films?
Ricky?
And I think James was telling us about like a British actor that just kind of. Is that Ricky Jay? I might be thinking of someone else. Let's see. Was he in another of our films? I might be thinking of someone else. Ricky
I'm not familiar
Jay.
with the name.
He's in Tomorrow Never Dies, Boogie Nights, X-Files, Deadwood. No, I might be thinking of somebody else then. He looked familiar to me. Okay, I might be thinking of someone else. The Heist.
Ricky Jay? I don't recognize him. I guess he kind of does look a little familiar.
He looks familiar. He looks like one of those. And there's Jim Pittuck, good old Jim Pittuck from all the Christopher Guest movies.
Andy Serkis is in it as well. Yeah, forgot about that. It's a good cast. Rebecca Hall. I actually forgot Rebecca Hall was in it till we just saw the trailer.
Nice. A good movie. We got some good movies coming up. We always have good movies coming up. We always do. But Sandy's got a geek out now. Project Hail Mary.
Keep myself calm. Keep myself calm. Don't get my hopes up.
As it coming up nearly to 1 o'clock my time.
Oh God.
What have you got coming up, Sandy?
I probably not a lot. Probably a lot of work this week. Might go out tomorrow morning. Not sure. But weather permitting. It was, oh my God, we had a little blizzard here this week. Then it got nice. Now it's supposed to get cold again. Who knows? Whenever weather permits, I will be outside touring around. Jay, what do you have going
on? Honestly, finally kind of getting back into action this week with the channel. I just watched all of One Piece season 2, so I'm going to be doing a review on that. I figured you may not want any spoilers, so I will. I'll keep it quiet for now.
I'm doing what? I'm now in season 4 of season 5.
The anime
of the anime. So I know what's going to happen, but I still don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, you want to see how it's going to be.
And I can't because Jade hasn't watched the anime, and so we have to watch it together, and we haven't because there's so many other things. We're too much time to watch so many different things,
especially 1,000 episodes of One Piece. But yeah, so I finished watching that, so I'll be working on a review of that. And then there were 2 other ones I wanted to do that I mentioned last week, Pocopia, and I still want to do a video on Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Not so much a review, more so I think a video. It will partially be a review, but more so a video just talking about if you're someone like me who left Game of Thrones in the dust, now's a good time to possibly get back into it with that show. I really like it. So I think that's kind of the way I want to approach the video. Since I kind of missed the review window, I might approach it. And I feel like it's just a more interesting conversation to have about it than just straight up reviewing it. So I'm going to try to work on something with that angle. So a few things going on.
Can I just, but every time you ever break in that review, can I just go, duh, 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 duh.
I have to record the sound effect, a sound effect of you just doing the music. Maybe I'll use it as the intro music to the video instead of my normal
I'll get my kid to break out her cello.
There's a story that I read my kid, and it's and then winter came, and every time I read it, I go do 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 do, and he's like. And then Jay just pisses herself, and he went, "One day you'll get that. One day you get that." So, yeah, it's good. For myself, this week's going to be busy. I've had the really busy 2 weeks. You'll be lucky, unless it's the next film club. Unfortunately, I've really kind of got some things, but I literally, I'm like. And time is gone. and time has gone for the
Yeah.
day.
It's been like that
one
lately.
of those ones. Really got plans, and then it all dies to death. Let's say that. But
I've been trying to do videos for like 2 weeks now that keep ending up in that same scenario.
You're like, that would only take me 30 minutes. I'm like, oh my god, no, it's not. It's not going to do that. So it is what it is. We all know we don't. This is not full time, so we do it for the love of the channel, for the film club, for reviews, and for the love of YouTube on our own channels. But go on, sub for Sandy because she's our real YouTuber here. Sub to Jay because we get daddy. No, so that's really, really cute. So that's it. But everybody, thank you all for nearly 5 hours. This is gonna.
I gotta eat something. I'm starving.
I know, me too.
This is Broken Platoon. But everybody, I really hope you are going to. Well, sorry, I lie. Sandy really hopes you buy tickets to Project Hail Mary so you can all join us in our next review. That is our first 2026 movie. But on that note, are you too bothered about watching the Oscars tomorrow?
What?
I didn't know it was tomorrow.
I didn't even know. Yeah, didn't they already have the Oscars?
You couldn't pay me to. I just don't care anymore about their little fart sniffing circle. I'm all set. I don't care.
Don't care.
I'm not like I used to like. Try
care.
And stay up, and now I'm just like. Nope,
well, I used to want to see the films I like win, and I used to do my best to watch every film nominated for Best Picture, but then it just started to realize, like, one, I don't care what any of your opinions are, Academy. You guys can stuff it, so I just don't care anymore. I can't be bothered. And then they started. To be honest with you, like the big turning point for me was when Everything Everywhere All at Once just cleaned up at the Oscars that year. I realized, oh, you guys just pick what you want to pick. I don't understand what you're seeing in this movie that I'm not.
2022.
But I'm all set with that whole charade and them sniffing their own farts. I'm good.
Yeah, well, on the sniffing their own farts night, I'm going to go to bed very soon. Anyway. Come on, guys, you got to catch up. You seem more. How come you're like more enthusiastic when it's later in the day? That's it. I bet you've had food later, haven't you? So that's it. That's
food and a Pepsi. I spent all my energy for.
It's just when this happens. Woo! But everybody, 100% recommend this movie. Go watch The Iron Claw if you've not seen it. But everybody. I'm really, really tired. So we call it.
You should be.
But everybody, have a great weekend. Go and watch Sandy.
Project Hail Mary.
There you go. Until then, we'll see you next Film Club. Bye for now. Bye.